What's up? Okay, I think we are back. I think the frames are okay. I did some fiddling between the streams. I also contacted the provider, and I don't even know if my ISP was the problem, but I have noticed that when I call to complain about it, my internet seems to magically get better. Now, is that just, IT syndrome where the machine won't make the funny noise when you bring it to the mechanic? Or, is something else going on there? I don't know. But what I do know is that it's working now. And this is Critical Eyes. I'm going to do the intro again because, the other VOD won't be available. Hello, my name is Mega. If you don't know what we're doing here, this is Critical Eyes, where I watch through all of Vox Machina, Campaign 1 of Critical Role. I had never seen it before, so I'm going in blind. I'm theorizing. I'm talking about the good, the bad, the ugly of the DMing from a behind-the-screen perspective. I've been a DM for a long, long time, and I try to have some fun along the way. And our internet is working now, so that's good. Let's see. All right. I forgot to turn on the last light. I need just a power strip or something that turns on all the lights. That'd be nice. Anyways. Okay. Weird. The thing that I wanted to talk about, I don't know. It's weird. I wouldn't say that the thing I want to talk about is my takeaway from last episode. But I don't know. I'm debating it because I normally title the stream based on what I want to talk about. And while there was a lot that happened last stream, I wouldn't say that there was any real, I wouldn't say there was any, specific takeaway that I could communicate for it. A lot of it was very context dependent beyond the idea of learning from your past sessions, but that was the takeaway for 132. The only thing that maybe I could focus a takeaway around is the idea of a very high lethality fight, especially against the pre-existing BBG, or maybe not pre-existing, but the BBG as you're going into the final arc, having that very, very high lethality fight. But that sort of wraps into the actual thing I want to talk about, which is more relevant to, I think, the episode we're going to watch, which is Resurrection. And man, I'm really torn. I'm very, very torn between how I am feeling and what I am thinking. Because everything in my brain likes Matt's resurrection system more than baseline resurrection within 5th edition. I look at it and I think that's a better system. I think that is a trade up. But I'll tell you, I'm tired of them. I'm so tired of them. I just don't want to watch another at this point. It's I don't know. We've done so many resurrections at this point that it's I know generally what they're gonna say. And like, yeah, they're gonna be emotional. It's fresh. It's a different context. And I'm sure that the players will put on a great performance. But I don't know. I'm kind of, the way that I'm feeling is like, if I was watching this on my own, I might be like skipping through the resurrection scene, depending on, how it starts, right? And and I think it's possibly kind of related to the fact that while I like Matt's resurrection rules in theory above standard, the likelihood of people dying just still, maybe it's higher than it seems, but it's not that high, clearly, because they have all died several times and no one has stayed dead, right? Percy had the option, but he chose to come back. So, but my gut instinct is not like, oh, we should like raise the building detriment or whatever, or we should just make it harder. I don't know. I like resurrection not being certain, but I think about all of the ways that I would change Matt's system, and I don't really like any of the directions I would go in. Like, I would first look at just not having the building detriment, right? So it's like every time you die, there's a rider, like a negative rider that gets added on, and it increases every time you die. One of the issues, I think, with that is that it sort of implies that you're going to be dying a whole lot. So, like, maybe that's better in a game that's closer to a meat grinder than Vox Machina is. But in the sort of table that Vox Machina is, they're just not dying enough for that detriment to matter. But if they were dying more, would that be better? I don't think so. Because one of the things that this ritual, I think, really has going for it is that it makes the process of resurrection more dramatic and more role-playable. There's more opportunities for emotional RP. And so if we start sliding that more towards a meat grinder game, I think I would be feeling similarly of like, man, I'm kind of tired of like doing this drama sequence over and over. So then it's like, okay, do we just get rid of the detriment entirely and or the building detriment entirely, and we just make it by standard more unlikely to not, like, it's more of like a roll of the dice. It's more random, I suppose. I feel like that could cheapen the RP as well. I feel like if it's at best maybe like a coin flip, it's like a 50-50, and maybe at worst it's like a 25% chance they come back, 75% chance they don't. It doesn't cheapen the RP, but it creates a much, much higher likelihood that you're going to do all of this RP and then it's going to fail. And that's going to happen multiple times. I think probably reducing the amount of investment that the players are going to put into the RP for the ritual, because they know that even no matter how well they do, there's still a really high likelihood that it just fails anyways. So, like, I don't know quite what to do about it. I also don't, like we've talked through adding more mechanics to the player interaction of like making the material that they offer matter more, or changing how the materials work. And I'm not really into any of those either. Like, we talked through them and I had some ideas, but I think chat rightly pointed out a lot of issues with my ideas of like how to mess with the material components. So I don't know. I had been thinking that in my next campaign, I might try something like Matt's Resurrection. But at this point, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I think I might like the way that I handle it more, which is very basic, but it's just restricting access to Resurrection a lot. Like, it has nothing to do with modifying Resurrection. It just, like in my worlds and in my games, I just much more heavily restrict access to Resurrection so that even being able to do the thing in the first place is more of a challenge. And I think I don't know. I think I'm, like I said, I'm very torn on it. I'm very torn because everything in my head wants Matt's Resurrection system to be better. But I just don't know. You know? It's the Oprah of Resurrection. Yeah. What ended up being the problem? No idea. I tried changing some shit and testing, and just at some point it just started working again. I don't. It's so much fun. Anyways, it's because you're back in the back of your head. You believe there's no risk to encounters. IMO. I think you're in the right vein of like Vox Machina is a pretty low lethality. Well, I don't know. Maybe not low lethality. I think it's near the midpoint in terms of lethality. Probably on the low lethality side, if I had to say. Like the campaign as a whole. So I don't think that there's necessarily no risk to encounters, but there's certainly not a super heavy access or not heavy access. Persistent availability of Resurrection definitely lowers the risk of encounters quite a lot. So it's like kind of separated from the lethality, I guess. The lethality is like one factor on the scale, but the availability of Resurrection is also a factor on the scale. And then there's also the effectiveness of Resurrection. I think these are all kind of different factors on the scale for what affects this. Like, Matt has opted to keep the availability of Resurrection high and to still have, like, you know, medium to low, but still closer to medium, lethality, but to make the Resurrection itself less effective than standard. And I just don't know about it. I don't know. Because there is a risk. It kind of doesn't feel like there is. I think that's kind of the thing. Is like, I know intellectually that there definitely is risk. Like, the Resurrection might just fail. But because it never has, it kind of doesn't feel like there's risk. I think that's why I say I think you're in the right area. But I'm having trouble, like, exactly articulating what I'm feeling, you know? It is also now an interesting conversation with Daggerheart death rules because, yeah, Matt needed a new system to truly get what he wanted from Death and Resurrection. And, I mean, I didn't talk about it a lot last stream. I really like the Daggerheart death rules. I'm pretty in favor of them. I think I think there's a lot of good things to be said about them. They're similar they're not necessarily similar, but they are more similar to Blades in the Dark death than D&D 5e death. And I like Blades in the Dark Death quite a lot as well, which is basically that it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen unless the player like really actively chooses for it to. But you can still get taken out of the action, taken out of scenes. You build up stress and scars and negatives. So there's still a lot of downside to dying. It's just that, or to getting like, the equivalent of dying, but it's just not permanent death. And I do like that. Yeah. Too much resurrection cheapens life and death. Well, and that's kind of where I'm at, is like right now, death feels cheap, but I'm about to go into a session where they're going to treat it very seriously. And I think that's kind of why I'm like, I'm not really that interested in watching that, because it's like, they're going to be treating it so seriously, and I'm not going to feel the seriousness, Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Vax's death is different without a body, at least. It is. That's true. I mean, not that much different, but unless there's some factor to Matt's custom system that has to do with the body being there or not. I wouldn't assume that there is, but maybe there is. I don't know. Yeah. I skipped the soul back rolls, but used the 1 DC per previous death. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Which, like, again, in theory, I like. But I just don't know. Also, I think when you pop back up, you should have some levels of exhaustion. Sure. I mean, and apparently you are supposed to. That's fine. I think exhaustion is kind of a non-factor. I mean, it's a non-factor unless the DM makes it a factor by introducing, like, time pressures and such, to where, like, taking 3 long rests to clear that would matter. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. How do you rectify the difference between more risk, but it's never failed? I mean, it's just statistical chance. Like, I just know that that's sometimes how statistics work. If something has, an 80% chance to succeed, and it succeeds 12 times in a row, and never fails, that's unlikely, but it's, super possible. Which is like, I mean, so I don't need to rectify the difference necessarily, but it is worth noting that when you leave things up to probability, which is like what you're doing anytime you're rolling a dice and there's multiple outcomes, you do have to consider what happens if the unlikely happens, right? Like, what happens if even if it is getting more and more likely, if they just never fail? Does the system still feel good if the somewhat unlikely thing happens? It's yeah. So I don't need to necessarily rectify it, but I do think it's important to consider if you're considering using it at your table. Yeah. You'll be happy that Brennan agrees in C4. Lol. I played a campaign where we used Matt's rules, and it got incredibly tedious after a while. I got to the point where instead of acting it out every time we were like, okay, I say X like Y, roll charisma. That's sort of what I feel like I'm getting to. That doesn't surprise me at all. That doesn't, which sucks. Like, that doesn't surprise me. And I wish that wasn't the case. But I don't know. It does feel like that's kind of where my mentality is starting to get with it. Yeah. I'm toying with the idea of a jealous death. Death wants you back, so if you drown, bodies of water lure you to throw yourself in. Died in battle, take risks like the barbarian does, so escaping death is a limited time effect. Pressures will build up. This is definitely not how it works in say, like, in Blades, but you're hearkening more towards how Blades represents the building pressures of dying, where you, like, Blades has you take if you either get so stressed out that you have to be taken out of action, or you lose enough health that you have to go out of action. You take like a mental scar, which can, Blades is much softer than D&D or Daggerheart, and the scars are kind of just soft, keyworded type things that you apply to future scenarios if you feel like it fits, which is, I think, sort of what you're hearkening to here, of like, you drowned in a body of water, so your scar would be like something along the lines of like, attracted to water, or like risk taking or something, or like lack of I'm trying to think of a better word to like flatliner almost, and then that would apply to various situations in the future. I will say, in terms of those sorts of like soft scars or wounds or whatever, I think they are a solid way to approach it. But for me, as a GM, they were very difficult to remember. So anything that was like a soft keyworded thing where you would have to apply a debuff based on if it applied to like a future action or role, I found incredibly hard to remember as a DM. Like, I found it incredibly hard to remember of like, oh, remember you have that scar, or remember you have that wound. Now, as a player, I don't think I would have as tough of a time because I would only have, mine to consider. But as a GM that tries to, help my players, especially with softer stuff, it was very difficult for me to remember to give them that, or to force them into that negative thing. Because, I compared to something like Bardic Inspiration, where it's like, you give someone Bardic Inspiration, and if they forget about it, that's on them, right? So in this case, forgetting, which is kind of the undesirable behavior, also results in an undesirable outcome where you don't get the benefit of Bardic Inspiration. But with wounds or scars, the undesirable behavior is forgetting, but the undesirable behavior creates, in the abstract, a desirable outcome where you then don't have to apply, essentially that debuff. Now, I don't have a hugely, strong opinion on this. I think people should experiment and find what works for them. I just know that is something that I struggle with, is to remember, or help my players remember to apply those. So that said, it's done in enough systems and at enough tables that I think it's worth giving a shot, if you want to, or if you have an idea for how to do it, and just see how it works in your head, My favorite spin on Resurrection was in a Skyrim game we played where the components was a black soul gem. Ooh, that's kind of fun. I liked relating it to components. I mean, that's very close to what I do, where I talk about I limit access to Resurrection. I make the material components harder to find. Now, I don't make them that special, like a black soul gem. I think that's a very interesting take on how to, because that is also, limiting access to Resurrection in a way. But it's a very interesting limitation, especially if black soul gems are relatively accessible, but then you have to do this extra step of killing someone to fill it. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm into that. I mean, that's, like I said, it's in the vein of what I already do. I might consider something like that for my games, yeah. It will take time to go get the diamonds. Like the Chalice, I don't think Matt will let them hand wave the diamond materials for true resurrection. We'll see. I sort of... Yeah, we'll see. I think during session 0, I made it very clear to my players of, hey, if you're trying to resurrect someone, it's going to be difficult. Like you will, the materials will not be available. You will have to find them. You'll have to make deals. You might have to go to a temple and do a favor for the priests, whatever. So I made it very clear that it was not going to be very accessible. I don't really think it's a critique or, I don't know. I mean this very neutrally, I suppose. But Matt has sort of transitioned away from hand-waving materials. Like, he used to kind of explicitly hand-wave materials, and now he's moving much more into requiring them. I think as he saw the downsides of hand-waving. And his players are aware in general that he's moving more towards requiring the specifics. But it could still present itself somewhat tediously, I think, because he hasn't been doing it the whole time, so he doesn't have a lot of experience with how to make getting the materials interesting. But like I said, I mean that very neutrally. I think it's perfectly valid to, switch up some of your DMing preferences mid-campaign, and he has communicated that to the players. So this is less of like, I don't think it's like inappropriate or like unreasonable that getting the diamonds might be a little bit tedious and not that interesting. But I do also think that will probably be the case. So we'll see. I don't know. Yeah. I think they have had 13 deaths, and assuming about 1 encounter per session, they have had someone die in almost 13% of encounters, which would make the resurrection mechanic drag. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that's why, 13% of encounters, that's like, I would call that medium lethality. Like, it's what people consider lethal is pretty subjective. So, if someone considers 13% medium or low or high, that's going to be very person dependent. To me, 13% is I would call that medium lethality. But I do think it is definitely resulting in the resurrection dragging. Yeah. Draw Steel sort of gets rid of the death saving throw piece, and that phase of dying becomes you can do whatever except self-heal like you normally would, and resurrection is supposed to be very difficult to accomplish. So Draw Steel is going in the limiting access to resurrection kind of vein. Whereas something like Daggerheart, arguably, resurrection, huge air quotes, is very accessible because you can just choose not to die. But it does limit somewhat of the effectiveness of resurrection, because you can't resurrect basically during the middle of the encounter, or when you do, it's much more risky. Like, there's a chance that you actually die if you try to come back during the middle of the encounter. So it seems to me like Daggerheart kind of went in all of the directions with it, and I think has a pretty solid mechanic as a result. But it also makes a lot of sense to me to go in some other directions with it. I think in general, the D&D mechanic does lend itself more to a meat grinder game. And it's sort of just coincidence that 5th edition is not played that way. Not to say it's never played that way. I should clarify. It's just that, the more maybe popular conception of 5e at this point is that it's less of a meat grinder than previous editions, and I think that the resurrection mechanics just kind of haven't caught up to that. Yeah. Yeah. On one hand, I like making death matter more than it does in base 5e, but at the same time, if someone wants to keep playing the character, they should be able to. It's tough. I think it's tough. It's a really tough thing to handle. I would be interested in a game. I'm not saying I would even like it, but I would be interested in seeing a game that tries to present multiple options inherently for how death and resurrection could work. So like, D&D 5e has a lot of optional or variant rules within the DMG. I'd be really interested in a system that has a baseline death rule and then has multiple different death rules and describes the types of games that they think those death rules would be good for, and is and where all of those death rules are sort of built into the fabric of the game. Unlike, because you can always homebrew it, of course, but I'd be interested in seeing a system where these multiple types of death rules are more built in. I don't think we would get that in something like Draw Steel, Daggerheart, Blades. I think we might get that in something like Powered by the Apocalypse or Basic Role-Playing Engine. In fact, I mean, Basic Role-Playing might already have that, and I'm just unaware. Same thing with Powered by the Apocalypse. I really don't know Powered by the Apocalypse well. But those sorts of framework games, I think, could maybe do that a little bit better than some others, because I think that others want to be what they are, whereas I don't know, 5th edition struggled with its identity. It has struggled with its identity its entire existence. Yeah. I do Matt's 1 DC per death on the spellcasting side, but the dead character also has to traverse the Shadowfell, face their memories, choose not to move on to the afterlife, and only then does the DC for the spell come into effect. That sounds like a very robust way to handle it. And I think in possibly slightly lower lethality games, or in games where resurrection is maybe less available but is more effective, that also sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I think there's a lot of good ways to handle it, but I don't know. I don't know if you just don't care, but your face cam is looking kind of deep fried. The graininess of it, it's my camera's just kind of bad. to put it very shortly. I just don't have a very good camera. And if I don't have it looking deep fried, it looks very, I don't know. I feel like it looks very blurry if I don't have it deep fried. And that bothers me. But let me hear. I'll try as an example. So I don't know if you saw me just change it, but it's I don't know. To me, I feel like I'm looking through frosted glass at myself right now. So it's I know this is a little on the deep fried side, but it bugs me less. And there's only so much post processing I can do to make up for kind of an inherently not very good camera. So, what are you gonna do? Speckly. I seem to recall Tales from Elsewhere Clockworld had interesting death mechanics. It did. It had, Tales from Elsewhere Clockworld is a super interesting system. I did an interview with the creator for my Dragon Week video. He's great. And he's great, and he's definitely very thoughtful about the system. He very much like knows what he wants it to be, and is really willing. It seems to me, at least, I don't know him that well, but it seems to me at least he's kind of willing to kill his darlings to make it what it needs to be. And I thought there was a lot of interesting mechanics in Clock World. But the death one, I don't remember the death one exactly. The ones that really stick out in my brain are the range mechanics. Those were very interesting to me. I'm really trying to remember now. Because I remember liking them, but I don't remember what they were. It's been a little while. Yeah. I gotta catch up. I'm sorry. I gotta skip. Oh, no. May give a bunch of different ways with varying difficulty, consequences. I 100% disagree. Players shouldn't be able to continue playing a character after they die without resurrection. Death being permanent is one of the cornerstones to TTRPG IMO. I think it depends. I would say, yeah, I think it depends. I think it depends really on how you view the narrative of the TTRPG. Like, if you view, to use Daggerheart as an example, because I know that Daggerheart is aiming towards a much more cinematic experience, right? And insofar as, like, they want it to feel more like a movie or a TV show or a book, even. Blades in the Dark is even more explicit about this sort of thing. Blades in the Dark is like uses the language of movies and such. And I think in a very highly cinematic game like that, allowing the player more control over when or if a death happens does go towards enhancing that experience. On the other side, maybe what I would call less cinematic, maybe more like, I would say more like simulation sort of experiences, like where you really want to like inhabit the world and make the world feel incredibly grounded, and the narrative is emergent from that, so that it feels more like maybe a news story or a historical legend, even, of this thing that feels like it like really happened. I think in those sorts of games, death being permanent is much more on like the cornerstone end of things. Like, I think that death being permanent is much more important, and characters not having control over that, or players not having control over that, it much more fits with those types of games. So I think that's one of the, I don't want to say issues, but that's one of the things that I think 5e struggles with, is it cuts this line between those two things, and a lot of people play it very differently from table to table. A lot of people play it much more cinematically. A lot of people play it much more simulation-y. And I think that various systems that have come after have much more thoroughly defined what they want their system to look like, and like what they want their system to evoke on that spectrum. And I think that death is a real tone setter for the type of story that you're telling. If you're telling a story like a myth, a heroic myth, like a Hercules type story, or something that is more resemblant of a book or a movie, then giving the players more sort of authorial control over when and how their character leaves the story. But where them going down or being wounded is still a substantial factor, I think that's still a valid, form of TTRPGs. And I think that, a lot of games are moving more explicitly in that direction, like a Daggerheart. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It may have started out as a cornerstone, but there are plenty of TTRPGs now that don't have death. Yeah. I believe they are worse games because of it. I think that is like a preference on what types of stories you want to tell. It sounds like you do not want to tell the types of stories that those games are aimed at, right? Daggerheart gives what I would say is like a large degree of authorial control to its players. And it encourages even more authorial control. Like, it encourages you to, have your players be like actively world building during it. Or like during session 0, they're creating locations and NPCs and such. And then, they walk into a new place and it's like you ask your player what the trees look like, right? Daggerheart really has a focus on spreading the authorial control a lot more evenly than something like 5th edition or Pathfinder or even something like Call of Cthulhu, where the authorial control is more centered within the GM. Another, I think, good example, maybe like beyond death, of like what I mean by authorial control is like whispers, right? I think that whispers are a good mechanic if you want more what I would call jagged authorial control, where players will have varying amounts of authorial control depending on their build, their actions, etc. And if you don't want that, if you want the authorial control to be more either stable or just more spread at the table, I think going no whispers is better. Just delivering the information to all of the players when one character learns it spreads that authorial control amongst all of them. And that is not to say that it gives them, or that they should metagame and act upon that as if their characters know it. It gives them more control for how to construct a scene that is interesting due to that information. So we've seen it a couple of times in Critical Role, outside of Whispers, where like a player knows something that their character doesn't, that like another character did. Either they saw it off screen or they were separated, like the party was separated, but they were all still, watching each other. And we've seen them construct some really fun and interesting scenes with that. I think that is a good example of the benefit of higher authorial control in the hands of the players, is that they are a lot of times able to construct more interesting scenes than they would be able to if, like, say they didn't know what the contents of the whisper was, or what the experiences of the other players were. But giving players that amount of authorial control consistently, I think, also starts to increase the unreality feel, right? Where it's like, now, if you're consistently giving them that, it starts to increase the feel of no life is this interesting, right? No series of conversations is consistently this interesting, right? So while it allows you to construct a more overall interesting story, when the story gets too interesting, it starts to develop a feel of unreality. So I think there's legitimately just pros and cons. I think it is a pretty pure stylistic choice and decision. Yeah. I don't know how cinematic and stuff we can call Daggerheart. It's very crunchy and mathy, much more than D&D IMO. I'm trying to think of what you could be referring to in Daggerheart. Crunchy and mathy. Like, because it's like 2d12 rather than 1d20? And so you have to like add them together? I don't know if I would call Daggerheart crunchy and mathy compared to D&D. I think that D&D is not that crunchy and mathy, but I don't know. They're not significantly different in my opinion. They're pretty dead similar. Like, I don't know. To me, I would say that like Pathfinder is more crunchy and mathy than D&D, and that difference, the difference between Pathfinder and Daggerheart, is pretty small, but I think it's bigger than the difference between Daggerheart and D&D. So I don't know about that one. Players be co-DMing in DH? Yeah, I mean that's yeah. I think that is the like kind of quick way to describe authorial control is like as co-DMing. I think it's, obviously a little bit more complicated than that, but it's a quick way to describe it. Yeah. If we think of co-DMing as a scale rather than binary, absolutely. Yeah, if we think of it as a scale, and that's what I would say, it's like a scale of authorial control. It's absolutely further towards co-DMing than D&D. Yeah. Additionally, I mean, at this point, you're talking about the gods must be crazy, the optional variant in D&D that I have always wanted to play. Draw Steel is mathy. I don't know that much about Draw Steel. I should really learn more. The playtest for Daggerheart and Armor was pretty crunchy. That's true. I will say. Me and Paige have played some Daggerheart since its full release, and I am a huge fan of how they changed Armor between when I played it in beta and full release. Yeah, Armor used to be much more crunchy, and I really like the way that they changed it for full release, where it's a lot simpler. It interacts with like the existing mechanics in a much more clean and simple way. Yeah. Anyways. Haven't been able to play DH since playtest, but Armor was pretty crunchy. Yeah. That I'll fully agree on that. Yeah. Personally, I liked it fine, but I'm definitely in the minority there. I would also say I liked it fine. I like the full release more. So, like, I didn't have, like, a hugely negative opinion on it in the beta, but I am a fan of how they changed it. But yeah. Anyways. Let's. I think that's that's kind of my freaking takeaway, man. Is like I'm split on death stuff, man. I'm so split. I don't know. What I know I don't know why that didn't unmute, is that I'm split. That's what I know. I'm split. I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. Yeah. I want to have like a more straightforward and concise takeaway with like a stronger opinion. But I just don't. I just don't. It like my opinion is just really solidly like I don't really know how I could make Matt's resurrection better. But what I do know is that I'm not looking forward to it right now. So it's tough. It's tough. But what else I do know is that this episode is called Fate Touched. And I have been theorizing a bit about Vax'ildan's status as a Fate Touched. So, we'll see. I think there's a decent shot I might have been right when I said he'll get some sort of free resurrection. Or, I say free resurrection as a very offhand, shorthand way to talk about it. I'm sure it'll be more complicated and interesting. Well, maybe not both of those things, but at least one of them. It'll be either more complicated or more interesting. Maybe not both. But I am excited to see that. Yeah. I think everyone wants a better way to deal with death. Yeah. Matt's rules were great for a show, but are cringe IRL IMO. I think I know what you're getting at with like the cringe. I think it depends on like how into the role play of it all your table is. And I think that I think about my players and I'm like, I think some of my players would be really into the role play, like really into it. And I think others would think it's cringe. Now, I'm also a proponent of kill the part of you that cringes. But I know what you mean of like, people won't want to go that deep into the emotions of it. And I think it kind of depends on the players. And the DM, I think as a DM, you also have to be very willing to like kind of go to that place. And I don't know if I would be able to. Like, I was thinking about using it for a future campaign, but I hadn't decided on it. Partially because it's like, that's a roleplay challenge right there.
And welcome back to Critical
Role. Oh, it's quiet. Why is it quiet? There we go. There we go. What do you think of how they handled death in Daggerheart? I like it. I don't have a super dramatic opinion about it, which like I don't know how like controversial it is, but I don't have a huge opinion on it. I think it makes sense for what they're going for, I guess is my opinion on it. And for those of you who are unaware, facing death is an important part of being an adventurer, and having a character die can be an exciting end to a story, as well as an opportunity for the player to transition into something new. One of the three options for death moves are Blaze of Glory. Your character embraces death and goes out in Blaze of Glory. Take one action, which critically succeeds, then cross through the Veil of Death. Avoid death. You are basically just out of the encounter. You're out of the situation. And then you can return to consciousness later. Or Risk It All. So this one is just, you're out of the scene and you're out of the fight, but you just don't die. This one is, you have a huge final impact on the scene, but you do die. And then this is Risk It All. Roll your duality. If your hope is higher, your character stays on their feet and clears an amount of hit points or stress equal to the value of the hope die. If the fear is higher, your character crosses through the Veil of Death. If you critically succeed, your character stays up and clears all hit points and stress. I'm not a gambler. I take average HP. All right? I take average HP. I think it is foolish to roll for HP. All right? let that characterize my mindset. And I think that will tell you how I feel about Risk It All. I'm not a gambler. I don't like Wild Magic. Or Wild Magic Surge, I believe. I just doesn't do much for me. I'll make random encounter tables and then just not roll on them and just like pick the one that I want. Like I'm just the gambling's just not for me. Now that said, if it was just these two things, yeah, sure. Again, like I don't have like a super hard opinion about it. I think it massively increases authorial control for the players. And that's kind of my entire opinion on it. I think if you want that, if you want your players to have more authorial control, you will probably like this. And if you don't, you probably won't. And then the Risk It All is super not for me. Super duper not for me. So I don't know. And one part of why Daggerheart leaves me cold, I think, IMO no risk of death equals no drama. I've been speaking a lot in generalities or like, you know, for this table or that table. I will just give, I guess, my personal opinion. I don't personally feel that way. Only because I'm trying to think of how to say this in a way that doesn't sound negative, because I don't mean it negatively at all. I think that's a take that is sort of maybe unexpectedly very focused on the character and like pinning a lot of the drama to what personally happens to the character rather than maybe what happens to NPCs that the character cares about or environments or factions that the character cares about. Right. It is sort of I think it carries with it a baked in assumption that the most important thing to a character is their life. I don't think that's a crazy assumption. I think that's a relatively valid assumption. Especially, again, depending on the type of game you're playing. 5e is a murder hobo game. I think it's super fair to assume that the murder hobos value their own skins far higher than anything else. So, like, I don't think this is, like, a crazy take, but I also don't think it's true across the board. Like, there's, like, a whole corpus of fiction dedicated to the idea that the main character is not going to die, is normally not even close to dying, but he finds it very difficult to like save the ones that they love. I think the most classic example that I could maybe give is Spider-Man, right? I think it's Andrew Garfield or Tobey Maguire. I think Andrew Garfield. Where he can't save the girl, right? He can't be in two places at once. So the drama of that Spider-Man movie is not that we think Spider-Man might die. The drama is his personal attachments versus the greater good. So it's just because there's no risk of character death, I don't think means that there is inherently no drama. Big ass asterisk, depending on the type of story that you're telling. And I often involve collateral damage. I often risk or put in jeopardy things that my players care about a lot. I put their motivations in jeopardy. I really believe in like characters having strong motivations that isn't just get rich, get money, get power. Get money, get power, baby. I get rich and get money are the same thing. I believe in them having motivations besides those two things. And so you can also put those motivations in jeopardy. And I think that can really derive a lot of drama. Oh, hey, you guys get to see what it looks like. That's what I see is run ads, say no to skip. We are going to say no to skip, but then we say okay, and that's it. Yeah. But yeah. So get rich, get power, and get laid. Yeah, I mean I think those are the classic murder hobo motivations. But I certainly agree. Or I certainly don't think those are the only ones. We may have to agree to disagree. If characters don't care about stuff enough to risk their lives for it, they don't deeply care. I think this is slightly assuming something that I didn't quite say. It's not that they don't care about stuff enough to risk their lives. It's just they, like in the Spider-Man example, I think Spider-Man cares enough to risk his life. It's just that his life is not the thing that is driving the drama or the conflict. It is not that he's in danger and that is what is driving the drama. It is that he is one person and has limited power and limited capability and limited ability to influence the world, right? He has to prioritize. And so it's not that he doesn't care enough about Gwen Stacy that he wouldn't risk his life for her. In that scenario, I think if he could have risked his life and done both and saved the city and saved Gwen, I think he absolutely would have. That just wasn't the situation, right? So I'm not saying that if death is like, if they have control over death, right? If there's no risk of death, that doesn't then imply that the characters wouldn't have motivations or things that they care about that they would risk their lives, that they wouldn't risk their lives for. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, there is the option here of literally risk it all, right? So if you're in a situation where you or you know, not even a situation, but if you're in a situation, not even risk it all, sorry, don't even care about risk at all. If you're in a situation where you care about something so much, and if you die, if you're taken out of the scene, then that thing will perish or die or whatever. That might be when you do Blaze of Glory, because that is what allows you to critically succeed and have a huge impact on that scene. So that's I think that like risk of death doesn't equate to character motivation or care, if that makes sense. You know? Especially when, again, there are like dying in Dagger, like choosing to die is a way to influence the drama and like make sure that it's more likely to succeed. You know? But, for example, Spider-Man would not only risk his life for Gwen, he would take a bullet for her. His own life isn't his main priority. Exactly. That's I think the big thing that I'm trying to hit on here is his, just because there's no mechanical risk of death, just because the player has control over when that death happens, does not dictate if the character would risk their life or if their life is their main priority or what have you. Like, those are separated things, I would say. And I think that the, like, assumption, I guess, that they're not is still assuming that the character's top priority is saving their own skin, right? Which is just not the case in, again, a lot of fiction where they have other priorities. Yeah. Because, you know, also, like, keep in mind, you know, we're talking about, like, you know, where there's no risk of death, right? Avoid death is a way to, as it says, avoid death. But it also inherently worsens the situation. You can't move or act. And an ally has to clear a hit point or the party has to finish a long rest. So you are unable to help or affect the scene in any way if you die. Like, there's not necessarily... I think it's fair to say that there's no risk of death, but there's no risk of negative consequences. It's just that the negative consequences happen to not happen to, but just aren't death. And, you know, and again, I don't want to make it sound like, I think one is better, worse, or more important than the other. Like, or that one is more or less valid than the other. I don't think that at all. And there are downsides to this sort of thing. There are downsides to not, you know, being as able to, like, mechanically represent that pressure of needing to save your own skin, right? There are absolutely downsides to it. Number one, that it puts more pressure on the DM to manufacture, maybe manufacture is the wrong word, but to craft drama, to put the Gwen Stacy into peril or into danger, right? The DM can't just threaten, or GM, I should say, can't just threaten their lives. Because threatening their lives is easy. in D&D and Daggerheart especially. It's like the main thing you can do, right? When it's a relatively combat-focused system, threatening their lives is like the easy default thing to do as a GM. So, if you then make it to where resurrection is super available, there's not a huge risk of it, you are then forced as a GM to create other ways to threaten them that the system doesn't explicitly help you with or handle for you, right? In something like Blades in the Dark, there actually is an alternative system for threatening the player characters that is not just their lives. You can threaten their faction. So there are entire mechanics for factions threatening each other. So I would actually point to Blades as a great example of a system that does have mechanical support for the GM to be able to threaten the players with something that is not just their lives or their skins, right? You can threaten their organization, their faction, their crew, which is a mechanical part of it. And there's a lot of support around doing that. D&D and Daggerheart, on the other hand, don't really have that. Like, the Daggerheart at least kind of gets a little close with having its, long-term consequences clocks. Just having clocks in generals, or whatever they call them, countdowns, I guess. There's some mechanical support there for GMs to use clocks to represent other types of threats that are not just threats to their own skin. But it's a little vague. It's a little abstract. There's still a decent amount of work that you have to do as the GM in order to make that work. But like, again, to go back to the Spider-Man example, the only reason that there's drama in that is because of a time constraint, right? And D&D provides near zero ways to satisfyingly set those up, right? It is really leaning on, it is very, very much leaning on the GM to create scenarios in which precise timing matters, right? So the GM has to craft a scenario with no help from the mechanics where two things are happening at the same time and the party is not going to be able to be in both places at once, right? That is entirely on the GM. Again, to use the Spider-Man example. Whereas the mechanics of D&D like basically do all of the work for the GM to actually threaten the players' health pools or their own lives. So it's very, I think, dependent. I don't think that it's that there can be no drama if their lives are not under threat, but depending on the system, you might find yourself having to do a lot more work. Yeah. Threaten the lives of the town, sure. Being selfish and saving yourself has a cost, right? Exactly. In the type of story you're describing, what is the point of combat system? I think that's a great question. I think that's a super good question. Though if we're using, say, 5th edition as an example and the Spider-Man example, the point of a combat system might be to I'm thinking about it in comparison to something like them fighting Delilah, right? When they fought Delilah the first time at the Ziggurat, no one died, right? Or at least no one that mattered. No one died. Delilah escaped. The characters, none of them died. Right, so that was a fight where really none of them were that much under threat. Right, their health pools were not really under threat there, or their lives were not really under threat. And I think that the point of that combat was to display Delilah's power and to facilitate Delilah potentially escaping. Right, to mechanically run through the risk of Delilah being able to escape them or not. In that scenario, the combat system is not as much, at least, modeling risk of player death, but it is modeling risk of, like, NPC death, right? Does Scanlan counterspell her teleport again? Like he did in the initial Ziggurat? Like, the initial Ziggurat fight during the Briarwood arc is actually maybe an even better example. Where, yes, the players' skins were under threat there, but another point of that was the, what was modeling how much of the fight was going to take up Delilah's attention, right? How quickly could they kill her, and how much could she accomplish in the meantime? So, at that point, at least D&D's combat system becomes less about risk of the players dying and more about time management and puzzle management, I guess, is what I would say. So it is how quickly can they stop Delilah, right? How many turns does she have to trigger and affect the ritual? So it's a kind of a countdown sort of thing. And, the further even from that, there can be increasing challenge puzzles. And again, you can have things within combat that are not the players specifically that you are threatening. So say Delilah and Silas say that their their charm over Cassandra is much more thorough. Like, you can't like break concentration on it. Imagine like she's just like totally being puppeted. Right? The threat to Cassandra's skin could still be a major factor within a combat system, right? So you can still have an NPC in a combat system that is under threat and that the players, again, need to protect or otherwise. And that, again, goes beyond the idea of even there is still a consequence to going down. So, like, we're kind of saying, like, there's no risk of death, but there is. Like, if there is a TPK, everyone dies, because you only avoid death if an ally clears one or more of their marked hit points or when the party finishes a long rest. And your character can't move or act while unconscious, which means they can't take rest moves, right? So there is no possibility to take a long rest if your party cannot take one for you and or if an ally does not clear one of your marked hit points. So even within Daggerheart, where there is less death, there is still absolutely the risk of it, even if you take the most safe route. There is also scars, which reduce your overall capability for later. So you dying while you avoiding death does not have the consequence of dying. It reduces your overall power capabilities, which might inhibit your ability to enact your plans in the future, right? Again, it wraps back around to those alternative motivations. If you are not strong enough to save the ones you love, how much does it matter that you were able to stay alive, right? And scars explicitly reduce your power, right? They reduce your number of hope slots. So the point of the combat system is to threaten the players with negative consequences, I would say, in a detailed way that takes care of that threat for the GM, largely. I'd say that's overall the point. It's also like if you as a GM don't care about like combat on a detailed level. It's the classic Brendan Lee Mulligan quote of he likes 5e because he doesn't want to have to think about combat. It's a way to take the burden of making an interesting combat off of the shoulders of the GM, even if they still want to run combats but don't like care about them, Yeah. My D&D groups were so sure we were going to die in the big battle. We spent 2 weeks making new characters. We still wait. We still went into the fight because the battle was necessary. Cause was just. Sure. I mean that's absolutely like valid. Like you would still go into like I don't think that is that sort of feeling is off the table in Daggerheart. Again, because like if you all go down, even if everyone chooses avoid death, that is not a guarantee that you are going to accomplish the mission, right? You might not succeed at the battle. So in that scenario, even if we say that everyone pops up from 0 after a sufficient amount of time, right after a long rest time, that would leave you all on the battlefield, slowly dying, or slowly, I guess, bleeding, for like 8 hours. The battle is going to be long over by then. And I mean, if I was the GM, I would say that if someone goes down and, they can't be targeted by an attack. Yeah. But, yeah. So it's I don't know. I don't think it's that as restrictive as maybe that would imply. Yeah. Everything could be resolved narratively. Everything can always be resolved narratively. Like, if how do I say it? A detailed system does not, or a detailed system does not restrict the types of stories you can tell. It just gives more or less control, or it gives more or less assistance to the GM, I would say. So, like, everything can always be resolved narratively, right? I still do combats in Blades in the Dark. It doesn't have a combat system. I've done combats in City of Mist. Also doesn't have a combat system. At least in the way that, like, D&D does. And there's still risk of death in those. Like, the point of the combat system, I think, is more how do I say it? The point of, I guess, the detailed combat system is for more than just, like, the capability to resolve, to, like, mechanic, but on whether or not you succeed, right? It's not just the negative outcome that you have to worry about. It's also the positive outcome. There is, like, the possibility for neutral in here, unless the only positive outcome that you care about is saving your own skin. You know? Yeah. Those are the players I want to DM. I bow to your opinion, though. All is fair in love and war. Well, no, I truly, you know, I'm not trying to, like, convince you that you need to like Daggerheart's death methods. I mean, clearly I'm pretty whatever on Risk It All, and I think that's the main thing that people latch on to a lot of the time. But I don't think it has to do necessarily with the player. It has to do with, like, the type of characters that you want in your story. Right. I think that's, like, kind of the main thing that I'm saying is, like, and also, and I will again repeat, I'm not trying to argue that, like, it's easy to do the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man thing in a satisfying manner. I'm just saying that it's not off the table by any means. It's still very possible. It's just going to be probably a little bit more work. At that point, I think it's just descriptive storytelling. I guess how many mechanics need to be... I mean, and this is, like, a legitimate question to ponder, I guess, is, like, how many mechanics need to be in a game before it's not descriptive storytelling, right? Like, City of Mist's rulebook is very small. It has very, very few mechanics, but there is still drama and risk, and there is still things beyond what I would say are, you know, descriptive storytelling. A quiet year. A quiet year there is still risk involved in the quiet year. There's definitely no combat. I can pretty much guarantee that. There is still enough risk and chance involved that I would not call a quiet year descriptive storytelling, even though, like, its rulebook can be, you know, boiled down to, like, two pages. So, like, I guess more of what I'm saying is, like, crunch does not equal descriptive storytelling, or a lack of like very little crunch. Which would be, like, so I'm I don't know. I think all of these things are just kind of disconnected. They have influences on each other. If there's a combat system, you're going to be risking your life more than in a system that doesn't have an explicit combat pillar that is very, very crunchy and detailed. But that doesn't mean that you can't do combat in those other systems. It's just going to require more work from the GM. Like, to me, it sort of feels like saying that there is no possibility for social repercussions in 5e because 5e does not have a social debate system. Like in a game like maybe Griftlands. Griftlands has a social debate system that mirrors its combat system exactly. And there is explicit mechanical social consequence from failing a debate. Right? There's very explicit consequence, just like there's explicit consequence from failing a combat, which is dying. But I wouldn't look at D&D and say, well, because it doesn't have this social debate system, that means that I can't give social consequences or that there's no drama or conflict to be derived from social encounters or social challenges. It just means that those are going to be harder on the GM to craft, or it's going to require more from the GM to craft. I would argue that like 5e's combat system or Daggerheart's combat system, the only thing that it does is make it easy to draft combats. That's it. It just makes it easier. And how easy something is not like it doesn't lock off options. All it does is like incentivize options. So like I would say that like D&D 5e absolutely incentivizes players that or characters that value their own skins above everything else. I think it absolutely incentivizes that. That's why I said, earlier 5e is for murder hobos, because I think that the rules in 5e incentivize murder hobo behavior, but it also does not necessitate murder hobo behavior. Yeah. I don't know if the entire party reaches 0 HP and decide to take the not die option. If whoever they were fighting decide not to finish you off for whatever reason, I think they should be able to long rest. I think that's fair. Like, I think that, well, I don't know if it's fair. I actually don't think I would. if I'm being honest with you, I don't think I would. I think a TPK should be on the table, but I also think it'd be fine if you let them. Because again, the consequence there doesn't have to be their death. It can also be just them not accomplishing the thing that they were there to accomplish. Yeah. Yeah. I think to me, the drama for the character and drama for the player do not always exist on the same levels, but will think, drama for the character and drama for the player. I think I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. Let me sort of repeat it back to you in a different way so that I make sure I know what you're saying. It's also we've been on CR, but not talking about CR. So the drama for the character, you're essentially you're saying that like just because there is drama and conflict for the character doesn't necessarily mean that is mirrored up to the player. And when you said like earlier, like those are the types of players I want to DM, you want to DM players that really care about whether or not that really, how do I say it? The drama for the character versus the drama for the player. You were saying that the drama for the player, as you see it, comes from the uncertainty of whether or not they will be able to continue playing as that character, not from the actual, or not necessarily from the actual narrative of the story. You're saying that the drama, or at least the primary drama for a player is, will I be able to continue acting within the story as this character separate from what the character is actually, separate from what the story actually is? In much more of a, I'm comparing this to a lot of things in my head, but I don't want any of them to be like, to carry negative baggage with it. It's like, I mean, it sort of reminds me of like a video game of like, if I'm playing Marvel Rivals, the main drama of Marvel Rivals to me is not necessarily the narrative of how the match plays out. It is, at any given moment, am I alive to be able to affect that narrative? Or just, not even alive, just am I able to affect that narrative as my character, which, you know, is kind of instanced between matches. It's a bit more of a, almost like a, yeah, okay. I think, yeah. I get you. That makes sense. I don't think that is... I think that's a sort of question of how much... Like that, to me, it feels like a difference between game and narrative, which is a line that TTRPGs as a medium are constantly playing with, right? I think the like unique amazement of a TTRPG is that it combines the feel and the flavor of something like a video game or a board game or a war game with this sort of narrative and this story and this improv. And I think everyone's just going to have varying amounts that they want that in their game. I mean, I think this ultimately comes down to like a rules heavy versus a rules light sort of debate, or not debate, but like preference sort of thing of like, it sounds like you are going to like more crunchy, more rules heavy sort of systems. If you want the system itself to feel, or if you want operating within the system and within the challenges of the system to feel like playing a board game or a video game more than, you know, the other side of things, which kind of comes back to our discussion of like authorial control earlier, is like the less crunchy a system is, the more authorial control each player is going to have. So it also, I think, kind of ultimately depends on how you want sort of the split of feel between the GM side and the player side, right? If you want to bring the players more on to crafting the story, you're going to want a system with higher authorial control. Whereas if you want it to be more like the GM is crafting kind of a different board game scenario, or like I don't know if anyone's ever played the Zombicide sort of board game, the Zombicide board game, but it's like there are a lot of board games that will have like encounters or scenarios. And it sounds more like what you want is for a TTRPG to feel like you're playing Zombicide and your GM is crafting different scenarios for Zombicide and is operating as kind of a rules referee, especially when you take action that is not explicitly covered by the existing rules, which you can't normally do in something like Zombicide. It's more like playing a board game, but with substantially more freedom of expression, where that freedom of expression is facilitated by the GM. Am I understanding that correctly? I think so. At one point I saw you put yes in all caps. But I think that was during the middle of my thoughts. Which I think is a like that what I just described, I think is incredibly like valid of like a thing to want out of a TTRPG. I guess the main kind of thing that I'm trying to get at though is that is, you know, on a side of a spectrum. And there are, you know, people that maybe really are really into like improv, or they're writers, or they're, you know, actors, voice actors maybe, that are much more concerned with the narrative, but don't want full control over the narrative, right? There's that's kind of the spectrum to me, is like board game to improv troupe, right? An improv troupe is just descriptive storytelling, like Ross put it earlier. I would say like an improv troupe is doing descriptive storytelling. And then on the other hand, board games are purely not consequential, not programmatic, purely not consequential. There are certain algorithms that are like this. They always resolve the same way every time, and I can't think of the word, but it's a very apt word here. Can't think of it. Whatever. They resolve the same way every time, right? Like they deterministic. Thank you. The board games are much more deterministic, and you want something somewhere. I mean, I think all TTRPGs exist on a spectrum between those two things. Kind of the more deterministic board games, or the more descriptive storytelling of a improv troupe. Took me a second to think there. I think. I'm going to check back in chat. Yeah. Anyone having audio skips? Oh, no. I had one second ago, not one more than that. Okay. Cross your fingers. I've only ever seen a quiet year described to... A quiet year used as collaborative world building for a campaign in a different system. I don't know if that's how it's intended to be used, but I really like that. It absolutely can be used like that, I think. I think that is... I would say that's one of its intended uses, yeah. Yeah. But it is also, you know, possible to play it otherwise. Yeah. That's the kind of player I am. I don't really care what happens to my character, but I care about the story progression and how my actions affect that. I care way more about how my character feels rather than how the mechanics inform the story. That said, I tend to like more rules-heavy systems, but I've never felt the cognitive dissonance between rules and RP. Interesting. I think we are bypassing each other somehow. No! Dang it. Probably not good at explaining myself. No, that's why I wanted to, like, put out what I think you're putting down. To make sure that I'm understanding, which if I'm not. I LARP, that's all improv. I don't like board games or video games. Okay. So... I guess I guess to my understanding, I can't speak for LARP directly, but I've, been in an improv troupe. It's like, where does, I guess, the drama or the conflict come from there? Like, right, you're saying if there's no risk of death, there's no drama. Where does the drama or conflict come from, in LARP or in, like, substantial improv? Right. If it doesn't have those kind of mechanical backbones to them. Because I am interested to know, because it seems like that's almost the opposite of what Brittany was talking about, of like liking more rules-heavy systems, but being far more concerned with the character motivations than whether or not they get to keep playing that character. How many people die LARPing? That's the question. That's the question. I think this is super interesting, especially as like a backdrop for talking about rules heavy versus rules light systems. I think I'm trying to talk about immersion. Maybe just others are better at buying into a reality where the consequences are never above the table. That's interesting. That would align with Brittany's statement here about suspension of disbelief and buy-in and all that. Interesting. So you're saying that if the consequences are not above the table, it's difficult for you to buy in. I guess I think I'm going to move on. Because I think that there's honestly more I want to ask and dive more into here. Because I'm very interested separately, but it is if the consequences are never above the table. I mean, they don't all have to be above the table. I guess, okay. Oh, man. I guess the only question I'll think about, or I'll leave it with, and comment below. Feel free to put it in chat. I'm just gonna move on from the conversation, so I won't answer it. But put it in the comments of kind of the answer to this question of what is an above the table consequence. Because I think the implication here is that death and like basically removing access for the player to that character is the primary, if not only, above the table consequence that you can sort of levy at a player. And that's interesting to me. That's very interesting to me. Yeah. Put it in. So I get the question I have based off of that is, if you let me know in the comments, comment below. Do you agree? Do you think that death is, at least I'll put some caveats on it. We'll say character death is typically the primary above the table consequence. Because in my gut, I don't know that I agree with that. But I would also really have to think about it. And I will be thinking about it. But I'm very interested to hear a diversity of opinion, because that's never really a question that I've asked myself before. So I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. Put it in chat, comment in the comment section below, and let's get into CR. I think it is. I think it's. Yeah. because we talk about sometimes, I know that I talk a lot and I can obsess over certain topics, it and one of the reasons, at least, is because I find that like real learning and growth and understanding happens when you dig down to like pure preferences, to pure like differences of opinion, of like, okay, I just don't feel that way. And I think this might be pretty close to it. Like the opinion or the preference about like what is an above the table consequence. What is that? What is that? What is that? I would be fascinated to hear. Let's jump into Critical Role.
Well, I feel like our new intro, apparently. I guess we're having some tech issues trying to get the regular intro showing tonight. So, little change for the evening. We'll help. No biggie. No biggie. Mix up a little bit.
We're here.
Anyway, so last we left off, Vox Machina, after discovering that the various siphon orbs, or the one that was beneath Whitestone was one of many, and apparently were funneling magical energies from various arcane ley lines that exist across Exandria into some plane other than the prime material. Through research and discovery, you found that this plane was the Shadowfell. And upon traversing this barrier and dealing with some cultists of the Whispered One, you discovered that Delilah Briarwood was still alive, and that there was a city in the Shadowfell beyond the boundary of these siphons known as Thar Amthala. It's an ancient city that had seen an ancient battle, but much had been seemingly rebuilt and constructed, and there in the center of the town was the dark tower called Entropis, where apparently the Whispered One Vecna, or something involved in him, a ritual was being completed. You begin to make your way through the city, averting any sort of attention from most of the denizens in the sky and below. You squashed heads of a few cultists on the way, masqueraded as cultists, masqueraded as undead, and found the city itself shift strangely. Similarly, using technology of the threshold crests that Singorn uses, it transported itself out of the Shadowfell and somewhere else, where it apparently began to snow. You then made your way towards the central tower and, deciding not to ascend it, just took it to the ground with some earthquake spells. However, due to the magical defenses of the tower top, where the rituals were being completed, it seems the top of the tower was untouched by the spells and lowered itself to the rubble of where it once stood. You then mustered your forces right up to the top of the lip of the tower, what remains of the tower of Entropis, and joined in battle against Delilah Briarwood, a Death Knight, and the physical form of Vecna, the Whispered One himself. However, the battle did not turn in your favor. And in the process of the battle, and
that's debatable.
In some degrees, whether through just bad luck or not fully understanding the scope of what you were up against, a number of you fell in battle, with one of them not being able to be restored, being Vax'ildan, who was reduced to dust by a disintegration spell. Realizing that your fortunes were failing, with Grog banished to another dimension and only barely returning in time, you joined hands, and Keyleth attempted to travel you out of the plane to safety, of which Vecna intended to stop the counterspell, and Scanlan intended to stop that counterspell with his own counterspell, like a bard is wont to do. So you successfully transported, grabbing the corpse of Delilah Briarwood, of which Percival managed to finish off with a shot to the head, and you found yourselves, last we left off, emerging deep into a wooded forest in some unknown location within the Feywild. And upon arriving and glancing about to see that you're still mostly intact, clutching the no longer living corpse of Delilah behind you, Vax not with you, and Vex, realizing, asked the question,
Where's Vex?
I just walk up to her and I just set down his armor and just don't say anything.
What is this? Where is he?
There's nothing left. He was just obliterated.
Disintegrated.
What?
I saw it happen. And then I saw it happen.
And we just left him there?
It was.
No, we brought
everything we could.
Oh, God.
He's.
No.
I'm so sorry.
And then I was brought back and his soul is just where?
That's the ultimate question, isn't it?
Can you bring it back? Can you bring it back? I don't know if I can.
Kill it?
I've never done this before.
I'll just go over and gather up all his armor and start hugging it to myself.
I recently learned of a spell that I could attempt, but it's nothing I've tried before, and it's expensive, and I'm already terrified of the fate and the hell that I might have brought him in his final moments.
Well, what is it?
I think he saw himself die. I think... I'm so sorry.
What are you talking about?
I cast foresight on him, and I think... I think there was a link for a second, and... I haven't thought of those ramifications of something like that before. I think he was held and there was nothing he could do, and what if that happened? What if he saw himself die?
Then it doesn't matter
It
yet.
doesn't help anything.
Until we bring him back.
Only matters what we do next, right?
Let's bring him back.
What's this new spell you're talking about?
Let's just try.
I need 25,000 gold pieces worth of diamonds.
What?
I need 25.
Not just gold. You need diamonds?
Where are we?
I don't have that.
We're in the Feywild.
Well, we can find it then.
As you look around at this point, for the first time really taking in the surroundings around you, you find yourself deep in a shaded, thick wood, where most of the leaves here are wide and triangular in shape. Where you expect to see deep greens, instead you see blues and purples. You see the tips eventually coming to almost like a midnight blue at the edge. There's a very faint mist that is gathered across the ground that stands about knee height, and the ground beneath you seems to have a somewhat crunchy sponginess to it with each step, though you cannot see where your feet actually touch the ground.
Is it all diamonds?
It is not all diamonds. You do hear the ever-present, echoing, distant hooting of owls.
I didn't know what to do.
Well, now we know what to do. We were too late. And we have seen what we're up against. And now we need to focus. And we can't let it be over yet. We just need to focus. We're going to find these diamonds.
Who did it?
What did we do?
Was it her?
It was...
Or was it Vecna?
It.
Grog,
Yeah.
can you put her in the bag? And I toss him the body.
As the body of Delilah Briarwood, the head's still kind of scattered and divided right around the forehead. This giant cleft of her skull hemisphere is just gone, and whatever matter was once there is kind of loosely fallen out as she's been dragged from one to the other location. You do see the left eye, which is not human, it seems, in appearance. The white is instead a sickly greenish yellow, and the pupil itself is a cat-like slit of black, surrounded by a very thin kind of greenish blue tint. And as soon as you look down and see the face, the eye of which just looks upward at nothing. The dead body still, the eye twitches and shifts to look at you.
The fucking eye is still moving.
Should we take it out?
Yes. Well, it could be Vecna watching us, or
Does it look
another
reptilian?
being.
Can you put it in a bag or something? Cover it up.
Happily.
Wait, but it might still. Can I take a closer look at it and see if I can? I don't know. Identify it somehow?
Do you have an identify spell?
No, but can I just kind of look and
Make
see
an
it?
Arcana check.
Sure. 2.
Okay.
Plus 5. But
Right. As you get down close to glance at the rather disturbingly bloodied face of Delilah Briarwood, the eye shifts back towards you. As closer you get, you watch as the thinly slit pupil seems to almost widen and focus on you, and it's this unsettling presence. And as you try and concentrate on it to see if there's any immediate signs of whether it be sigils or arcane marks that would mark it to be more of a magically enchanted object than an actual organic eye, nothing comes to mind other than the fact that it seems to be very intent on studying you back.
can I try to remove it from the ocular cavity?
Using with your fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
My tiny ocular hands.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
9.
Okay. You,
Can inspire myself, I suppose.
if you want to, up to you. How many more bardic inspirations do you have after the battle?
2, right? Because I didn't cutting words anyone. Those count as inspiration,
They do.
right?
Yeah.
Waste it. I mean,
Your fingers are now pretty much knuckle deep into Delilah Briarwood's
I will
sock.
inspire myself just to give it a serious try.
Okay.
That's plus 10, so that's a 19.
Okay.
Plus, I guess, 3 for Jack of all trades.
If you're not trained in it, then yeah.
So 22.
All right, so you begin humming your favorite eye-pulling song under your breath, and with a horrible sucking sound, you pull the eye from her socket, leaving this kind of trail of dark black and red viscera that just dangles from it loosely. Which, as you pull it free, whatever attached the eye to it seems to burn off and fall, leaving just the circular socket. I also need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no. Insta-death.
No, you're fine.
No, I'm not. Oh, is this magic?
It's not a magic spell. I'd say it's a magic effect, yeah.
So do I get advantage?
I'll say for, yes, as a gnome, for this, yes, you would.
Way better, but still terrible. 12.
Oh, God.
12.
How bad was your first one?
A 1.
Okay, so you guys watch the skin and kind of pulls this eye out and kind of looks at it for a second. For you, it's less of an actual voice, but these images come to your mind of all the terrible things that have happened in your life. The loss of your mother, the near loss of Kaylee, loss of your friends. Every person that's ever mattered to you, you've seen slain before you or heard about. You could stop that from ever happening again. All the answers you could have. Oof. You would have the power to prevent any of that from ever happening again.
Oh, hell yeah. Just
It's
pop
so
that
simple.
shit in.
It's so simple.
It's so simple.
Well, as this is happening, you watch as he's looking at it, and this hand just goes up and starts clawing into his own eye socket.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
just
use every
fucking
dex I have.
I'm holding
take that shit
I'm
out.
gonna slap fucking hard.
This thing's gonna kill me.
Why?
Dex isn't going to help you so much here as it's going to be a strength thing. So go ahead and make an athletics check.
Can I?
And for you for this, go ahead and make, this would be an acrobatics to try and dodge out of the way.
My friends are so boring. They don't even let me clout my own
So
eye.
you're trying to slap it out, get out of his grasp.
13.
10. You slap, and the hand kind of pulls back a little bit, and he kind of yanks it back, and you can see a trail of blood beginning to pull out of the corner of the eye.
All right.
Yeah.
Can I?
I'm digging my coke
slap it
nail.
out of
My
his
coke
hand?
nail's going in.
Can I slap him? Can I try to grab his hand and slap him across?
Yeah, this is the last chance anybody has to try and do the sword scale and loses an eye.
Okay.
We're going to Event Horizon moment here. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Yeah, dude, come on.
27.
Do I roll
Roll an
against that?
acrobatics check.
It's the same thing, so it's 13.
Okay.
And
So as his fingers are digging into the socket and the other eye's just staring at this piercing circular gaze in his grasp in his right, you see the blood beginning to trail down his face in two different places as he's gotten his fingers partway behind his own eye. And you rush up and grab him by the wrist, put your other hand right at the front of his face, kind of pushing his nose and cheek up, and you pull it back and you watch as from behind the eyelids his fingers slip out. And he's fighting it with all his might. And as you pull back, as soon as you get it free, with your other hand, you just backhand the eye. Well, you knock the eye out of his other hand, and he goes and kind of disappears beneath the mist.
Can we see where it landed? Go.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the eye.
Do not touch it, Percy.
You're
can I see?
the throbbing pain and you're not able to focus on this eye at the time. You're effectively unable to see out of this eye really well, probably until your next long rest, because it's pretty damaged just from the brief grabbing and
Gouging?
Yeah, you can try and heal him if you want.
We'll heal.
Your mind comes back to you for a minute, and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
What are you doing?
It was speaking to me.
What did it say?
I don't exactly remember, but it had some really strong arguments.
Well, it's just like telling you to pull your own fucking eye out.
I guess, yeah. It was offering me things. It was telling me it could help. I've never
probably
felt that way
could
before. It was amazing.
What up? Come on.
Where'd it go?
You two, you said you were going to go ahead and look in the mist for it?
no, I'm
Oh, yeah, you're just down.
just holding
Investigation
on to
check. To the remains of Vax.
Armor.
Keyleth goes over to Vex and just kind of like curls up into her.
14. As you dive over in the direction where you think you saw it go, you begin the mist is thick and you start kind of pushing it away, and there's just very, very dense underbrush and foliage that is just gathered here that created the kind of crunchy floor. Glancing through and pushing around, there's no sign of the eye.
I need help finding it. I need help. Be very careful.
I'll come over and start helping him look.
Oh god, you can step on
I've got the flashlight box out, and I'm going to try and use this as a container if we find it.
Okay.
So-
You're not using the actual light from using
No,
the box.
no.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The light, the mist, the thickness of the mist right now, the light would probably hinder your search than help it.
Keyleth, can you thin this?
What?
I need to see. Make the mist go away.
What?
Can you make the mist go away?
I don't know.
Can you try?
I like half-heartedly do a gust cantrip while still sitting next to Vex.
Okay. Watch as some of the mist kind of dissipates and very quickly begins to roll back. The mist here is almost aggressive in its need to fill the space. Like a lot of things in the Feywild, it almost has its own sense of nature and purpose, and it's not.
Dude. It's the sort of thing that I would, if it were me, I would clear it with the other players at the table. I was thinking a very similar thing, Seth Eshel. I really like shell-shocked Keyleth. I think that's really I think that's fun. I mean, not fun, but like, I think that's interesting. But it is certainly something I probably would have cleared, or not even cleared necessarily, but just like told the players ahead of time, like, hey, I am listening. It's one of those, like, and I think that's, we're about to go into ads here in a minute. It's one of those, I don't even want to call it a risky type of RP. It's an antisocial RP, sort of definitionally. You know, she's shell-shocked that she's not able to socialize as competently. And so I think it's good to sort of clear not clear, inform other players ahead of time if you're going to be doing antisocial RP, or at least if you're planning on it, so that they know that you are not being antisocial. It is just your character, and their characters can treat you as if you're being antisocial. So, like, right there, like, Percy, like, raising his voice and being like, fucking blow. What's up? Hello. Don't scroll up. Very spoilers. Oh, okay. Cool. Fucking my eyeline's off. All good. All right. But yeah, so to sort of finish the thought that I had before this, I think that sort of antisocial RP is like, a lot of the times, very difficult to tell if it is coming from the player or the character. I think a great example of that sort of thing is Tiberius and Orion. We haven't talked about them in a while. But speaking of antisocial RP, coming from purely the character or also coming from the player, like the player acting antisocially, not as a purposeful character choice, is kind of the core of the reason that I don't think that antisocial RP should be even remotely off the table. I think it is often, especially in games about adventurers going on very dangerous excursions, antisocial RP should absolutely be a part of the equation. But it's also a type of RP where I think it is very useful to let your other fellow players know ahead of time, like, hey, this is what I'm doing, you know? And that becomes awkward as a viewer because you're not privy to that check-in, right? You're not privy to the check-in where Marisha says, yeah, I'm going to have Keyleth act like pretty shell-shocked. If I'm being quiet, like just treat that as if it is Keyleth. I'm locked in. I'm just playing Keyleth a very particular way. Because if she hadn't said that, or if, just if the other players didn't know, I think even if Marisha didn't say that ahead of time, it's pretty likely that I think the other players would just pick up on it naturally. But like, if that wasn't the case, if Taliesin thought that this was just Marisha being Marisha, like if he thought that like that quietness and that shell shock was coming from Marisha, the real human being, then repeating his statement in a louder voice, like yelling at her, is kind of a dick move. A little bit. Especially on air. But I don't think that is the case here. I think that is Taliesin playing Percy, and that is Marisha playing Keyleth. And it is totally fine, I think, for Percy to treat Keyleth that way. They are both incredibly stressed out, and they are both under a lot of fucking pressure. So, the things get heated in the moment. I think that's really fun RP, and that's a really fun dynamic to explore. But it'd be very different and not nearly as fun if that was like a real life thing happening between the players. So I like it. I think it's a lot of fun. And it is also at least relatively clear to me that this is Keyleth. But I think it's still, if you're playing at a table, it's worth checking in on that sort of thing, especially if it's going to be so close to the beginning of the session. Not because it's more important at the beginning of the session, just because you'll have opportunity. Right before the session starts, you can say, by the way, this is how, the general RP tone I'm going to take at the beginning of the session. It's a little bit harder to have those sorts of check-ins during the middle, just, breaks up the flow of play a little bit more. So if you are planning on it going into the session, I won't say there's no excuse, but really the only benefit I see towards hiding it is, I guess you surprise the other players, but I think there's a lot of downside towards hiding it and a lot of upside towards telling them about it.
It's not going to let someone push itself back if it wishes to exist on the forest floor. As you're rushing in to help, because you've already made the investigation check and the miss is rolling in, and based on his inability to find it, you're not even quite sure where it landed. Make your own investigation check at your disadvantage.
Okay. Hey, that's high. That's not.
Shit.
3.
Yeah. Okay. Over the next 3 or 4 minutes, as you guys pat through and tear roots apart in sections of the forest floor, there is no sign of where the eye landed.
Can I, if I were to cast locate object, would that work?
You can certainly try.
Okay.
So as you go over and grab your holy symbol and kneel to the ground, focus on whatever this dark relic is that seems to have plagued you in 2 different ways in just the past 10 minutes. As you concentrate, you feel the divine light of Sarenrae come and restore warmth from the center of this cold forest. You feel the energy flow through you, and the the image of her face descending from above, her mouth opening, and she just exhales this breath over you. And as it does, you suddenly can clarify your visual perception on this object, and you know exactly the direction it is. You start walking in that direction, you kind of push past Grog and push past Percival, and you find a portion of the ground, and you look and it's not there, but you know it's that direction.
I think I've located it, but I can't see it, but I know what direction it's in.
Is it underneath the ground? Is it invisible?
I don't know. So it seems like it's in the ground, or like it's been moved, or...
Well, you kind of try and push aside some of the mist in the area, and it's like all kind of closed in now since the gust cantrip is kind of held back what it could while you cast the spell.
I see them moving in that direction, and just once again, kind of
Okay.
food for them.
The mist separates again. You look and you can see the direction where it would be, and as you kind of glance over and focus your attention, it looks like between two of the roots there's a portion of fresh dirt. Burrowed.
Okay, can I start digging?
Yeah, you're scooping in.
Box out ready.
Okay.
About 3 inches down, you scoop down and pull up a big handful of moist dirt, and then there you watch as some of it falls away. You see the wet exterior of the greenish-yellow eyeball. It's like
itself down.
it began to burrow. You see it kind of glancing about. It's like the eyes flickering around, like
Dude, I don't know if this was planned by Matt, but really fun for the eye to start burrowing, because it doesn't force the characters to touch it, but it makes it much more likely if they have to dig it out that one of the characters might touch it in the process of digging it out. Very fun.
he's rapidly trying to find a way out.
Put it in the box.
All right, you close the box.
I don't trust that thing.
That's fine.
The burrowing eyeball, are you sure?
No, I mean, I don't trust it. I don't trust it near us.
My favorite thing you've ever said.
I think, Percy, I think you need to give it to me to hold.
I think that's a terrible
No,
idea.
I can take care of it better than you.
What makes you think
No.
Just give it to me. Trust me.
You're bleeding out your eye right now.
I want revenge on this eye, and give it to me so I can get
Hold on.
revenge.
Oh, I cast Cure Wounds for his eye.
Right, you
Did that-
did
yeah.
that, yeah. So the eye, well, there's still,
better, but like-
the eye wasn't removed from the socket, but the damage that was around it seems to have healed up from the mild cure wounds. There's still the drying blood that is kind of pulled down the cheek, but it appears that most of the initial damage has been sealed.
Do you want me to hold on
I
to
kind
it?
of want you to hold it.
Okay.
I think I should hold it.
I think Pike should
just
hold
feel
it.
like I'm going to hold on to it in case it tries
Pike
to
or
attach itself to you
Vex?
again, or you pull out your eyeball again.
That thing is close. I'm like, yes, and that thing, it should be difficult to get out of. It is a big case that's designed to hold
What
a
if
big
it can
bright.
still hear us? Sense where we are.
It's an eyeball. It doesn't have ears.
That is true. That is a very good point.
Well, if we're really amused by it, we can just set off a light crystal that's in there and let it blind itself in there for a while. That could be funny. We have bigger problems. Diamonds
That's a much bigger problem.
and Delilah.
Oh yeah, she still goes in the bag, right?
Oh yeah, we're going to want to have a word with her later.
Even beyond the diamonds.
Vex? Vex. You need you here now. I need you here. We're not done. This is not over yet. We are in trouble. We need to find a city. 2 of you. I need both of you here.
Of course, darling.
This was supposed to be a weekend trip.
Nothing is ever what it's supposed to be.
Just a weekend trip.
I know. Let's get this done.
Even after we find 25,000 gold visas worth of diamonds, I've never brought anyone back before. And this is versus the Raven Queen. How do we know if his soul is even available for return?
How do we know that she is against us? This was a Vecna. She may still be with us.
I can't believe I left his soul over there alone.
You didn't.
You didn't.
I did. I came back.
We're not done.
We're not done.
Maybe we should talk to the Raven Queen.
How do you do that?
There's a temple in Vasselheim and there's a temple
I imagine
in
it's
Whitestone.
same way that he did.
We need to find diamonds.
Yeah.
Can we find them while we're here? Can we find them where we are?
I don't know how you find diamonds in the Feywild.
Percy, don't you know the Feywild?
Where are we?
Yeah, do we see any like structures off in the distance, or is it all just overgrowth?
You are in the seemingly center, or at least completely surrounded by enclosed, dense, bluish purple forest. You cannot see above the canopy. A little bit of light that is visible seems to be from sort of a bioluminescence beneath the fog. And as you guys kind of pushed below, you can see what appeared to be bits of fungus that grew out of the forest floor and the slowly dying off and decomposing leaves and fallen branches. So it's almost like this underlit glow, but you don't see any structures, no signs of civilization. You have no idea where you are. You've not been to this part of the Feywild.
Maybe our werewolf friends are still around.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a terrible idea. Like, I think they wanted to leave. So what if they know of like some hidden treasure trove around here? That could, tit for tit.
Yeah.
That I might be able to buy diamonds as well.
We can
if
buy
we go
diamonds.
to a city.
If we rest, I may be able to make them.
25,000 gold worth of diamonds.
How big is that?
I don't know. I have
It could
3.
be a lot of smaller diamonds, or
But how big? How many?
I'll pull
I
out
should be
one
able to
diamond that I
tell how
have that's
much-
worth 1,500 gold.
I feel like that's within a Tinker Theory, is figuring out how much diamond.
We would need 20 more of these.
How big is it?
It can range based on the purity of the diamond, how well it's been cut.
Also, I don't know what Scanlan is thinking of or what Sam is thinking of here. Almost any spell I can think of that can, like, create or transmute matter has a GP limit. And so if... Wish doesn't have a GP limit. That's fair. But then why would the size matter? Does Wish have a size limit? That's more what I can't think of anything that has a size limit that doesn't have a GP limit, but maybe Wish does have a size limit and I just can't remember it. The main thing I paused about is the Wish has a GM limit. True. The Raven's Crest idea. If there is there's a very, how do I say it? If I was Matt going into this session, because this is similar to how I run Resurrection standardly, is that getting the material components is hard. I would probably have all the materials they need at the Raven's Crest. Either Raven's Crest just has enough diamonds, or they have some sort of exception case that bypasses the need for the diamonds. And I literally wrote in my note, they would certainly want to bring back the champion. And then immediately after I wrote that, my like drama brain kicked in. And I was like, unless there's some fuckhead at Raven's Crest that wants to be the next champion and like tries to be kind of like a little weaselly and high and mighty about, skirting the natural process of death, and no true champion would be brought back. Just like be the most obnoxious weasel possible to Vox Machina about it, and allow Vex and or Keyleth to just explode at this priest that wants to be the next champion. It would be, I'm picturing the scene in my head, and it's so fun. Now, maybe it wouldn't play out like that. We would have to see. I'd have to think about it more. But I think that is a line that I would go down, is possibly allowing them to vent some of their emotion at that point, but also represent the things that Vax has sworn to, right? Because at the moment, him like swearing fealty to the Raven Queen has not been a huge positive for him. Like occasionally he smites, but it's kind of it. It's mostly been a downside, I would say, or mostly been maybe a cost, you might say. And so I think that placing some of the things that they need, or all of the things that they need, at Raven's Crest could be a good way to sort of repay Vax and Liam for that service and for following that down. It's what I've theorized for a long time, is that his service to the Raven Queen and his status as Fate Touched would allow him an essentially free resurrection. But we'll see what the players end up doing. So, like, all that said, I would also prep some alternative routes. I'd probably prep like one more kind of story-heavy route. Maybe something to do with his dad in Singorn. Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to think through it more. And then a more general route that is still interesting, but could kind of be conducted anywhere. And they would just have to like kind of ask the right questions or go to the right places. But there are many of those places, and they could kind of exist anywhere. Those would be the lines that my mind would initially go down. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about Wish. Yeah. You wish for the diamonds. So wish to get the diamonds, yeah. 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 Anyways.
You can make an intelligence check if you'd like.
That'll do. I feel like this would be in the wheelhouse.
I've got to blow my nose, get your head.
God, I'm rolling just the worst. 13.
13.
Microphone.
I mean, that's a lot of diamonds. That can range depending on the purity and where you're coming from or where in the world it's found. There's a kind of a standard amount when it comes to magic practices that aren't tailored to the cultural variations of cost. Like you couldn't ask somebody, sell me these diamonds, but for 6 times the cost, and it wouldn't help the spell occur.
Wow. Oh, I want to crawl out of my skin right now. Ah, my insides itch. Matt, just flat out addressing and explaining in my opinion, massive flaw within the spellcasting component system, the material component system specifically. And more broadly, the economic valuation system in 5e. I've ranted about it before. It is sort of embedded within my no default setting rant, or my artificer rant. All of them are about how pricing is used as a balancing lever or a power lever or whatever. And the price of a currency is so malleable. It's so malleable. And so tying power to pricing considerations is without a default setting is bound to create issues, I would say. So even something like Blades in the Dark, which has an explicit default setting of Duskfall, it still abstracts its currency into handfuls or bags or chests. It does not specify what currency is inside of that, or even exactly how much that currency is, so that you do not have to worry about the economic repercussions of setting hard values. And Matt addressing one of the very reasons why, even if you have a default setting, if that default setting is worldwide, there's still weird pricing considerations. Not every culture simultaneously uses the same type of currency. That's not the case right now. Wasn't the case in the past. There's never been a universal world currency. And every culture has never valued even a given currency the same. Anyways. My standard way of addressing / explaining this is that gold is an inherently magical metal. And that there is a worldwide standard weight of a gold coin. So there's a standard amount of gold in a gold coin, so that we do not have to take pricing considerations and economic realities of those into account. That said, it still doesn't totally solve the problem for me, because the idea of the coins being the exact same everywhere is a little ludicrous, but it's at least the closest I can get. Hate it. Oy, oy, oy. It's a general 5e issue. Yes. This is not a critique on Matt. This is like, just Matt has to deal with this, because this is just like a 5e thing, and he's just trying the best he can. Yeah. I imagine there's a god of currency, and that value is a universal constant, and that spell requires specific value. That's like in the ballpark of what I do, but it is just like not how currency works. Like, currency is an inherent construct towards the abstraction of value. So like a god of currency like could not set a standard value. It would, without people eventually abandoning the currency in favor of other currencies that don't have standard values. Because like currency is partially useful because it doesn't have a standard value, and because the value can shift as the needs of the culture shift. Anyways. But if you got a Fae to give you a diamond, they say it's worth 25,000 gold, I'd say it would be worth the same as the intended amount. That might have been related to other conversations that were happening. I'm not sure. Yeah. But giving a hard GP worth limit is so arbitrary. Yes. Does the power of wish increase if you go somewhere where inflation is small? Yep. We don't even have to think about inflation. We can just look at cultures that have more access to gold and like how that affects buying prices and how that affects their relationships with other polities. It's complicated. Anyways, yep. I think Matt Colville talked about how the implications of universalish currency and a common language imply there used to be a globe-spanning empire. I think that's fair. I mean, common absolutely does, I would argue. And the global currency at least implies it. We've gotten much closer to global currency than we have to global language. So I think one of those carries a harder implication than the other. But yeah. This is why I simply don't think about this, because it's too hard to fix. In 5e, I agree. I agree. It is just too hard to fix. But it still makes me want to jump out of my skin. Yeah. Also, there's a universe where alchemy exists. We're not even getting into that, Crazy Dolphin. We're not even gonna fucking touch that, dude. Yeah.
It's actually that's the general equivalent to the amount of diamonds that are consumed required for this spell.
We don't have a body.
You've never seen that many diamonds in one place.
We don't have a body, so we're basically making a diamond vax.
I know where there are diamonds.
That's fine.
Where?
I have 3. I'll give them to Vex.
I can make them. We just need an animal.
How much can you make?
As much as the animal.
Ooh, like the bigger the animal, the bigger the diamonds?
I can make animals.
I mean, I know you're grieving, but we could give Trinket up for this.
I can make animals.
Salmon.
It's worth a try.
There is a second thought if this does not go well, which was, there was one place where we saw that many diamonds in one place before. Thordak.
Yeah. But they would have surely cleaned all that up by now, right?
I'm assuming.
Yes, but there's not everything left. The city, there's enough there. There's a it didn't just get randomly distributed. I'm sure that they have it. I'm sure we can make a deal.
Took a loan. We could like take a loan.
I have something worth money.
Was that a bad idea?
Taking out a loan
you.
to buy diamonds.
We have gold. We have plenty of gold.
Hey, what did Crag Hammer mine? What was their deal?
All sorts of things. Many precious metals, gems, stone that was used for crafting and hewing into various forms of masonry. Pretty much anything that could be reaped from beneath Cliffkeep Mountains. That's what Crackhammer specialized
What
in.
if we go to a mine? What if we go straight to a source, buy direct?
Go straight to Crackhammer and buy. Or we can try doing what
Try
Scanlan said.
mine first, and if
try
it doesn't
this
work, but I need to rest. I can't do anything today.
Oh,
Should we get back to
We can move
our world?
We
Should
can
we
move
get
to Craghammer. Rest there.
we can't. We have to sleep
to
before.
sleep.
Unless
I mean,
unless
we
there's a
are
portal.
bleeding.
Unless there's a portal nearby that we can get through.
Did you send us to that pond? I thought you took us to the pond with the
I mean,
chick.
it has to be nearby. Plane shift is general. I pick an area and it kind of gambles on where it's going to drop us.
And did you specify the
I
location?
did. I said the Shademark Bog and the pond, or the glade.
With that
I found the page in my notes and I just rambled all the names off very quickly in panic.
Now, what's interesting is since last you were the Shade Mark, you recall this being a very kind of oil-thickened
Oh, you took us to where
Oh no. it's
Sondor was. You didn't take us to the pond with the chick?
Correct. This is the
My
Shade Mark. This is where you battled with Sondor. However, the forest you're in now, this is
Now, in my notes, I'm obviously making fun of Percy. But to Percy's credit and Talison's credit, the idea of let's just make a deal, I think is a decent player mentality for this sort of thing. And a decent DM mentality. Because this is one of those things where, like, you don't want Vax to be dead for a long time. And when I say long time, I mean, like, I don't know, 4+ sessions, right? He can be dead for a while before you resurrect him. But you don't want it to be dead too long. Because then the player gets out of the habit of coming, and it's just like a whole like kind of logistical above the table thing. So, while I think it would be normal within maybe a book or even a movie or like other types of mediums to say, in order to resurrect this person, you're going to need to do something for me first. Similar to the Tarian arc, where the Myriad says you got to go and, they didn't know this, but go kill Symphior first, and then we'll let your family out of debt. I think it is depending on what the actual task is. It can be very useful as a GM to set this up in such a way that the NPCs give them what they want first, give them the resurrection first, and then expect the service. Purely, again, from the standpoint of getting the player back at the table quicker. Now, big asterisk on that. If it's something as short as Symphior, where, like, they knocked that out in, like, a session, that can be fine. That's totally fine. Even if they got that quest at the end of this session and then did it next session, I think that's an okay amount of time. But the more substantial the task grows, the more I think you should consider as a GM offering to, like, basically accept an IOU and do the resurrection now, but just make that IOU pretty big so that you can get the player back quicker. Yeah. So it's a little bit of a, a slight bit of suspension of disbelief, I would say. Like, I think a lot of, if I'm like thinking about it from a purely in-universe perspective, there's, I think more often than not, people would require the task before giving them 25k in diamonds. And especially before doing the actual resurrection with them, right? But this is one of those things that, like, I set up in session 0. Like, I tell, like, when I'm talking about, like, what I'm going to do for resurrection in session 0, I say, okay, they're going to allow you to do the resurrection first and then ask for payment second. But I'm telling you now, as the GM, if you stiff them, you might lose access to resurrection permanently. So, like, I will warn them of, like, okay, temples are gonna accept an IOU, but if you don't follow through, resurrection's out. That's your last one for the entire campaign. So it's on the table if you want to. You're just going to, substantially increase your risk after the fact. So, yeah, it's within all of this sort of resurrection conversations, it's worth thinking through those sorts of things of, like, suspensions of disbelief, but also how you can still provide substantial consequences to limit the suspension of disbelief as much as possible while still enacting good policy, I suppose, for your table. Yeah. But, yeah. If you had $1 billion just sitting in the bank, you had some problem, it's a very sensible first question to ask, can I just pay for this to go away? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Also, from an actual play standpoint, that IOU could be a fun one-shot later. Also true, yeah. Yeah. I think Percy just means that Whitestone can pay for it, and the council knows that. I mean, still rich boy Percy perspective of, like, kind of claiming ownership over the wealth of Whitestone, of which he is not the owner. He is, to my understanding, officially, I think, a part of the council. Like, he just has a seat on the council, but he treats it like his own piggy bank. We know that. That's, that's just how it is. Yeah. Yeah. All pre-recorded, flashbacks to 2020. I mean, if they go to Craghammer, I'd want to make the challenge political. That much diamonds, and they're probably dealing with a major house or maybe even royally, who will know who Percy is. Fair. Totally fair. So it's like, I think you can kind of construct this IOU towards whatever end you want, like towards whatever quest you want them to go on. It's kind of an excuse for you as a GM to hand them a quest hook that they kind of have to go after, especially, again, if they know that not fulfilling the IOU has substantial repercussions. And I don't think that imposing those substantial repercussions on them is that much of a burden, or is an improper burden, because in return, you gave them resurrection. They died and they get a do-over. That should have a substantial cost.
Indeed, the same location, it seems to have vastly recovered from the corruption that Sondor's presence gave. Which is why it's both unfamiliar to you and not as oppressive as the last time you visited.
And didn't we... No,
Should we
I
howl
plane
and
ship.
So we have to spend the night here. Vecna's in our world.
Vecna's in a box with us as well.
How much power does he get from that eye?
More than all of us combined, I imagine.
If it burrows in the ground, it can't, like, break out of the box, right?
I don't know.
Open the box and see what it's doing.
We can look in the box without.
Give it to me.
Why?
I'll take care of it.
What do
What,
you
you
do,
should have
Scanlan?
last
I'll
time.
send it away
No.
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 to a place where only I can get it.
Your butt.
That
Can I
is...
just take a peek?
You open it up.
But just like,
Yeah. You hold it back and
So it can't
hold it
see me?
open.
There's a glass thing, so we can look through the glass one.
oh, okay.
And immediately glancing in, you see it staring right back at you.
Ah!
Give me the
Hate
thing.
it.
I'll get rid of it.
No, don't send it to another plane.
Don't
That's
give it to
very
him.
fucking weird.
But it's a personal plane. It's my plane.
Like, are you sure nobody else can ever get into it?
I am not.
Then no.
I don't know how this works. My daughter taught me this spell. I've never used it
Then
before.
fuck it, we're not doing it.
Hold on to
But
it. We'll figure that out.
It goes into a little
bit.
pocket dimension. This is what she told me. I don't even know what that means.
That's really weird.
What if it's the Vecna dimension?
Here, let's try something. Just give me something. I'll send it there now. And I don't know
No.
what that will do.
How will you know it's there?
Give me trinket.
No, stop it.
I can't do trinket. It has to be less than 5 pounds.
Less than 5 pounds?
Yes.
It has to be just something small.
Yes.
No, 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 don't consider it, Pike. No.
Just give me anything.
You want like a pair of manacles?
Sure.
It's a pair of
Don't ask
manacles.
questions like
All
you're
right.
considering it.
I will use wrist pocket.
Okay, you watch as he holds the manacles, and then it's just like a flourish with his hand, and they just vanish from sight.
How do you know if they're there?
I don't know where they are.
Nice trick.
I literally have no idea, but watch this.
They seem to apparate immediately back into his grasp.
I don't know how I even do that.
Cool. We're not using a random ass magic trick
Did you
on an
just look at me
eyeball.
and tell me to come to you so you can make me disappear and come back?
I know with the eye. I can get rid of the eye.
Don't do it, Pike.
No, it makes me nervous again, and I want to keep our eyes on it.
Maybe we should vote on this. Should we give it to me? Who says I?
You can buy my vote.
Well,
For 25,000 GP of diamonds.
Yes, you do. You can buy my vote.
I don't have enough.
Are there any
Yeah.
animals around?
Make a nature check.
Natural 20.
Yes, you do.
You're familiar with forests, definitely, and you can see telltale signs of scurrying, telltale signs of track marks in the ground, feces left behind by living creatures, and you do see signs of things that live throughout these forests everywhere.
Anything that looks like it would be like the size of a adult deer or something.
A doe,
An
a deer,
elk,
a
a
female
female
deer.
I'm thinking a male deer.
A buck.
A buck.
stag.
A buck. Yes, a
stag.
stag. A white stag. Any stag, really, just an animal? It's big.
You see a number of tracks that would resemble creatures that size or larger. Some seem bear-like, some seem larger than that. Those similar clawed and heavy footprints, some that are smaller and skittery, some that you see like there was a small cluster of what might be deer-like creatures, but you're not quite sure what the tracks are. Yeah, there's plenty of life that wanders through here. And apparently, since you've arrived, none that seem bold enough to approach you too closely in this clustered clearing you're in. I hate to call it a clearing because you maybe have a total of 10 feet that you're all crammed into at this time.
I know, creepy music.
I mean, if we howl, right?
oh yeah, we're down.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't healed since the
We are
fucking...
wrecked.
I'm not, but
What's everybody? What are we?
I'm low.
I'm okay.
228.
Aren't you low, Pike? Like
I mean,
11
if we're
or
about to
something?
rest. Yeah,
you're
probably
like a-
super low.
I think I am. Let's see if I wrote it down here.
I'm at 46.
I'm at 48.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Trinkets.
Yeah,
I'm
you're like-
almost dead.
Trinket's
Yeah, you're
unconscious still in my
Necklace.
necklace.
Okay.
He's unconscious. So
Um,
pop him out. You're gonna heal us.
yes.
Oh, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
I just start crying again.
I turn him into diamonds.
Such an asshole.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
I think
Pike's
we
gonna
need
heal us,
to heal and sleep.
All right.
and
what
then
are
I'm
you
gonna kill something.
casting? Okay.
Let Keyleth make something big.
What are you casting, Spike?
Mass cure wounds.
Mask your wounds. All right, go for it.
Okay.
Will it work on a magical animal? Will it work on a magical animal, or does it have to be a real animal?
No, I can work on anything, I think.
Okay.
I don't, I mean, I've never turned anything into diamonds.
Why the hell not? If I had that, I'd be doing it
I
all
mean,
the
you could
time.
do it
In
all the
in
time.
retrospect, I should have been
Yeah,
doing this
what-
literally every day.
Yeah.
I just learned the spell like a
Why'd you
week
take
ago.
Why'd you deal in drugs? Just be like, boop.
But look at this.
Solid.
Oh, it's gone.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
back. Cool, right?
I think how useful that will come in the bedroom.
Okay.
Manacles.
Oh,
No, nobody.
Wow.
Cool.
I was like pocket
That was
dimension.
okay.
No, we went.
You all healed 31 points.
Okay.
Yay.
Something.
Yay.
Go team.
All of us?
31.
Everyone heal 31. Trinket gets up.
Yay.
I drink.
Oh, but up.
Alrighty.
Okay.
You guys need more healing? I could try to give
I
us
mean,
more.
we're gonna rest. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, are we
could do
are we
more,
safe to
but
leave
I know
fucking?
I also will note I classically have said that I think that sometimes Matt does not give them enough to go on or react to when starting the session or going to a new location. I'm not saying that here, primarily because the Feywild is kind of completely incidental to everything that's going on. It is just the place that they escaped to. Now, if there's a factor of the story that Matt wants to introduce here, and like this is a good location for him to do so, obviously go for it. But it's not. It could kind of be anywhere. And within the context that they're in right now, I think it's okay to keep it as it could kind of be anywhere. That's normally part of my problem with, like, how he sometimes introduces the sessions of, like, not giving them anything to react to, not giving them anything to go off of. It starts them out trying to, like, find where they are, even tonally, through their own actions rather than the GM's active descriptions. But right now, I think it's very okay for them to, like, not find where they are. If that makes sense. I know I've got to be a little bit abstract with it, but hopefully that it's you understand what I'm saying. I kind of think we want to just kind of get through this. I don't think there's any reason that I'm aware of on the surface that Matt would, like, want them to stay in the Feywild. It seems unlikely that they're going to get a bunch of diamonds in the Feywild or talk to anyone that could give them a bunch of diamonds. Or if they are, they will need to search those people out, like an Archfey, right? An Archfey shouldn't just, like, walk up to them. No one that could get them to an Archfey should just walk up to them, right? There should be nothing that just coincidentally happens that could get them to an Archfey. And so anything else that would happen that they could react to is going to just, like, kind of cause more of a distraction, take more time. So I think it's very fair to be, like, very description light at the moment, because the Feywild is not the thing you want them focusing on. Even the only thing that he has given them in like terms of something to react to is the eyeball in Delilah's body. And he waited until they interacted with it. And even that is wrapping back to the Feywild, or wrapping back to Vecna, not the Feywild. Yeah. Also, I think letting them sit in panic and failing to come up with a clear idea is, in and of itself, good immersion. Yeah. Especially in this case. A lot of the times when I bring this up, it has to do with them, like, walking into the City of Brass or going to Draconia to fight Vorugal, or arriving in Onkarel. And, you know, we stop the session right when they get there, and then when we are coming into the session, they've only been there for, you know, like a second. They had just stepped out of the portal. Those are the sorts of situations where I really want Matt to give them something to bounce off of, because their arrival and their understanding of the environment is important for their decision-making. In this case, their understanding of the Feywild has nothing to do with their decision-making right now. So I think it's good to let it breathe. Don't get involved as the DM.
I mean, there's nothing we can do at this point to leave Vecna in the world.
I'm open to... We can't
do anything.
One problem at a time. We have Delilah, and we will deal with...
What do you want to do with Delilah?
I think we need
She's
to
been stuffed into the bag of holding.
I know.
We're going to talk to her. We're going to see what we can learn. We're going to be very thoughtful about what we talk to her about, and we're going to find a way of making sure that this is the last time we put her in the ground. By hook or by crook.
Don't cry on camera and then have to blow your nose a bunch.
She says to a nearby tree.
Do we use...
Should we try killing an animal and seeing how many diamonds you get out of it?
Or do you
I can't try anything today.
Okay, we have to wait. Okay, we have to
Tomorrow
rest.
we go to Craghammer, we make an animal.
We don't have the mansion tonight.
No.
Do you want to speak with Dead before bed, or you want to sleep on it?
We don't need to mention I got all my hit points. I'm good.
I don't think I'm in the right mind to even think of anything to say to her that isn't just rage at the moment.
We need to get up in a tree. I don't know what's in this area. But I saw some
mansion?
tracks that didn't look friendly.
No mention.
Camping.
Let's get up there.
Aren't these trees, like, dangerous in their own right?
They seem like they've quieted
We've
down a
healed
bit.
this forest. It should thank us.
Okay. Does the bow, like, talk to the trees or anything? Dangerous.
Interesting. With the natural 20 nature check you made earlier, there is, I don't want to say, not a kinship, but a sense of understanding between you and the surrounding forest. It's hard to explain, and you haven't really had this sense before. This is more of a Keyleth's territory of having this connection with nature, but it's because you wield Fenthris and were responsible in a large way for cleansing this landscape, that as you begin to approach and look for trees for a place to sleep, you watch as one tree, the branches seem to bend down to form a small ladder, and you watch as the boughs above kind of separate and create what appears to be an easy to lay down cluster of branches and leaves.
Small miracles.
They like us now.
One at a time.
You guys crash out. I'll take first watch.
Pull the armor up so we can just keep it. Or did you want it?
Yeah. We cuddle between the armor.
That's weird. I'm not getting involved.
That's the saddest thing.
It's pretty sad.
No.
All right, the rest of you find yourselves to a night's rest, seemingly protected for the time being by the surrounding Shademark forest, along with the Shademark bog. And unconsciousness takes you. Grog taking first watch.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you guys if you wouldn't mind to step into the kitchen.
What? Really?
Everybody
Yes.
but Grog, or?
I know everybody,
Okay.
but Liam.
Oh, fuck
We're-
me,
we're-
running.
We're
jacking off.
Jacking.
off.
No, I feel like you're gonna make plans.
What are you gonna do? We're not in here.
Go, whole other show.
Okay.
Spin off.
All right, we're getting Liam back in here.
Oh my god.
Sure.
Are you breaking after this?
Shoot. No, I'll probably have you back in.
Oh shit.
Get entangled.
Don't die. Forever.
Wait for them to leave the room. Vax alone. As your eyes dart back and forth, glancing upward at the sky above, snow hitting and stinging your paralyzed eyes, you see the terrible lich above you. A flash of green, then darkness. Floating. Without weight. Without temperature. You glance around in the surrounding shadow and cannot see anything. Your hands before you, nothing. It is just void, darkness. You will yourself to see something, anything, and in an instant, you begin to glow. Your form becomes visible around you. You can now see your body, nude and held aloft in this dark space, just emanating this soft, vibrant, orangish white light. As the light begins to emanate and cast away the nearby darkness, you also see what appears to be a tangling of some sort of web, strands of silk that also begin to glow a similar light as to your form that holds you tightly in your position. You struggle, but you're held firm. You think you yell out, but as you glance upward to shout for help, you see the shadows now curl back to reveal the familiar sight of a massive, white, porcelain woman's face, eyeless, yet staring straight at, if not through you. Her presence, imposing as it may be, soothes you as her giant hand, larger than a house, a palace it seems almost, emerges from below and gives you a ground to step on, your feet finding purchase in the center of her dark palm. As your feet touch her palm, the silk web seems to loosen. You cast off the threads and fall to your hands and knees. You take a moment and you hear that soft voice once more. My champion, you return to me and tear a swath through the tapestry. Please, be calm. My sight can pierce many veils, but you've been hidden from my sight in recent days, and I am worried what foulness has turned its intent upon us. Now here you come to me, your very thread frayed, and soul transitioning. An unexpected destiny for my beautiful fate touched. When her fingers kind of curls through your hair, in the back of your head. Tell me what you have seen.
Man, Matt knows how to craft an opportunity for roleplay, man. Tell me what you have seen is good. I like that. It's basically how does he do it, but afterward.
Your enemy.
I have many enemies.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to get this right here. You have been hidden from my sight in recent days. Now, that could be a mistake. But if it's not, it means that Vax was hidden from her sight before going to the Shadowfell. Because they arrived in the Shadowfell today. So it just couldn't have been days plural, just like period. But they have been hanging around the orbs over days plural. First it was the orb in Marquette, and then the orb in Whitestone. It seems at least plausible to me that as the plan has progressed, maybe there's a veiling of the area around the orbs from the other gods. That totally tracks to me. And it supports a conversation that we had a while ago during my theorizing about why did Pelor plant a tree instead of going to the corrupted temple personally? If there's a sort of veil that the corruption or the orbs generate, it might have been sort of mystically hidden from his sight in terms of where exactly it is. He would be able to know the general area, which is why he plants the sun tree in Whitestone, or at least in the space that would become Whitestone, but he can't pinpoint the exact location because of this veil, you know? So it's like having like a patch of like permanent fog of war that you can't pierce to see what's inside of. That could make sense. That could make sense. I can see that. Yeah, the black orb anti-magic hides them. That seems possible. That seems possible. We've never heard anyone mention it before, but number one, I guess why would it have come up? And number two, I could easily see it having grown over the past, recent months. So even if he's talked to the Raven Queen in Whitestone before, that doesn't necessarily negate the possibility that he is now hidden from her sight, because we know that the ritual is progressing. So yeah. Actually, didn't they take a long rest in both Marquette and in the Shadowfell? At least 2 days-ish? They did not take a long rest in the Shadowfell. They did take a long rest in Marquette before entering the Ziggurat room. And then they took a long rest in Whitestone. And depending on the radius that, like, the Raven Queen's vision is, like, obscured around the orb, both of those long rests could have been within the sort of veiled radius around the orbs. Because one of them was in Whitestone, and the other was in the mountain that the Ziggurat was in Marquette. And then I think they teleported straight from that mountain back to Whitestone. So it absolutely could be that the last time the Raven Queen saw Vax was him entering the radius of the mountain in Marquette. And it would have been multiple days since then, but not multiple days since they entered the Shadowfell. So to me, it does definitely imply that there's a disruption for the gods related to the orbs, if that, wasn't a misspeak. Yeah. Almost like he placed the sun tree to heal a wound in the light. But it didn't heal the wound, right? I guess the assumption is that the Briarwoods opened the wound back up. But that would feel off to me. If the Briarwoods opened the wound again, it would make sense why the sun tree was dying. But now the sun tree's been getting healthy again. So that would imply to me that the wound was closing, most likely. Or the Briarwoods must have changed the wound in some way that even though the Sun Tree is healthy again, it is no longer able to, like, keep the wound closed or to re-heal it, I suppose. So I don't know. I mean, there's also the possibility that, Bill was just wrong. That he planted the Sun Tree there to heal a wound in the light and then just failed. It's possible. Like, it just didn't do it. I don't know. So his intention was to heal the wound, but then it just wasn't successful. I don't know. Or time acts differently in different realms. It could have been a couple days since they last left. This is like how do I say it? This is a weird consideration with the Feywild of, for a being like the Raven Queen that has assumingly a somewhat simultaneous experience of, like, the Feywild and the material in terms of what they can see there, in terms of their what is it? Not omnipotence, not omnibenevolence, omnipresence? No. What am I thinking of? Whatever. Doesn't matter. In terms of her vision, right? Is the time weirdness only during the transition? Omniscience, thank you. Is the time weirdness only during the transition? And if so, is it only the transition between the Feywild and the material? Is it during the transition from the material to the Feywild? Is it both? Is it neither? I have no idea. I know that you roll Feywild to material. Like, that's when you're theoretically supposed to roll. But my kind of assumption is that has less to do with the reality of how it happens in the fiction and more to do with sort of preventing metagaming, preventing the players from, like, seeing the result of the roll and then while they're in the Feywild knowing how much time has passed in the material. I guess that's just to say, I don't necessarily take it to the bank as, like, that's definitely why they roll at the end, is because that's when it happens. I think it's probably just up to the DM. But it's an interesting thought for, like, how the Raven Queen would experience Vax's abnormal progression through time between the Feywild and the material. I don't know.
Vecna.
What does this Vecna intend?
This Vecna?
He's come back to our world. My home. My family is in danger. The world is in danger.
How so? How could one man be this dangerous? What does he intend? What have you learned?
What? Is she testing him? What's going on here? When did the Raven Queen ascend? I thought it was, like, during the Age of Arcanum, no? Or at least during the Second War. Oh, yeah. I noted this, that the Deathwalker's ward wards against elemental damage. So, potentially the Raven Queen, that's evidence that the Raven Queen ascended during one of the wars. Once more, the Raven Queen ascended to as essentially a follower and partner to the previous god of death, which his name has been erased from the books. This mortal, the Raven Queen mortal, ascended many, many years ago, pre-second spark. Now, I have implied that, I have not gotten this confirmed, that the sparks were the repopulations of the world post the wars. So it would have been the founding, the first war, and then the first spark, which is the repopulation of humanity post the first war. So second spark would be post the second war. And so how could she not know who Vecna is? I kind of don't believe it. Like, it makes more sense to me that she's fucking with Vax than that she actually doesn't know who Vecna is. Raven Queen knows nothing about Vecna is the implication, which I struggle to believe. I struggle to believe it as well. Vecna was ascending, no? That implies he wasn't a god before? Absolutely. Absolutely, he was. I 100% think he was immortal. He was a mortal. Yeah. Isma, has Vecna not tried before? You think gods would know about people who tried to ascend? I mean, I don't know the exact wording that has been used, but I'm pretty sure Vecna was not considered a god. They were just very powerful. It is said that Vecna wanted to become a god, but he was balked and scattered, supposedly destroyed a long time ago. I mean, it seems like she would at least have some awareness of him. It'd be crazy if she just doesn't know, especially with his connection to the undead. Like, that's like the Raven Queen's thing. I think she's fucking with him. I truly think she's fucking with him. Like, testing him. The way she is talking, it definitely sounds like RQ does not know who Vecna is, which I find so unbelievable that I think it's more likely that RQ is fucking with / testing / purposefully deceiving Vax. Like, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. With her portfolio and with the timeline, unless the Cataclysm has nothing to do with Vecna. If the Cataclysm has nothing to do with Vecna, or sorry, not the Cataclysm, the Calamity, if that has nothing to do with Vecna, then I guess it's possible that Vecna attempted ascension before the Raven Queen. So the events of original human Vecna all occurred like before the Raven Queen was born and before she actually succeeded in ascending. No, yeah, I mean, yeah. It's just as Brittany's saying, yeah. Like, that's the only other like thing that makes sense to me. I'm going to note that. Either that or the events of Vecna's life happened before RQ's ascension, meaning that Vecna almost certainly had nothing to do with the Calamity, and that the events of his life were not common knowledge at the time of Sad Queen. but it seems more likely to me that she's fucking with him. There are very much possibilities for ways that she could not be fucking with him right now. I just don't think I believe any of them. A, liches only want to become immortal, not gods, right? B, as the god of life and death, she probably would know about people who are trying to become immortal, actually. Right. Exactly. RE, second spark, Vord, 43. But since the second spark of civilization, the gods felt that the true penance was the destruction of all their people had built, and the gods leaving us to our own. Yeah. Like, I can't entirely tell what Vord means there. Like, he's obviously being somewhat poetic, but that's in the vein of how I imagine the second spark is like, yeah, this like start to the beginning of people post any sort of wipeout. Yeah. Fucking maybe. That'd be kind of wild to learn, but I guess it's possible, dude. I don't know. No, fair.
I don't know.
I wonder why.
Because, like, this, like, line of how so? How can one man be so dangerous? What does he intend? What have you learned? This sort of sounds like mentor-mentee language, where she is purposefully hiding the fact that she is well aware of who Vecna is in order to prompt Vax to think more critically and not rely on her. Yeah, that's my current assumption, is that that's what's going on. Is she is being purposefully obtuse to force Vax to not just rely on her. Or, second option, he had a different name. Third option, he was the previous god of death, the one that she in fact followed, and he now has a different name. I've long implied that, or not implied, but theorized that Thurisdun and Vecna might be one and the same. And that there was like a name change that happened when Thurisdun's... Well, but even then, Thurisdun's name wasn't wiped from the history books. Or at least it wasn't wiped from collective knowledge in general. But I can assume he was a death god, even if it's not been explicitly stated. So either there is a death god before Thurisdun, which the Raven Queen followed, and Thurisdun has a totally different... Or no. Thurisdun, I think I know Thurisdun's portfolio. I don't think I'm just guessing that he's the god of death. I think I know. Thurisdun is the Chained Oblivion, very evil god. Oh. Well, I guess I just know he's a very evil god, not necessarily the god of death. So, either Thurisdun is not a god of death and is kind of irrelevant to all of this, or I'm trying to think of the options here. There is some god whose name was erased from the history books. Thurisdun wounded Ioun, and then was locked away. Not necessarily, erased from the history books. And Raven Queen and Ioun have, it seems like, a better relationship than the Raven Queen and the other gods. So there is a connection there. But if we just take Thurisdun out of the picture, I don't know if he's actually adding that much. So we can just take him out and say there was a death god before Raven Queen. Yeah, I'm gonna predict that I think Vecna was the previous death god, which the Raven Queen usurped. But in the process of balking and scattering him, history was actively rewritten. And we have a direct link towards between Vecna and missing histories with what Percy found in Whitestone. A decent chunk of the histories that should have concerned Vecna were straight up missing. Yeah. Part of this that I think I hadn't considered before is that the rewriting or erasing of Vecna from, or of, I'm going to say pre-Vecna from history would also erase him from the gods' memories / histories. But that would explain why the Raven Queen has no recognition at the name Vecna. She knew him by a completely different name, and the bit about him being a mortal that attempted ascension was completely fabricated. Possibly even based on Sad Queen. In a combined attempt to obscure her own mortal identity post ascension. That seems possible. It would be so fucking funny if Vecna went through the whole ritual just to be bypassed and by hotshot Raven Queen. That would be funny. It does feel like Matt / Arku is trying to prompt Liam Vex to think about what they've learned so far. I agree, ES Gorilla. So there's this option where there's some memory and history fuckiness going on. And then there's this option where it seems like Raven Queen is possibly prompting Vax to come to his own conclusions without her direct input. It's kind of a coin flip for me between those two options. Yeah. Makes me wonder if Raven Queen ascended, then struck PDG. Previous death god. Or struck PDG down, then ascended. It is a question. That is a question. I mean, this would be so out of the realm of what I currently think the Calamity is. but I can imagine it being fairly calamitous if the Raven Queen were to have, if Sad Queen, we should say, were to have struck down the previous death god, and there was no death god to fill its place, and so just no one died, period. No matter how much their mortal form was destroyed, no matter how much pain they were in, their soul was not able to leave their meat because there was no death god to shepherd that transition. That'd be a fucking calamity, is what that would be. And if that is the result of the betrayer gods teaching the Raven Queen the magic of immortality, right? There's you know, singular or personal immortality, but that's child's play. No. The real immortality is removing death altogether. What is a lich besides someone constantly running from death, constantly paranoid, looking over their shoulder, having to consume other people's souls in order to stay alive? That's just death with extra steps. That's just a delay. No. The true immortality is removing the possibility to die. Hey, speaking of what is the drama if the risk of death is removed? Speaking fucking of, what is the drama if it is literally impossible to die? But your mortal coil still disintegrates and decays around you. Ah! So maybe that's what the calamity was. Somehow I doubt it. Somehow I don't think that that's what we're going to find out the calamity was. But that'd be wacky. That idea is sick. I'm stealing that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Love it. Love it. What if the death god dies, the very next mortal that dies becomes the new death god? So Raven Queen had to murder suicide? That would be crazy. That would be crazy. That fucking yeah. That'd be crazy. Oh man. Heads continue to scream while separated bodies stumble around trying to put them back together. Yeah. That's the story of Sisyphus. He got eternal punishment because he stole death and nobody died. Is it really? There you go. Do a Sisyphus. Whoa. There truly are no new ideas, huh? When you say the soul can't leave the body, my mind sees that as not having control of the body, but still having senses, not like undeath. I think there's a lot of ways that you could take that. The idea of it being impossible to die, I think there are so many in practice ways that can play out. Like, what does it even mean to die, right? It's like, there's a fundamental question of what is immortality, right? I'm being fucking dismissive of lichdom, which is classically interpreted as immortality, but I'm being dismissive and calling it, mortality with extra steps, or running away from death. That's not true immortality. But there is like an active question that brings up of, well, if that's not immortality, what is? Yeah. Fun times. I'm imagining Vecna becoming virtually immortal and still having so much anxiety. He wants immortality plus. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dude, Lich's lives sound stressful, dude. They gotta do a lot to upkeep that. Oh, yeah. The Fallout TV show touches on this bit toward the end. No more info spoilers. Oh, dude, I can imagine with ghouls. To be clear, I have not seen the Fallout TV show. I've just played the Fallout games. And the Fallout games frequently address the concept of unwilling immortality via the ghouls. The ghouls did not ask to be immortal. They just wound up that way. And there's like an active analysis of that within a lot of the games in the distinction between feral and non-feral ghouls. They're not different, like neurologically or biologically. It's just how different people dealt with forced immortality. Now, I don't know how the television show dives into it, but I can imagine that they had a lot of material to work with. That is definitely a standing examination within the Fallout sort of canon. Super cool. Super cool. Sisyphus was a dick, so the gods killed him. Lol. Off topic, but there was one campaign where in the finally to save the world time was paused, and there was a 1,000-year time skip in between the next one. Ooh, fun. The Fallout TV show is killer, by the way. Highly recommend. Hell yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. After a world where the soul can't leave the body, but the living don't know it, their loved ones bury them to be isolated for eternity to go insane. Oh my God, absolutely. And imagine if you like really flesh out this idea even more within the context of Dungeons and Dragons. Like, you know, this is where my mind goes immediately because I have a bias. But I imagine immortal Kuatoa. Kuatoa that go feral like ghouls in Fallout. Kuatoa that can't die and go in more insane than they already are. Totally lose their sense of reality and their manifestations begin to take on fucking even wilder forms than they already did. I mean, every single monster, every single adversary, every single fucking established faction within the D&D canon, I think it would be fascinating to look at how they would deal with the impossibility of death. That'd be fun. It's like versions of immortality from Journey to the West. Each singular version has some phenomenon that is going to destroy you unless you're Sun Wukong and just stack hundreds of types. That's cool. That's a fun idea train to go down. Yeah. Nightmare blunt rotation Kuatoa elephants. Yeah. Bring it back to Pirates of the Caribbean, but I keep thinking of Bootstrap Bill unable to die while chained to the bottom of the ocean. Oh my God. Yeah, great example. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. I have nothing even more to say about it. That's just like some crazy shit. Is making a new prescient for expiry? Maybe. You just described Dark Eldar from 40K. Not unfair. Or what's the Primarch that only doesn't experience pain when he's actively killing things? One of the Chaos Primarchs, or what do you call them? Not Chaos Primarchs, Traitor Primarchs? I can't remember. But the one that's like Khorne affiliated. Sort of in that same vein of he's, this Perturabo, maybe. Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, maybe Angron. I have just skimmed the surface of 40K lore. Like I'm deeper than I think most people, but shallower than people that are actually into it. Angron, the angry one. It's a decent way to remember it. Yeah. Oh, man. Anyways, let's get back to Vax and the Raven Queen.
I wonder why he would guard my sight. Well.
Also feels like it's trying to prompt Vax to think.
And she goes into quiet contemplation for a moment. You see the strands of hair that emanate from the sides of the mask kind of just slowly shifting like waves on an ocean. As Vecna comes to your world to be a king.
That or grind us all into dust.
This is historical. Mortals continuously intend to find others to grind into dust. If this being has the power to block my sight, he has power beyond a mortal realm. Did you see anything? Anything else?
Oh. Okay. Now I feel like I might be right about Vecna being the former death god. I think I might have called it. That or something similar to that. Because before, I was like, it's a 50-50 between that and her trying to prompt him to think more critically. But now I'm thinking that's not the Raven Queen prompting him to think more critically. That's Matt the DM prompting that. It feels I definitely don't, know what's going on. But this really feels to me like Matt is fishing for Liam to say something specific. Say something that would give the Raven Queen a flash of remembrance or a flash of recognition. This feels like Matt is searching for, or is trying to get Liam to say more details in hopes that he will stumble upon a detail that allows the Raven Queen to connect the dots. And either just act weird and, leave it as a mystery, or actively reveal to Vax this historical connection between her and Vecna and the fact that they used to go by a different name and he used to be the former death god and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think Matt is, actively playing out the history and the reality here of Raven Queen doesn't recognize the name Vecna, and there's so many beings of power within the planar cosmos that, just saying, he's a powerful dude does not narrow it fucking down. So I kind of feel like Matt's really trying to fish here for a more specific detail. Probably, if I had to guess, the left hand imagery. The left hand, the left eye, whatever. Something specific to Vecna. And if Vax were to portray that detail, it would be a moment of what did you say? And there's a pause. And Vax is like, I just said that he has no left eye. His left eye is a flame. And then her interrupt him, a green flame. And Vax goes, yeah. I'm sorry, do Do you know who? And then the Raven Queen like shuts down the vision or starts like plucking at the threads rapidly. And then he's like, what's going on? And she just closes the fist. So now we and Liam are left with this burning question of what did that mean to the Raven Queen? We're left with a very direct line of inquiry. We're left with more information, but more questions as well. And we have a direct establishment of why the Raven Queen might start bending the rules to get Vax back into the material, back into life. That feels to me, or how do I say it? Matt is acting how I would act if that was the case. Yeah. Oh, I can't believe no one's brought up Captain Jack Harkness. Oh, I mean, yes, fucking. You're so right, Brittany. You're absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely correct person to bring up. Yeah. Yeah, man. Give me a reason to help you, IMO. Yeah. I think it is the DM being like, give me something specific so that I can let the Raven Queen help you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Seeing the God of Death freak out like that would be unsettling, to say the least. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that might be what Matt is trying to do. Obviously, massive question mark as to whether or not Liam/Vax actually reveals that. We'll have to see.
We traveled to the Shadowfell. There was a tower.
Okay. That's getting specific.
And he had servants. He had powerful servants. A woman that we fought before.
And I will say, to Matt's credit, I'm sure that Liam was watching the show off screen. Or maybe he wasn't, I don't know. But if he was, the only thing that Matt has really done in terms of storytelling this session, and like outside of the recap, is focus in on the left eye of Delilah. He had the corpse still there, and when they went to interact with the corpse, he highlighted the left eye of Delilah. And not only did he highlight it, he set up like a little mini, like a little skill check thing around it, being this important artifact. It is not just that Delilah's eye changed. This thing is a power in and of itself. Really highlighting again that left hand connection. Potentially trying to prime Liam to be thinking about the left hand imagery when he goes into this conversation so that the Raven Queen can recognize it. If that's what's going on, kudos to Matt. I think that's great. If that's not what's going on, well, I have no idea if it's kudos or not because I don't know what's going on.
And another man, a creature I don't know, with a blade. A dark blade.
Oh, highlighting the blade instead of the eye.
And he...
I'd be just...
was too powerful for us. He crushed us.
I'd be tensing.
And in your short spark with him, you learn nothing more of his plan.
Oh.
No hint of what he's plotting.
Continuing to pump Liam for details. Give me a detail. Give me a detail.
The second he lays eye on me, he murdered my sister. I thought we had come to an arrangement.
We have?
Where is my sister?
She lives still. She is beyond my influence.
Ooh. I might be right, and Matt didn't think it was correct to jump on that. I did hear Liam say my eye, his eye, singular. Assuming that I'm right about what's going on here. I'm not gonna take all of the possibilities of if I'm wrong. So I'm just gonna talk about if I'm right. It's possible that Matt just didn't hear it. It's also possible that it's not quite enough in Matt's head to justify the Raven Queen jumping on it. It's not quite specific enough. Super possible. I can see making that evaluation because I don't want to give too much of a reaction for a possible accident. If I give a big reaction, I want it to be because the player was doing something on purpose. And I think him saying I was on purpose, but in the moment, as the GM, I may not believe it, or I may not trust my evaluation in the moment. I trust my evaluation of that right now because I can pause it and think about it. I don't know if I would trust my gut on that in the moment. I might need him to be a little bit more specific before I jump on it. Again, if I'm right. Yeah. I think Liam is trying to stick to only what Vax would know and what he would imminently focus on. This might be a fucking Western fucking standoff with both of them, their hands on the gun. And like, both of them are holding back because the Raven Queen wouldn't ask a specific enough question to get Vax to think more critically or bring up the left-hand imagery. And Vax may even detect that Matt wants him to bring it up, but doesn't think that Vax would bring it up. And so he's trying to slip it in where he thinks Vax might, kind of unconsciously flub it in. But then that's not quite enough for Matt. So they're both kind of, they're like, oh, what? Is that, what? What? I could absolutely see that here. And I wouldn't blame either of them for if that was the case. I would not blame any of them because this, if I'm correct, would be a huge reveal. And you don't want the huge reveal to feel out of character, right? You don't want the huge reveal to feel like you metagamed to get there, right? So I respect it. And as the GM, you don't want the huge reveal to feel unearned or coincidental or like, the god just gave it to you, right? You also want that to feel earned. And so now we come to the standoff. Two ships passing in the ocean. Yeah. I think the way Matt is asking about the plans, he wants to hear more detail about the rituals they already did and the one they plan to do. Also possible. Matt could absolutely be fishing for like the ritual of seeding or the ritual of, I don't remember the other ritual's name. Matt could absolutely be fishing for like a proper noun reference that he can base the Raven Queen reaction on. I fully agree. Fully agree. And indeed, she might not even, if she just got the term ritual of seeding, she might not even immediately recognize Vecna. She might not immediately connect the dots, but she might recognize the ritual of seeding. She might say to Vax that this is incredibly dire. I know of this ritual. And Vax might say, well, what does the ritual do? And she says, that's the ritual that I used to ascend. That is the ritual that was supposed to be lost for all of time. Buried by me, personally. I don't know who this being is, Vax, but he is dangerous. You know, something along those lines. We might not even get the full reveal, but even that sort of proper noun might trigger at least a mini reveal. Totally. Two RPGers alike trying not to metagame. Yeah.
However, your body is ash, and your soul is steeped in the divine energies that uphold the paths between life and death.
Okay.
You've earned your eternal rest. The mass begins to recede into the darkness.
No, no. Come back. No. I will not leave them behind. I want to help them. Still.
The faint gray of the mass that began to fade into shadow stops and comes back even brighter, vibrant almost. You sense the mystery of the Raven Queen shift from this entity that dodges and weaves to instead a pillar of power of life and death that is both awe-striking and awe-fearing. And for a moment you realize how small you are in her presence. You truly see to seek this, to bring it to its end.
Whatever it takes.
Your resolve is admirable. Your love of your chosen family is vibrant. What I offer you is the power to see this conflict through to its end. You will be briefly beyond the very grasp of death, and I will hold back any attempt for you to transition. You will be a bulwark of my power in cold flesh, walking between heartbeats, unstoppable. You will have the power to walk once more the Vox Machina with your sister, with your Keyleth. And should you use this power wisely, perhaps save Exandria, save them, save her. But when it's done, and this foul, undying king lies dead or sealed, you will return to me, my champion, evermore. The imposing image now shifts and changes in an instant. The giant being is now...
Ooh. We'll see how Vax responds. I'll say, gut instinct, love it. Love it. I see Seth Theshel referencing the devil deal, the Faustian bargain. I don't even necessarily know that I would call this a Faustian bargain. Because I think that a Faustian bargain sort of, I don't know quite how to say it. It has to, I think, be optional. But the best stories that feature Faustian bargains are ones where the characters don't feel that they are optional. Right? That their motivation is so strong that they do not feel as though they have an option, but they do. And this is more of a situation where it's like, Vax is going to just die and stay dead. And the Raven Queen is offering him an opportunity to just temporarily not die. You know? It's like she's just saying like, okay, yeah, you can just like have what you want for a little bit. So like, yeah, Faustian bargain almost, it needs to be, I think, more transactional than this. This is like, he's already going to the grave with the Raven Queen. And she's like, all right, you don't have to come yet. She's just like extending his bedtime. Which is like, it just feels like a pure kind of gift to me. But that said, love it. Again, gut instinct, love it. It feels, especially for the last arc, especially when Vaxildon's personal arc is, I would say, probably the furthest of Vox Machina from resolved. The nature of the Raven Queen, both her powers and her precepts, very much feel this feels very much right to me. Yeah, I'm into it. And it allows the player to stay at the table until the end. It's a ton of great RP fodder. Does Vax tell the rest of them? Does he tell Keyleth that he's going to die at the end? What happens when she says we'll find a way out of it? Does he say, yeah, we will? Is he lying? Like, it just feels like mountains of RP fodder for me. With a inexorable march towards an inevitable conclusion. Feels good for me. The only kind of weird part, the only part that I'm a little like, meh, is that I don't know, and I wouldn't know as Liam, if this is necessary. Is this a trade-off? Right, like, the way that the Raven Queen is facing it, this is not a trade-off. This is not like, hey, they're going to try to bring you back, and that'll be a risk. You may or may not come back. But if you take my deal, you will guaranteed come back, and then guaranteed not. Right? That would actually, I would say, put this in more of Faustian bargain territory. But the way that the Raven Queen is phrasing it, to me, sounds like there is not a choice. It sounds like if the other players or other characters attempt to resurrect Vax, it will just fail. Which is... feels... I don't know. The interplay between the Raven Queen's hatred for undeath and the fact that Matt has kept resurrection in as a valid option, I think are kind of in conflict here. Because I can't tell if the Raven Queen is like essentially lying to him or like, you know, trying to be misleading. Because I would definitely say that the Raven Queen here is implying that if Vax does not take her deal right now, there is no possibility for him to be resurrected. But I'm very unclear, and I think I would be unclear as Liam as well. Is she being misleading? Is that actually true? Because you have to know as Liam that they are preparing to true resurrect you, right? So there's like an active question of like, okay, so would the true resurrection just like guaranteed not work? And if so, why? Like, is it because he's a paladin? But like, bequeathed to her? I don't know, the committed to her, I guess? Like, is that what makes him an exception case? Because so far, I'm not aware of anything that would prevent him from being true resurrected. Or at least prevent it from being a possibility. Right? Obviously, the ritual could fail. That is like a clear option on the table. But I'm not aware of any like actual legitimate, like, mechanical reason that he wouldn't be able to be resurrected. So the only thing that I would be uncertain of here, or maybe the only thing I think wrong with this, is I'm assuming that they haven't talked about it above the table. If they have, then we're fine. But if they haven't, this feels like potentially a bad spot to put Liam in. Where, like, he's having to deal with this potentially unreliable narrator, potentially wasting Vox Machina's time, potentially, like, opting in to an ending for his character that he would not want if he knew the options on the table. But on the other hand, asterisk, Matt might want him to gamble here. Like, that might be part of the point, is that Vax doesn't know, right? Vax has to make that decision about whether or not to gamble or bet on whether or not, that's going to happen. That could be an intended aspect of this, is that Vax is uncertain, Liam is supposed to be uncertain. That could absolutely be intended. And I think if we weren't approaching the final arc, I'd be a lot more negative on that. But honestly, given that we are approaching the final arc, and in play, the only difference between the two, well, I mean, the difference would be taking the risk of just relying on Vox Machina to not, or to try and resurrect you, would actually just risk you not participating in the rest of the campaign. That's the negative side. And the good side is that you get more implied narrative time that we will actually not see in normal play. You will basically get, like, post-credits time. Whereas this deal is going to bring you back for the rest of the campaign, guaranteed. And the only thing you sacrifice for that is the narrative of what happens to your character afterward. You're not sacrificing anything that will actually be experienced at table. And you gain a bunch of fun drama opportunities. So that's why I say that the whole, like, Liam not being clear on which one this is a very small factor to me. Very small. Because I think that for this specific situation, I think I'm kind of cool with it. I think I kind of just don't mind. Because there's just, like, a lot of opportunities related to it because of this context. Yeah. With God characters, I think I get the idea that it's hard to balance. It's a hard balance to strike between solving anything with prey or the gods being useless. I agree with that. This is a rare example of Matt failing as a GM because it does not seem as if he is looking for. It does seem as if he is looking for trigger words, and it's like getting your teeth filed listening to it. A little. It's tough. It's tough. I think that as a DM, I and/or you, Ross, might be more sensitive to that sort of thing. Like, it really feels to me like he's fishing for something specific. Like, I'm not 100% confident, but I'm pretty confident. But I don't know that a standard player would be as confident or would pick up on it as much. I've just, I've been in the spot of fishing often enough that I feel like I can recognize it, but I don't know if a player could. But even with that being said, I also think, I don't know. It's a tough line to walk because I honestly kind of agree with you. I think that you really don't want the players to feel as though you're fishing for something. I think nothing can shatter investment like the feeling that the DM is fishing for specific information, for a right answer from you. I think that can ruin immersion in a fucking heartbeat. And also we're going to have ads in a minute. And I think it's a line. It's a line to walk. And I think it's super reasonable to think that Matt went into the line of immersion, over the line of immersion breaking here. I don't know if I think that or not. I might. I'd have to think about it more. My comment was pre-resurrection offer. Oh, so the resurrection offer changes it. Interesting. I don't know if it changes it for me. It could. That's fair. I don't know if it does. That's interesting to think about. I don't know if it changes it for me, but I do think he's close to the line for me of immersion breaking with like. what's up? Hello, we're back. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think I overall like it. Like what's going on here. But I do think that it is treading close to some possible bad things. Also, I saw this at the end of last session. Matt said that they will talk about it, and I believe they have. This seems like Matt giving Liam the place to act out his decision. If that's the case, then we're like, then we're totally chilling. Like the any potential critique I would have would be surrounding Liam not fully understanding his options. So if they've talked about the options above the table, we're totally chilling. I could see some DMs or some players not wanting to talk about this sort of conversation above the table because they want to be like more in it when the decision is made. But I also thoroughly think that it could really help avoid a lot of potential bad scenarios to talk about this above the table. Like, I think talking about this above the table could remove a lot of negative outcomes and not lock off that many positives. Like, I think talking about it above the table broadly, like in broad use case, locks off both positive and negative scenarios. And I think you want to try to talk about things above the table when they lock off more negatives than positives as just like an easy heuristic. And I think that in this case or in this situation, that would very much be the case. Yeah. Anyways, let's get back into it.
The simple woman. The mask you once saw removed, now missing.
Sad Queen?
The simple woman. The mask you once saw removed, now missing. And there, the somewhat sad
Queen!
Beautiful pale face.
Pale! Vampire! She could also just be pale because she wears a mask all the time. But vampire! What about vampire?
Of the Raven Queen as she steps forward.
Red eyes.
The silence is broken by the sounds of her footsteps across nothing. Her hand comes up. Warm, you weren't expecting, as it races across your brow and curves across to your chin and pulls it up a bit. Do you accept my gift?
You have such loneliness in your eyes.
Perhaps you will keep me company when you come back to me.
Ugh.
Do you accept?
I do.
Then so be it.
Also, I think CR is just quiet. It's at max volume on all my stuff. I think they're just being quiet. It's also quiet to me.
Whose nature bucks destiny. My beautiful thing. Go. Share what you have shared with me. With others like me. Take what you can learn of this Vecna's plans. For if he can block his intent from one who knows what he plots against the other powers beyond the gate, learn from them. Ask them. You have my blessing. They have theirs to give as well. And they may be all that stands between the ruin of this world and you. Let their blessings turn the tides, Vaxilvan. But choose your time wisely, for corruption like this waits for no one. Now, she pulls your head down and kisses you on the forehead, brings your head close to hers, and you hear a voice whisper right into your ear ever so faintly. Wake up. You need to go ahead and retrieve the rest of the cast.
Okay. So, a few things to say, I guess. Number one, go and share what you have shared with me with others like me. Go talk to other gods, and maybe you'll say the right keywords to them. is what that feels like. I'm to me, it sounds as though she just gave Vax a quest. In the vein of Kamalja Ori. Like, that type of quest. And I believe one of the things that I said was like one of the only things I didn't want this arc to be was another vestige hunt. Now, I don't think it will be a vestige hunt. Sounds like it's going to be a blessing hunt. Which is like... It's an interesting conceit the first time you do it. The second time, it feels way less interesting. Like, I liked the concept of the vestige hunt. I think because of a lack of timers, it was not, like, properly paced. But I think that the, like, fundamental groundwork was good. I don't know. Unless the way that this plays out is very, very different from the vestige hunt, I can't see myself being super into it. But we'll have to see. I don't know. That's a big ol' we'll have to see, but I'm not super jazzed by the very end of the convo. But don't forget Vax'ildan, the foreign tour. It feels odd for her to say because she didn't learn anything from Vax, if I remember right. So it really seems like Matt had a much different idea of how this interaction was going to go. Yeah, it also, I agree. It seems odd to me to say, share what you have shared with me with others like me. Like, it feels like she kind of explicitly didn't get much from him. And it would be another thing to say, like, learn more about Vecna or ask people about Vecna. Maybe they'll know something that I don't. Like, that would make sense. But just, like, go talk to them and tell them what you told me. Like, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, Raven Queen, but, like, why can't you do that? Like, I know that you and the other gods aren't on, like, the best of terms, but surely they'll listen to you over your champion, Immortal. So it's also kind of like, I don't know, go and, like, the vestiges make sense to me. They can't get to the vestiges because all the vestiges are beyond the divine gate. It also doesn't seem like they can interact materially in that way. But like, this seems like a thing that she like explicitly could do. And like, not only could she do it, it would be vastly easier for her to do it. So it's even like beyond everything else. It's just like a weird thing to tell him to do. I don't know. But use your time wisely for corruption like this. It's like corruption like what? You don't know. You told me you don't know anything about Vecna, right? And there was another sort of moment. If he can block his intent from me, who knows what he plots against others from beyond, other powers from beyond the gate. That totally makes sense to me. Earlier, she called Vecna the undead king. I don't know where that was. What time code am I at right now? 104:39. Undead king. I'm just gonna search king. Nope. In here. King. She called him the undead king. Don't fucking lie to me. Oh my god, there's so many instances of king. 104. Awe striking. Walking. Undead king. There we go. And should you use this power wisely, perhaps save Exandria, save them, save her. But when it's done and this foul undead king lies dead or sealed, you will return to me. And I'm like, oh. Undying. And it's like, Vex didn't say anything about him being undead. He referenced the Shadowfell and said that he had powerful servants and a Death Knight and also called him a mortal, right? This man who comes to your world to be a king, right? So it's like, it does seem to me like it feels like Matt had an idea of what he was going to reveal this session, and then Vax didn't quite say the right things. So I don't know. She's the god of death. She would know if somebody is walking around all cheaty on the death front. But she doesn't. Like, that's like kind of the context for this entire conversation, is that she doesn't know who Vecna is. She doesn't know where Vax has been. She doesn't know the force he's been fighting. Like, that's kind of the context for this conversation, is that she doesn't know. It's like, tell me what you have seen. Your enemy, I have many enemies. And then it's like, what is this Vecna? What are they about? Right? So she is like ostensibly learning everything from Vax, but then like, knows some things that she shouldn't. So I feel relatively confident at this point that there is like a missing connect where the Raven Queen knows Vecna by a different name, and Matt was waiting for an identifying piece of information, and when none was forthcoming, he didn't fully, kind of edit his planned speech, I think. Which is tough, It's the sort of thing that it's the sort of thing that I empathize with a lot. Like, there are times when, you're prepping a session, you're thinking about a conversation, and in your head, as the GM, some details just seem so relevant, right? Like, some details feel like they are unforgettable and totally like must be mentioned, right? I could understand Matt thinking here, like, well, he's obviously going to mention the eye. Like, that's the most unique thing about Vecna. Or maybe it was the ritual. Maybe he was like, oh, he'll obviously mention the ritual. Or he'll just mention some proper noun or some identifying piece that will allow me to connect these dots. And then your players fucking surprise you. Like, I think it's very possible that Matt just never considered that Vax might dodge and weave and not mention a singularly identifiable piece of information about Vecna. Like, even the name Thar Amphala, or the name of the tower, fucking Excelsior, or whatever. I don't remember what it was called. It's like Imperatif, or whatever. Something with an E. Right? Like, there was like 3 proper nouns that Vax could have given. Thar Amphala, Entropis, thank you, or the ritual of seeding. Or the fourth ritual that I don't remember. Could have said any of those. And those probably would have tied directly back to Vecna. Alternatively, he could have mentioned the whole left burning eye, the left hand imagery, the wizardry, I don't know, the intensely necromantic and undead forces, right? So it's like, if you're looking at that as Matt, man, I could see it just feeling like not even a question. Like, obviously, Vax is gonna mention one of those things. He probably didn't even think about a universe where Vax didn't mention one of those things. And then you kind of have to scramble in the moment. So it's tough. I feel like it's a misplay. Like, I feel like it is incorrect to do, I suppose. But it also kind of feels like a learning moment, GG, go next. Like, I really empathize with Matt in that struggle. And I don't feel like this has happened a lot before. So it might just kind of be, you know, one of those things where you just don't predict it. And you know better for next time, you know? It's tough. It's tough. Yeah. What do you think Vox has to gain from the gods? I mean, it's some vague blessing. Like, the Raven Queen says here, like, you have my blessing, go and gain theirs. Probably a divine boon, if I had to guess. Like, the list of divine boons that are in the PHB or the DMG? I think the DMG. Probably a divine boon, if I had to guess. Yeah. Dialogue option missed. Please go talk to other NPCs to get quest relevant info. Fucking a little bit, yeah, dude. The other gods blocked me on Twitter last millennium, so you're gonna have to DM them for me. Yeah. So I you know, I don't know. Yeah. It's just, might have just been a slip of the tongue by Matt. I think it probably was. Like, yeah. She probably does have some idea, but wanted to test Vax too, but the overarching point is Liam was struggling. Yeah, like, Liam was struggling, but also he's like, I don't fully blame Liam because this is an incredibly intense moment. He's been physically isolated, like the player, Liam O'Brien, has been physically isolated at the table in an actual play where, you know, it's being broadcast. This is a one-on-one conversation. The entire weight of the conversation rests on his shoulders. And he's also trying to roleplay desperation. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to roleplay a lot in this conversation. So it's like, I don't totally blame Liam for not bringing any particular point up. It feels just like, it feels like Matt went in for a handshake and Liam went in for a fist bump. And then they get confused, and then they switch, and then they're confused again, and so they just kind of laugh off, and they'll do better next time. You know, like, I don't totally blame either of them. It just kind of is what it is. All Raven Queen knows from Vax is that some mortal has the ability to hide from her sight, was in the Shadowfell, and killed Vax. Yeah. Accurate, yeah. You don't want to drag it out in the actual play of it all, where you don't want Liam feeling dumb for not being able to figure out what Mac's looking for. 100%, Jonathan. 100%. You don't want that from either side. Because, again, Liam has been isolated. He's the only one at the table. Yeah, the more you drag it out and the more questions you ask, yeah, that can really result in Liam feeling dumb. And that's really not what you want from this interaction, you know? But I think it's justifiable to argue the God of Death should be able to access the memory of her freshly disintegrated champion. I think that is a valid justification for how you could have given the Raven Queen more knowledge. If you think of it in the moment, you know? Like, I think if Matt had thought of that in the moment, it could have worked, but, you know, he didn't. What are we gonna do? Yeah. But yeah. Do you think if Liam had given more detail, he may have gotten a better deal? No. I don't think he would have gotten a better deal, but I think he would have more information to work off of. I think the Raven Queen would have given him some lore and some, like, possible first more of a distinct quest hook. Like, if he had given more details, she could have given more details back. So I think there just would have been an overall higher trade of information. But I think the deal was probably set. Yeah. The awkward turkey. Yeah. I think they awkward turkeyed a little bit. And it's like, could either of them have anticipated the awkward turkey? Almost certainly. But they have not awkward turkeyed enough at this table for me to say they definitely should have anticipated it. Yeah. I don't think they should have anticipated it, but they could have. And so we say GG, go next. And do better next time.
Now, if you wouldn't mind
Learn
stepping
from
aside. Sure. Thank you. Ooh.
The nerves. I also empathize with that.
That's interesting. And here in silence. How creepy is this? I never get to talk with you guys at the table by myself. I don't even know what to do. Oh, they enter now.
I'm gonna pump up the jam a little bit in
Welcome
the
back.
intervening.
Come, have a seat. Plug in.
We'll also see, I don't anticipate a lot more happening before the break. Like, narrative-wise. Like, obviously they're going to have a very tearful reunion. But, you know, the Raven Queen just didn't tell Vax a lot, so I don't, I see there being a lot more debating and waffling, and, you know, we'll see.
Not so far away. I'm checking in.
Check in.
But if you think there's a 1x moment at any point, feel free to tell me. But I will also, you know, like the rest of this session, I'll also modify it if I think there's a 1x moment.
By the way, audience, Travis pointed out as we left, they might not know what we were talking about when we all said, oh, we're going to jack off now. It means unplug our microphone cords.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's actually a pretty good...
not
performing illicit acts.
I am, but everyone else is.
To each their own, I suppose.
Check it in. Nope.
That's the hard part.
Is that?
why was Liam crying in the hallway?
No, he's married. Sam's
I hope I put into the right thing. Is this yours? Tracking in.
Sam's
Tracking in.
scamming you.
All right.
the only way we can communicate with this spot.
What happened?
All right.
What did you do?
I can verify that none of us listened or read
That's why
anything
we were
about
so
what just
far
happened.
away.
We were just jacking off the whole time.
We had to hide at the other end of the building, man. That was a little mess.
Okay, scooch
So, as you make your watch, who's making second watch?
I'll take both.
No,
Man, now the question is also like, now that we know, this is a somewhat weird, like, actual play only problem, especially if like you purposefully structure it to where they don't know what happened. How quickly does Vax come back? Or do you still make them go through the whole ritual and it just auto succeeds? Sounds like a bit of wasted time, but you know, we'll see. I'm really curious for how Matt handles this, because obviously we have dramatic irony as the audience, but if you enacted the same thing at your home table, your players wouldn't. So they wouldn't know if they're wasting time or not. I mean, I guess the one that's being resurrected might. Or they'd be able to discover it after the fact. I don't know. We're going to have to see how Matt handles this. Like, does he just pop Vax into existence? Or like, I super don't know how Matt is going to handle this. With the fact that he sent Liam out of the room. I thought Liam was just going to stay in the room. And that he was going to pop back in pretty quick. But the fact that he's not is like, oh. Well, what are we doing then?
You need to rest.
I don't do.
Yeah, you do.
You don't want to be exhausted.
You gotta get your spells back, man.
Yeah, you'll get exhausted.
Yeah.
Spelling back.
Who's taking
How long does he have to rest so he's not exhausted?
Long rest.
These are all long rests. We're all getting long rests, but
Yeah.
we just have to take. I'll take second watch.
I'm already exhausted. Frenzy's last.
Yeah, so you
So
take,
then you
if
really
you don't
get
rest,
sleep.
you don't get rid of that point of
Listen,
exhaustion.
we've all learned what happens when I get 2 points of exhaustion. Just good things.
Vecna comes back and we all die.
Anna is back.
All right, so Percival, second watch?
Yeah.
Perception check.
That'll do. That's a 21.
Okay. Your watch continues without issue. And final watch is
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Pike, final watch. Perception check.
Oh, 100%, Jonathan. The reason that I was expecting Vax to stay at the table and for that to kind of not matter is because, like, I thought Vax was going to be, like, popping into existence within the first minute that the other players were back at the table. Like, I thought he was just going to go boop and just, like, be back. So the fact that So in that case, it kind of just like wouldn't matter if they had the hint, right? Maybe they have a hint for like a minute of what's happening, but like it just kind of won't matter that much, at least. So the fact that he sent him out of the room implies that he's not expecting him to pop back in within a minute. And then it's like, oh, well then what are we doing?
19.
19, okay. While there is no real change from day to night in the Feywilds in that perpetual kind of
Nobody puts
dusk
baby in the
sunset,
chair.
purple-orange skyline, which you can see elements of creeping through since you're higher up in the brush of the forest. But you do hear the shifting of sounds, where like the evening owl hooting has changed to more gentle bird chirps, and sounds that would usually befit birds that lead the morning to you, whether that be the forest itself, its natural cycle, or it altering to fit your cycle of sleep. At the end of your watch, as you're still you've had your full rest, but still a little groggy, you hear what sounds like the crushing of leaves on the ground below you.
I'm gonna try to hop up and hide in the tree with everybody. Well, I guess I'm looking awake in the tree.
We're up.
Okay. As you're up in the tree still, you kind of like move out of the way and you glance down.
I'm just gonna... All right, I'm just gonna keep watching.
Okay. You see a humanoid figure
Oh.
emerge from the nearby trees.
Okay.
Pale, nude. Long, dark, black hair. Just kind of groggily stepping into the glade where you just were.
trying to remember what Vax looks like. Do they not recognize him?
It's a familiar figure.
It's a familiar.
Long, dark, black hair.
I'm gonna go
pale.
down from the tree.
It's Powder from the movie Powder.
Wait.
Yeah, no hair.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm
You're asleep. So
Go to
you
sleep?
you crawl down.
Yeah.
I don't want him to see me.
Okay.
Wait.
Make a stealth check.
Wait. Why is Vex still asleep? Is this... Who is doing the final watch? Is it that at the end of your watch? Okay. So Pickle is doing the watch, and then at the end, before everyone else wakes up, Vax comes back. Strange. Like, I don't know. I don't even really have like an opinion on it. It's just, okay. He's like giving one player like a sec alone with Vax. I mean, that's fine, I guess. I don't know. He was hoping Vex or Keyleth would take a watch, but they didn't. Vex would conveniently come back on Vex or Keyleth's watches. Oh. Yeah, but then I guess why have him... Like, okay. That would make sense as a reason to do this. To give Vax a sec alone with Vex or Keyleth. For sure. I'm tracking there. I guess at that stage, like, why even have him come back during the watches at all? Like, why not just have him come back after everyone's awake? Like, you know, it's like, oh, it's near the end of your watch. And then Vex is like, oh my God, I want to interact with him. And then Matt's like, no, you're still asleep. And it's like, what? Okay, I guess we'll watch Vax and Pickle for a sec. I don't know. Kind of weird. It seems like maybe Matt had just assumed a lot of player actions for this whole sequence. He just was like, yeah, they're certainly going to do this. I guess. I don't know.
It's a familiar figure.
I mean, also, I will say, and I again, I guess to Matt's credit, in terms of like what he is predicting, if I had to predict which one of these people would take watch, I would expect for it to be Vex and Keyleth. And to that even further point, why were there only 2 watches? If there's only... It only makes sense for there to only be 2 watches if one of the people watching is a full elf. And you're assuming that they can't watch while trancing. And so then they take the extra 4, and then they take the 4 hours of full lucidness to take watch. So, you know, it is, to a certain degree, 3 watches, Grog Percy Pike. That still doesn't make sense. So then you have like 1 watch that's just not taken? Right? Because each watch is 2 hours. Otherwise, you can't get a full rest in 8. You would have to take 9 hours, I think. I'm not sure how much you would have to take to only have 3 watches. Yeah. So it's like, to Matt's credit, the idea that Keyleth would be one of the people taking watch is like a pretty obvious pull, because she can take watch while sleeping because she's a full elf. Because, you know, she trances instead of sleeps. So, like, I guess it's another one where it's like, you know, I don't blame Matt for not anticipating that Keyleth wouldn't be taking a watch. Oh, wait, Keyleth is a half elf, not a full elf. Okay. Okay, never mind then. No one is a full elf. Okay, never mind then. Yeah. I don't know. Just a lot of weird, like, feels like Matt is assuming a lot of what his players will do, and then just kind of getting a little bit frazzled and making some like kind of somewhat random decisions when they don't do what he expects. And like, I don't know. I think maybe a different commentator, analyst, whatever you want to call me, a different person might be more critical of that. But I personally don't feel like, at least, that this happens often. And it's relatively big stuff. And I very much understand the feeling of getting flustered and kind of making some, on the surface, seemingly random decisions when things don't go according to plan. If it's a really big moment or a big session or a big dramatic piece within the narrative that isn't going the way that you thought, I understand just like making a decision, even if kind of in retrospect, it like kind of doesn't make sense, or you maybe let slip something that you shouldn't, or you flub something. Like, I don't know. I'm very sympathetic to that. It feels, I don't know. It feels very like it happens. Unlike, say, his boring arenas. His boring arenas, or at least the majority of his or at least the majority of the time, when he does a boring arena, sometimes he does great arenas. But when his arenas are boring, I'm like, you could have done better, Matt. Like yeah, this didn't need to be boring. But this one feels much more, those don't feel like a it happens sort of thing. This feels like an it happens sort of thing to me. And maybe that is me being too generous, but I encourage anyone to go back and watch all of the times where I was very critical and determine whether or not I'm being too generous to Matt overall. You know, Matt's maybe having a bit of an off day. Absolutely. There's, yeah, even more basic than I'm saying. Might just be an off day. Yeah. I don't think Matt was counting on Vex or Keelan to take watch. Maybe. Maybe not. But then it just feels like strange to come back like when only Pike can interact with him. Like, I don't know. That pairing isn't like the weirdest thing in the world. But it's I don't know. It's not the weirdest thing in the world, but it is still weird to me. But that might just be a personal thing. How critical are you of the role? Yeah. If I get thrown off plan, I stick to the plan for all the pieces unless it obviously causes problems. Can make slightly awkward moments. Yeah. One reason to have Vax appear to Pike is that Ashley's there. It's nice to give her a chance to have a scene. You know, that's fair enough. I definitely don't have a strong intuition for what Matt or the GM or the players would want for Ashley. Like, sometimes I think I can imply it pretty well or you know, kind of get on the same wavelength with them pretty well. But, you know, a lot of times they have like it's a unique relationship, not only in the way that all human relationships are unique and not like others, but also like I've never had a guest player. Sorry. That was not on purpose. I've never had a player that was in one of my campaigns as infrequently as Ashley. So, you know, there is a unique relationship there that I don't have with them. So there might be some motivations that I'm not innately picking up on. Yeah. Yeah. Not a guest. I didn't even mean it that time. Yeah. Yeah. These are all great role players. It doesn't matter who gets to interact with Vax first. I'm more Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It also, I mean, I think that is also the thing. Is like, even if I was more critical of them, like my least generous version, these aren't that big a deal. Like, even if I'm being the least generous possible, it's still kind of a GG go next. It's like, yeah, fucked that up a little bit. Didn't anticipate well. I don't know, whatever. Move on. I don't have like a lot of like specific advice or analysis on like anticipating your players better. At least that would apply to this. So kind of regardless of what of if I'm being generous or not, it's still like, try better next time.
It's a familiar face.
Long, dark, black hair.
I'm gonna go down from the tree.
It's Powder from the movie Powder.
Wait.
Yeah, no,
wait,
you're
I don't know. I'm
You're asleep. So
You're
you
asleep?
you crawl down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. I don't want him to see me.
Okay. Make a stealth check.
What has happened? What has happened?
Oh. 22.
22. Passive wisdom. As you carefully stay in the tree, you kind of shake your head a bit, kind of wandering into this opening here. Not quite sure where you are as your sensors are coming to, and you hear this slight scraping of something against bark. And you immediately glance up and you can see the small shine of a silver and brass set of armor as a tiny gnome is currently held up into the boughs of a tree.
Stringbean?
Hi.
Hi.
Where are we?
We're in the Feywild. Where did you just come from?
I'm not entirely sure. I died. Did you know that?
I did know that. We're trying to figure out how to save you.
What are you gonna do?
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm a little confused.
That's okay.
The naturally sensitive ears, even in a sleeping state, that are Vex's, being the wild's hunter you are, you hear a suddenly loud voice below that catches your attention. Your eyes flicker open.
Oh, fuck.
Get up and run down.
Darting down the tree rapidly, you watch as your sister falls into the foliage. There you see before you your brother, clothesless.
I thought you died. I watched you die.
It's a trick. It's a trick. It's a trick of the Feywild.
Look, I'm sorry I'm naked.
No.
Come here. I'm all right. I'm all right.
He's physical. He's cold. But he's there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dude. I thought about saying this. I thought about calling this out, and then something else grabbed my attention. And I wish I would have called it out in the moment. Her gift. Oh God, where is it? Oh, I didn't. Oh no. I remember that she specifically used the word heartbeat during the exposition of her offer. He's cold. That is what I need to highlight. Heartbeat. Right here. You will be a bulwark of my power in cold flesh, walking between heartbeats. I forgot to call it out. Yeah. I totally forgot to call it out. Yeah, I think fucking Vax is dead as a doornail. I think Vax is dead. And that could be problematic given the nature of the BBEG. Worth noting, Vax is cold and will walk between heartbeats. I think boy is dead. That might be an issue against necromancer extraordinaire. He's a revenant. I know like vaguely what a revenant is. Like I know that as like a broad concept, which is I feel like about as much as I need to know. Who knows how Matt is specifically, implementing it. But yeah, it's not like Vecna controls undead or anything. And like, yeah. So, on one hand, I don't like charms, or possessions, even really. I don't like players having to operate their characters in unwillingly adversarial ways. That said, I am kind of into it if their mind is not taken control over, just their body. So, like, if Vax, like, if Vecna, controls undead and is, like, puppeteering Vax's body, but Vax, not Liam, Vax is still fully conscious and maybe even can talk. How they don't want to do this and, they're whatever. Oh, motherfucker. That was weird. Am I back? It doesn't even say that I dropped frames. I think my fucking entire network just, like, blipped. Oy vey. Anyways, but I'm into that. And that is what I would be. I'm into, like, just, like, them being controlled, but their mind still being free. I guess controlling the body, but not controlling the mind. I'm actually very into that. So if we get any sort of scene of Vecna controlling Vax, I hope that it's a scene like that. I don't want another situation of Vax being charmed. Charm, possession, anytime where they have to, like, deal with, like, an altered, fucked up mind, I don't know. It's just not engaging to me. So yeah. Hey, you didn't have to watch yet another resurrection? That is true. That is true. And I was hoping that I actually think this. Ooh, I'd have to go back and find it. I don't think anyone would be able to find it for me. But I actually think this might be a how does he do this? Or how does he do it? Because I know that I predicted Raven Queen giving Vax a free res, but I thought it would happen during a combat. And I can't remember if I thought it would be temporary. But I do think I postulated it being temporary at some point. Obviously, haven't mentioned it in long enough, so who knows if it counts. But I do think I've predicted in this area. But it's also not that difficult to predict, honestly. So I don't feel too amazing about it. You predicted something like this before the Kraken resurrection? Yeah, something in this vein. I hope it's a Craven Edge situation where Vecna's trying to corrupt Vax rather than mind control. I'm much more into that as well, yeah. Are the undead the only creatures without a heartbeat? No. Yeah, plant creatures, Warforged. Well, some Warforged. I think some Warforged have hearts. I think it depends. A lot of Warforged can be built with different things. But they probably don't have hearts. That's probably fair. Yeah, golems. Construct. Yeah, construct. I mean, hey, you don't have to fucking you know, you can talk to me all day long about how fucking Vax might be a golem. Ooh, I have some theories about golemancy in in this campaign. Yeah. Do Celestials have hearts? Do Fiends, Mephits, Elementals? Probably not. Like, it's honestly, frankly, there's probably out of the whole breadth of creatures, there's actually probably like quite a lot of creatures that don't have hearts. Yeah. Or adversaries listed, you know? Yeah. Should make a tier list of your theories at the end of C1. Ooh, that's a great idea. I'd have to figure out a way to find all of them. But that's doable. I could figure it out. Yeah, that'd be fun. Isn't it pronounced Gollum? Gollum. Oh, Golem? Golem. Golem? Gollum. Golem? I mean, Gollum's the guy from Lord of the Rings. I think I just pronounced those the same. Gollum and Gollum. They're just both Golems to me. The guy in Lord of the Rings just has an extra L. It could be pronounced Golem. That doesn't sound crazy to me.
I died.
No, I know. I didn't see it. I died too.
But you're back.
So are you.
I'm so glad you're back. Don't cry.
No, I have your armor. Heat it. Are you all right? Are you really here?
Yeah, I'm really here.
Can I roll an insight check just to make sure it's actually him?
Sure.
20.
20? I mean, right as you've known your brother, there doesn't seem to be anything that tells you otherwise.
Vax? Can I put my hand on his chest and see if I feel a heartbeat?
Which now, as you notice, that you're kind of lost focus from just the fact that he's there, you can see where previously there was a small darkened spot on his chest. It looked like
Pickle! You are not helping the scripted allegations. That's crazy. I still will forever maintain that I don't think it's scripted, but that's a wild coincidence.
a number of like
Vax couldn't think of the perfect question to save his life, and Ashley just bigs it, dude. That's wild.
Bruise of some kind that never quite went away has expanded a bit to be almost in the shape of wings across the front of the chest.
Do I feel a heartbeat?
You listen close and make a medicine check.
What's the matter, Pike?
I take my cloak off and
It's a natural 20.
put it around
Oh
him.
shit! You get close and kind of clasp your, and to get close to where his heart is, you kind of have to pull him down a bit.
Yeah, 'cause there's a dick and he's naked.
Well, no size right now. This is getting all sorts of weird.
Just come down. Listen, I'm a cleric. It's nothing I haven't seen before.
I see it all the time.
She's a doctor.
I'm a doctor.
Do you clear diseases?
You hear a very, very faint, slow heartbeat. It's there.
Okay.
Oh,
That's really way
That's
too
like
slow.
Lance Armstrong sleeping slow.
It's 3 BPM.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Does he sound weird?
I can't figure it
Sound a
out.
little weird.
I know that.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes when people are very athletic, they have very slow heart rates. So maybe, I mean, you're very in shape, so. I'm gonna climb up the tree and wake up Keyleth.
Okay.
Tell her to bring the armor down. How are you here?
Waking up at this point?
Seriously.
First of all, you got a pretty decent perception. At this point, with the sound and the shifting up and down the tree, you guys are pretty alert by nature of having. You all start coming to.
I'm not
Better
the
turn into a
typical.
monster. What's happening?
Super Grog, you're snoring.
I'm asleep.
Keyleth,
What?
I got 1 perception.
Keyleth, I
You're-
need you to
Yeah, no,
passive.
you're both asleep.
come down from the tree real quick.
What's going on, Pike?
Everything's okay.
Pike, I need you to tell me before I come around this corner and see.
I just grab your
I'm climbing
hand.
down
It's
the tree.
okay. Just come with me. Just
I am
come
not
with me. It's
coming with
fine.
you until you tell me, Pike.
Come over here. Come over here.
Vax is at the bottom of the tree.
You are.
I grab my stuff and I immediately
I'm
run down
moving
the
away
tree.
a little bit. A little bit.
I clutch onto Vax's armor.
I don't know. I don't know.
She sent you back.
Yeah.
Well, she's my new favorite.
Vex, I need you to step away from him. Vax, if it is you, I hope you understand, and please, just for a second, thank you.
Fred, it's fine.
We are fighting the perversion of death itself. This is what I would do to torture us. Just let's figure this out before we hand him back anything that's older than we are.
I hand the armor over.
you know, I have gone on the record as being very anti-whisper. I will still go on the record as being very anti-whisper. And I have gone on the record about being very pro give my players as much information as possible. Give them more like authorial control. What one of them knows, all of them know. All that said, if I'm Matt and this is the context, and I am going to offer Liam the free resurrection, and I know that the scene before that with all of them is going to be discussing and debating how difficult the resurrection is going to be, and they're in the Feywild, and they're fighting Vecna, and then he just walks out of the brush? This is one of the few times I do think I would completely separate the players, completely separate the information. Because my general argument is that I don't like whispers because I think that they overall result in like more tedious and more paranoid scenes, and not paranoid in a fun way. That's my like general stance. This is a huge exception. All of the context makes this, I think, a very fun hidden knowledge situation. Including, assumingly, Liam not knowing what they were discussing ahead of time. Him not knowing that they were discussing resurrecting him. He can assume, but... And, like, especially, another thing I've been critical of Matt about. Fucking shapeshifters, bro. Fucking shapeshifters. Like, it's... The idea of the Raven Queen resurrected me for free is a thing that makes just enough sense that anyone could say it, but also has a lot of holes. Like, famously, she doesn't really like resurrection. Vecna has a lot of powerful friends. They have dealt recently with shapeshifters, and in the past with different shapeshifters. It could be a Rakshasa. And despite me having been very critical of Matt for doing a lot of that, and for instituting that paranoia, because I think most of the time it is not a value add. I think most of the time it is a negative. It detracts. But credit where credit's due, man. It makes this scene awesome. This is sick. I will 1,000,000% agree that the lack of dramatic irony in this scene immensely enhances the RP. Like I love the dichotomy and the way that Vex is holding her hand back, the suspicion of Pike looking for the heartbeat. No mercy, Percy is getting down to brass tacks here. Keyleth won't leave the tree. All of these things could be replicated if the players didn't know. But I think that the real sort of, not cornerstone, what would I say? I think the big factor here is that the paranoia that shapeshifters introduce, the paranoia that incredibly powerful casters being your enemy introduces. Like, that inherently introduces paranoia. Because casters are crazy in D&D. And the paranoia of hidden information, like whispers. All three of those things, I think, will introduce paranoia into this scene. And in a lot of scenes, I think paranoia is bad. But in this scene, it fucking rules. It's so good in this scene. Them being... Because it's a thing you should be paranoid about. And I think that is like the big thing that makes this an exception for me. Is that like, this just is suspicious. This is suspicious regardless of the shapeshifters or the fact that they're fighting Vecna or the thing or any other factor of any previous thing, right? If you are just looking at this with the knowledge that Vax was a paladin of the Raven Queen and you knew like the dynamic of their relationship, and especially after the last time that he was resurrected, this is something that you should be suspicious and paranoid about. And so I love enhancing the paranoia by separating what they know. And that is something I'll say. I'll say, like, if you, by restricting that information, most of the time, I'm against it because it's either tedious or it's like weird undue paranoia, I think. A lot of that undue paranoia is like perception checks. When everyone is in the room, one person knows something, the rest of them don't. And like the rest of them don't even know like if there was even anything to see, but now they're kind of paranoid that there was, and so they don't want to act in case they're stepping on the toes of the person who does know. It just creates a weird dynamic to me. But I think it's much more viable when the characters are physically separated or where you want to really play, like really specifically, on that paranoia. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to do so. So this is like one of my favorite, like, could only happen in Critical Eyes sorts of moments of like, this scene is kind of representative of a lot of stuff I traditionally don't like, but because of the context of where it's being employed, I love it. And that's the nuance. That's the nuance of TTRPGs, man, of storytelling. Shit's nuanced. It can't always be broken down into like a very explicit opinion. Context matters. Yeah. I would even guess Vax is a doppelganger. Exactly. Yeah. I remember people getting mad this episode at a lot of stuff at Vax for saying the wrong things with the Raven Queen, at Keyleth for being too emotional. It's tough, man. I'm just like not a I'm not a tweeter. I'm not a fucking rage commenter. Like, even if something in the episode made me mad, I'm just not the type of person to like get in the comments about it. You know? Or tweet at the cast. So it's tough for me to get in the minds of people that would do that. Like, I might, talk about it with a friend, or maybe make, a 200-part series about it on YouTube, but I wouldn't post about it on Reddit. So I don't know. It's just it's cuz like I get the idea and I get the mindset of thinking that he said the wrong things to the Raven Queen. That's kind of the opinion that I expressed earlier. Is I do think he like didn't say something to the Raven Queen that Matt was expecting him to say. But also, it's his character. This is like, and that is a scene that is so laden with emotional RP that I think it is kind of missing at least part of the point to say that he said the wrong things. Like, yes, maybe there was information he could have gleaned from the Raven Queen, but I think that was a distant secondary goal of the scene. I think a much more primary goal was to role play. And I think he did. You know, I didn't feel like he was like tuned out or not taking it seriously or whatever. And that's like a much more important thing to me about how Liam is portraying Vax during that scene. I don't blame him for not having said the right thing. Like, a situation where I might blame him for saying the wrong thing is after the battle with Raishan, when some of them imply that they might give the entire treasury of Iman to the Slayer's take. That's the wrong thing to say. That's insane. I don't care what sort of RP we're doing. But that scene was not this scene. They're not even in similar worlds. One scene is just not taking the time to think. The other is diving into the emotional side of what your character would experience. I don't know that it can be argued. I mean, anything can be argued, but I would not. I think it's unlikely that I would buy an argument that Vax would that Liam was not diving into the RP and the emotion in that scene. So I don't know. That's whatever. And Keelan for not being too emotional, like she's role playing the partner of someone that just died, and like there's very good reason to believe will not come back. So I mean, like, fucking, she's mourning wrong, I guess. She shouldn't be so emotional in mourning. I don't know. That's kind of whatever. Yeah, it makes me really wish that he really had worked with Liam to fool them for a little time. I don't know. I'm satisfied with the amount of time that they were fooled. I'm satisfied with the amount of time that, like, we're an hour 17 into the session. That's fine with me. And like I mean, yeah. I think there's also a line here where you could have worked more directly together to maybe keep up the ruse for a little bit longer, do maybe a little bit more stuff during this scene. I'm not sure how much that would add. I don't know. I think that I would have to experiment a little bit, follow your instincts. That, I think I'm good with how it went, but like maybe a little bit more conscious work between the two of them would have provided me with something I would have liked more. I could see it, but I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Keyleth live during most of C1, but in this final arc and with some talks, mocking, etc., I really started to appreciate Marisha's playing, and it seemed like the rest of the chat just wasn't getting that. I mean, we've talked about, and I guess, if you haven't watched through the whole backlog of, and I'm not addressing you specifically or Turnmans, the royal you. If you haven't watched through, my entire backlog, which there's a lot, I would understand. I've had many long conversations about Keyleth Marisha and the internet reactions and interactions. So when it comes up nowadays, I guess know that I'm not like avoiding it or like I don't want to talk about it. I've just kind of said pretty much everything I have to say at this point several times. Especially around like Broomgate era. We talked a lot about that. And like I was a voice in Super Geek Mike's very long and thorough video about that topic in particular. I was the voice of a rage comment, of a Marisha hate comment. I was the bad guy. So I don't know. I feel like I've kind of said what I have to say on the topic, but I'm only saying this now because I realized that I haven't talked about it in a while. So I just wanted to like kind of establish for anyone that's new here. I have talked about this. If you're watching through the series, you'll see it happen. I just don't have much more to really say on it, you know? Yeah. I find the role-playing great. Rolling to be able to hear the heart just seems weird, but maybe Matt would reveal more than that in a higher roll. I mean, that's fair. Like I said with my note here, I sort of get it of like, anytime I see like any excuse to use medicine, I will often take it. So like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. But I could also see myself doing it. Sometimes I will stretch a little to use less used skills just to give people that have proficiency in those skills a chance for that to shine. So I think this is a super fair take, but I could also see myself doing it. Yeah. The deathless servant of a god sounds less like an undead and more like an angel. Could Vax not be undead or resurrected, but straight up dead? I do think he could be straight up dead. Like, I think that calling him undead might be technically incorrect. I could absolutely see him being flat dead. And then being his corpse being animated by that divine magic, somehow distinct and different from undead. Because undead, you know, that's like kind of a vague colloquial term. Like, it's kind of like, what is immortality? What is undeath? Are they the same? Do they overlap? What's the Venn diagram on undeath plus immortality? I think it's like pretty intuitive to argue that like a lich is both undead and immortal. A god is immortal, but not undead. And a resurrected, thrall skeleton is undead. But it'd be kind of weird to call it immortal, right? So there is this very kind of strange Venn diagram where immortality and undeath kind of overlap. And it gets like very kind of messy. So unknown. I think unknown. I mean, and you're totally right. He could be an angel that is possessing the meat that his soul used to inhabit. It's true. He's not even an animated corpse. The body that they are feeling is a pure construct of the Raven Queen. It'll be really interesting to see if the ash is still there. Like if Vox still has the ash. Because if they still have the ash, it's like dead on proof that his body is not the made of the same stuff that it used to be. If the dust is gone, I do actually think that would imply that not Vecna, the Raven Queen used the remains of his corpse and reformed them into like a fresh body. But there's lots of options. Yeah. 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 Keep in mind that this was a live stream at a weird time with a huge subreddit, and it was the new thing. Yeah. So the friction to comment was pretty low. You were in the chat, and everyone was still active on Reddit. Yeah. I don't think that can be argued. Yeah. I was, I try to leave caveats where I can, but usually not a hater. But I once watched a movie so disgusting that I searched the director and screenwriter to see if they were still alive and if they had died young. Damn. I do think whether or not Matt specifically designed it so Liam had to make the decision with the Raven Queen first, the idea that there was a magic password he could say for the Raven Queen to bring him back without any strings attached seems a bit reductionist to the intent of the scene with the Raven Queen. Matt didn't have to have them talk. Yeah, I mean, I don't even... When it comes to, like, what Vax could have said... I mean, this is an opinion, obviously, but I don't think there is any right thing he could have said to allow the Raven Queen to resurrect him without strings attached. If that's the opinion that was, like, being expressed back then, I think that's, yeah, I think that's reductionist and a little, I'm trying not to be mean to the ghosts of people who don't the ghosts that don't exist anymore in the past. But I don't know. That's silly to me. I think it is far more likely that there was a thing that Vax could have said to get more information about Vecna. That's all I think. I think he got as good of a resurrection deal as was possible to get. If he had talked somewhat differently, maybe he would have gotten some extra Vecna info. I think that's about as far as it goes in terms of, like, the right thing he could have said. Which is also why I think that's, like, pretty low on the list of importance within that scene. Yeah. You really gotta work to get someone to make a medicine check. Yeah. Yeah. Sparkling undead. Lists are very interesting on the question of undeath, yeah. In the early days, it was mostly excitement and rules lawyers. Somewhere through the first campaign, it became a lot of backseaters criticizing everything. Yeah. And, like, I don't know, I don't want to be too critical of critics because I view myself as a critic. I have been very critical of Matt, but I try, at least, to put in a lot of work to be nuanced and truthful and not reactionary, and to have, like, really robust reasons for my critique. I'm not always successful, but, I try not to be, how do I say it? I try to see where, like, a critical commenter is coming from, but I'm never going to see where, like, what I would consider a hate comment is coming from for a critical role. Like, I'm never going to understand people that are, I'm being a slightly hyperbolic, picking out a little bit of a subset. I don't want to straw man. I'm not saying this is representative of all of the people that were sending hate comments, but, like, I'm just never going to understand, or at least empathize with, a person who's, like, sending violent threats or whatever, to the actors, or calling them stupid or bad DM or bad player, right? I think that there are individual things that Matt or any of the given players do that I think they shouldn't do, or I might call bad. But I try to say it often. I think they are amazing players and an amazing DM. I think all of the players are better players than me. And I think Matt's a better DM than me. I think I'm a good DM, but I think most of my like actual skill that is relevant to this is like I think I'm a good analyst. I think I'm good at reflecting even on my own DMing, but also on other people's DMing and trying to break it down constructively. But like to put it out there, I think Matt's like better. I think he's a more consistently good DM for his table. There are certainly tables out there that would prefer to have me as a DM. There's an infinite amount of, well, not an infinite amount of tables, but a lot of tables. So that's inevitable. But like, there's a reason that Critical Role is popular. They're fucking awesome. So I'm really going to struggle to identify with anyone that is like shit player, shit DM, whatever. Like I don't know. It's always going to be kind of hard for me to break that sort of person down. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. There's a big difference between a critic and a hater. Yes. Yeah. There's a big difference. And I wasn't there. I don't know what the percentage was. I don't know how vocal of a minority it was, or if it was a majority, whatever. But yeah, I think there is a big difference between a critic and the hater. Yeah, and I try to be the former. Yeah. You try to be a film critic and not an average watcher commenting. Yeah, I try to be critical, not hateful. I try to not like dislike things, if I can help it, and if I can't justify why I dislike something, I try to either just like move past it, or I try to figure out why I dislike it. And then that kind of turns into critique of its own, Yeah. I will, however, say it's a pretty great place to be for some of those amazing moments. Thank you to the clip makers who include chat for those. Yeah. It's tough. It's always going to be complicated when you are doing a creative thing like Critical Role is, and when, frankly, there just wasn't a lot of really major, there just wasn't a lot of D&D related things at this level. When this is like the thing that is popular, that is your thing, I think I can at least empathize with feeling like protective over it, right? It's one of the reasons that I didn't watch Stranger Things for a long time. Like, I knew that Stranger Things had like a lot of D&D tie-ins, and I knew that it like represented nerd culture in a lot of ways, and I was like, I didn't want to be a hater. And I knew that I was feeling defensive about, like, this is representing what feels like me to a popular audience. And if it misrepresents it, if it represents it poorly, in a way, it's misrepresenting me poorly. Which is, like, I think kind of a gross feeling. Like, I don't like that feeling, but I think it's pretty common, especially in, like, outsider cultures or outsider communities, to feel that way. And I think when there is, like, one big thing that is representing your community, that brings a lot of emotional baggage into the conversation. If you don't think it's representing you correctly, that's gonna stoke some emotions. Now, again, I don't sympathize or empathize with what I would consider haters, even if those negative emotions were stoked. But I can at least understand the starting point. Yeah. So it's tough. I know you don't watch SGM's video as a rule, but info point, SGM puts a digital sticky note over the chat because it's impossible to censor just the worst stuff. Oh, I remember. I remember the chat in the early days. I would occasionally get distracted in some of the early episodes by just like what was occurring during chat. Oh yeah. I think there was a lot of fans too, but if a comment sections is 70% praise and 30% hate, it seems a lot more like 70% hate and 30% praise. Absolutely. Absolutely. I absolutely agree. Yeah. Isn't there an old vague metric? With 53. Is there? Oh yeah. Only 10% of viewers will actively interact on comments versus watching, so even the hate comments are a vocal minority of the vocal minority. Yes, Jonathan. The so on my last stream, where I think we had like 110 peak concurrence, I checked afterward, and there were, I don't remember exactly how many, but the average unique chatters was closer to 20. So for that stream, at least, it was around 20%, a little bit less than 20% of my viewers were chatters. So it's I mean, 10%, 20%, kind of either way. Yeah, the chat and the people that are talking in the stream are kind of inherently a minority. I mean, even right now, 54 concurrent viewers, I can check unique chatters. This isn't exactly accurate. This users fall out of this after like 5 or 10 minutes, I think. But like right now, I have registered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I currently have in my chat program 7 registered active chatters, which is like not too dissimilar from what I'm seeing. So it's like 7 out of 54. That's closer to like the 10, 20%. So yeah, all that is to say, chat is always inherently a minority of the community. Yeah. Yeah. I am unique. Lurkers, quickly! Oh, it's filling up. It's filling up. No! Yeah, I am not going to show this on screen, but yeah, because there's other things that I can see, like YouTube account related things that like anyone can theoretically see, but they would have to go to the profile, and YouTube just kind of loads it in for me, and so I don't want to really display it. But yeah. Anyways, let's get back to it.
What's my sister?
The armor's still being
Yeah, you don't have the
Oh, I didn't get
No.
it yet. I just put it in my hands.
No.
I'm keeping some distance.
I haven't come down yet.
Created a temple for me. You know who I serve.
Oh, I believe you're you. We just have to make sure of what brought you back. I don't even know if you would know yet. Just Pike. Does he have a heartbeat? Is he undead? Is he?
He has a heartbeat.
Have we tried to turn undead?
You would know if there's evil in my heart.
It's not your heart I worry about.
You would know if there's evil in my heart.
He's fine.
You would.
If he's not, you will not survive this. You know that.
You actually haven't seen Keyleth yet. She's still up in the tree.
I'm very confused.
It's okay.
They were talking up in the tree. And
I'm
we were talking
sure
down
it's
on the
going to
ground.
be fine. Let's just take a minute and reflect on every terrible thing that's happened over the last 24 hours and be careful for once. I'm so sorry.
No, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. This is insane.
This is madness.
Vax, what do you like to do with my hair?
It's him in there. Let's just make sure that it's him that is the rest of him.
Do you think he's like a lich or something?
Could Vecna put Vax into something designed to hurt us? I believe it's Vax. It's the rest of it.
Do you remember anything from when you woke up?
I remember hitting the ground. And I remember watching you die. And then it was her face again.
The Raven Queen.
Yeah.
What would happen to him if you tried to turn undead?
Go ahead.
If he is, though.
If anything awful happens, he should survive it. They just...
Go ahead.
Do
Go
it.
ahead, get it out of the way.
Well, I don't know.
I'm not worried about it.
I know, but what if it does something and then...
If I'm undead, then I shouldn't be here with you.
Yes,
All
you
of
do.
you dead will just have to be extra careful, and we'll have a little more understanding of what's happening.
Where is Keelan?
When has just a random miracle ever just happened? If we work for a miracle, that's one thing, but this sort of thing just doesn't end up on your doorstep. You know that.
Vex?
Will he survive it?
I don't
I don't know. He is undead,
I don't either. But
but I don't want him to be able to be turned against us. He looks normal.
Does he?
Well,
You used to give me wet willies in Abyssal class.
well, yeah.
It's me.
I know it's you.
you have something new on your chest.
What? Oh, shit.
Just try it.
Ike,
Well, that's extra.
Keyleth?
will you come here for a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Climb back up the tree.
Okay.
Okay, I can hear everything that was going on because it's just in the tree.
Are you okay?
No, I'm super not okay. What's going on? Okay, just what's going on? Just what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
Keyleth, we can hear you.
Fuck
You're just up the
all
tree.
of you! For a fucking second, just tell me what is.
I was watching, and then I saw him walk out of a tree of sorts, and I think it's him, and he's obviously naked.
No, that's fine.
But
I have his arm.
okay, maybe you would be able to see what's going on. I think you should just calm down.
Okay.
Okay, it'll be okay.
Okay, okay, you go first.
Okay.
I'll follow you.
Okay.
I'll follow her down.
Okay, you come down, and there, next to Vex and Percival, at a distance of a few feet, you see the pale body standing before you of Vaxildan, breathing.
Soon. I'm so sorry.
You guys wake up slowly from
I'm
all
gonna
this.
go stand next to you so they can have me.
I cannot wait for you both to be angry with me later.
Okay.
Does he feel cold?
Colder than you remember, yeah.
Oh God, he's undead.
Is it you? I thought I killed you.
You?
Oh, just that I could have done more.
No.
Did you see?
Nobody could have done more. For me, no.
You're cold.
Am I? Probably should put some clothes on then.
I put my ear up to his chest.
Make a medicine check.
Natural 18, 24.
Yeah. You hear the faint, slow heartbeat.
Okay. I give him back the armor.
No, we
Percy.
not yet.
I'm not taking it.
Thank you. Not yet.
How long do we have you? What do you remember? Anything?
Well,
I will also note, just to call it out, to anyone, the ghosts I'm fighting in the past, to anyone that has a problem with how this scene in particular is running, like the decisions that they're making, their hesitancies around turn undead or Keyleth's hesitancy and them not knowing how to roleplay, I think it is worth bearing in mind that that's the point. And it's the sort of thing that is part of the reason I often, preach against whispers, is the awkwardness of no one knowing what's going on and them behaving kind of oddly and maybe overly or underly emotional. Either side of the spectrum, if they seem to be overly or underly metagaming, if they seem like they're not using knowledge their character should have, or they're using knowledge that their character shouldn't have, all of that stuff is the point. And it's something I like in this scene. Like, I'm glad that they're acting weird and thrown off and that none of them quite know what to do. Because this is a weird moment. This is very strange. And it kind of flies in the face of everything that they would expect over the over the course of the campaign. So it makes sense that the characters are acting, out of character for themselves. So, again, I know I'm fighting ghosts, so I'm not going to spend too long on it. But it is like, to have a problem with the way that they are reacting in this scene, I think is kind of like somewhat juvenilely forgetting that they didn't see the scene with the Raven Queen. Like, it is kind of like ignoring that they don't have the context that you have as the audience member. Both sides of them. Like, everyone in this scene is just unaware of what's going on, and what is going on is weird. So, I don't really care how weird Percy or Vex or Pike or Keyleth act. Like, I had a thought in my head of like, come on, Ashley, like, just use the turn undead. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we debating this so much? Why are you being so hesitant? And I had that thought, and then I was like, well, you know why she's being so hesitant, Mega. Like, stop being an asshole. Stop being impatient. Because the reason she doesn't want to use turn undead, even though she knows what turn undead does, is because she doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Maybe he's a weird special type of turn undead. We're using turn undead on him. We'll just kill him. Who knows? I don't know. Pike doesn't know. I do know because I'm in the audience. But even I don't fully know what Vax is. I have more information. But obviously, I should know why Ashley is hesitant. She's hesitant because of the entire scene. So, I'm not going to be... I almost think it's like being critical of how they are behaving or how they are acting or saying they're not acting reasonably or rationally or too emotional or not emotional enough is just, I think, kind of missing the point. So, yeah, man. I don't know. It would completely throw off the tonal importance of the scene, but the idea of this entire scene in the TV show, as we just cut, Vax just buck naked with no censorship. Oh, you know that they're going to position the camera to where, like, a branch covers it up or he has, like, a leaf or whatever. Yeah. It's like Percy said, when do we get free miracles? Exactly. They are unaware of the deal. From their perspective, Vax is just back. They're not aware that it's temporary. And, as Sawyer just said, Liam is not helping the paranoia by being vague. But he also, I think is very justifiable. He doesn't know the context of what they have been talking about, what their plan has been. And so, I think it's reasonable for Vax to come into this situation. They immediately land down paranoid, and he doesn't want to push them too far. Because they seem, I'll say it, a little bit wired. They seem a little bit on edge. So I think you want to be a little bit careful. And there's an emotional aspect of hey, do I not look like myself to you? He just got resurrected. He just died right before that. And he just made a deal where he knows that this life is temporary. So I think I can forgive him a little bit if he's a little bit emotional and a little quiet and doesn't rush through the explanation fully. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. See, our haters failed the theory of mind test. How dare the players have fun wrong. The player knows the character is freaking out over if turn undead won't melt their friend's face. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure Vax wants them to know it's temporary. So even if he did know, I'm not sure he would say that. Yeah. I mean, Vax is almost assuredly trying to parse how he's going to explain this. Like, he does. He either has to tell the truth and deal with that, or he has to fabricate a lie right now during this very high tension scene. So I can forgive him for being a little quiet. That is all to say, I think the players are handling this great. I think it's a really fun choice by Matt. And I don't know. Have some fun once in a while, ghosts of the past. Not everything has to be how you want it. I have to tell myself
some of it.
No.
I have to tell myself that with some of Matt's combats.
No,
we
can't.
fucking
have no
can't.
fucking idea what's going on.
As far as I'm concerned, you can drop dead in front of our faces right now, and it wouldn't be much different than the past 24 hours.
You all have seen her the same as I have.
But we haven't talked to her like you have.
I saw her face.
What did she say? Did she send you back? Did she say, oh, you're going to be undead and we're going to send you back?
She
and
did
do some
not
stuff?
say I'm a fucking ghoul. It's
Okay, Vax.
just in case.
You're gonna be
sorry.
okay.
It's okay.
Just take my hand.
Right.
Okay, this is gonna be okay. We're gonna figure this out.
Also, speaking of the privilege of being able to pause, Vax is also, or Liam O'Brien and Vax are still probably processing the information, right? So he might not even fully understand what's going on. I had the benefit of writing down the whole, like, you know, you're cold and, you know, the low heart rate, and then I could go back to the Raven Queen speech and confirm that she said that you would be cold and you would walk between heartbeats. And if you're an actor working on improving the scene right now, you may not intake that information as easily or as fully in the short time that you have as an audience member.
Yeah.
I've talked about this enough.
Where'd everybody go?
Good morning.
Krog.
Surprise.
Well, I'll go down.
Hey, Sapuba.
Is this real?
We're not sure.
We're figuring it out.
Ooh.
I need to pee.
I come down and join everybody.
This is happening.
I look in my pocket to where I was keeping the dust that was Vax. Is there anything there?
Still filled with dust.
Oh, that's fucking. What is
So
that?
it is an entirely divine body.
What? Let's not even begin to have this discussion if we don't have to.
I feel like I should still keep this. Just in
Yes.
case.
Just in case. Okay, I'm gonna cast.
Should we
Turn undead.
like
So
you
you
two
do channel divinity, turn
attempt-
undead.
Whoa, wait, what?
As you say that,
It's okay. He's not gonna.
she
get
takes her
hurt.
holy symbol and clutches it, and you watch as there's this divine flash and this emanating force of there's a slow hum as it billows out. You've seen her use it before. Clutching Vax in your hand, you feel the warmth pass over you. No seeming effect.
Vax, I don't know how you did it, or how she did it, but
She's
something's happened.
like.
He's a person?
We're not out of the woods yet, but I think that we can be physically optimistic. Go.
Pike. She's a god. You.
But I don't see things. I've never seen anything like this
We
before
have to
in
figure
my
out
life.
where you came from because you're in a pouch.
Yeah.
You're there and you're here.
Wait.
You're in a pouch.
Have we tried? Have you? Hey, can you cut your hand? Do you bleed?
Can someone lend me a knife?
Oh.
I'll pull out a.
Yeah.
Or you've got.
I gave you back your armor and shit.
I didn't
No,
take
you
it.
didn't take
It's
it. I'll
on the
take
ground.
Whisper. I'm going to take
Is
Whisper.
he
Cut
still
him.
naked?
I'm going to
Yes.
cut you.
Well, he's got a cloak over him.
I'm going to cut you right here.
Okay. You cut him. It's a sharp pain. He watches it bleeds.
Red?
Yeah.
Sorry. I cast Cure.
This is looking better,
Okay.
all things considered.
I don't know.
I'd already laid claim on your boots. I'd come to grips with everything and I decided I was going to wear them.
You were going to look so wonderful.
I was about to tell you everything she told me, but I changed my mind.
Oh, I'm going to fall down on the ground.
Please
How
tell me.
did this
that
happen?
I was asleep. Now you're here.
You made a deal with your god or something?
Years ago.
And she can
Years
just
ago.
do this?
Year and a half ago.
What did
15
you
months
say?
ago.
What was your deal?
He's here until the job's complete, right? Until, like, she feels that you've paid your service? I feel like I remember you telling me in bedside chat at some point in time over the 15 months.
Need to work on their intimacy.
Never mind.
Oh, God.
She was a bit more specific. She doesn't like our new play pal.
Vecna.
Yeah,
Well, no. She hates him.
yeah.
He's a problem. We were not effective.
Was Keyleth right? If we defeat him, do you go away?
Or maybe you're just free from that
If
deal?
we defeat him, do you go away?
Or is your soul yours again?
Just answer the question.
It was death or come back and help.
Oh,
You.
fuck. Oh, shit.
So if we win, you lose.
That's one way of looking at it.
Well, that's a brave choice.
Yeah.
Are, her deals final?
I don't have a lot of experience with other gods making deals, darling. But I want you to live a long time. And I want you too to live a long time and be happy. And I want you to get a halfway decent relationship with your daughter. I want you to lead many people. I want you to change the world. I want you to do all the things I know you can do, and that I forget it. Grog, I just want you to be free.
Thank you, Nuvax.
Also, I will note, who knows how like final the whole thing with the Raven Queen is, but they could just try to true resurrect him afterward. Like they were already taking a risk. Like they could just do that later, right? It's probably not possible. Damn. I really didn't think it was going to come out that soon. The silence was great. Woo!
So much better than the old vax. And look, any one of us could die at any time. Yeah. We have died. Some of us more than once. It's a miracle that I'm here now.
Can you put your armor on?
Yeah, this is really, at this point, just...
I don't mind it. It's fine.
So that's it. Your purpose is to make sure that the rest of us find long, happy lives at the cost of your...
Which is why I said last time that I think that Vax dying and being resurrected by the Raven Queen would be a great choice because he is the furthest off from having a complete arc. His arc so far has been being in search of an arc. He's an incredibly skilled individual that he's like totally lost in how he should put his skills to use. He knows he's powerful. He knows he's impactful. And he doesn't want to put that to use for the wrong things. Like we have that pretty directly with his background with the clasp, right? He was incredibly skilled and he did bad things for them. And so, the sort of giving over of that responsibility to the Raven Queen is a choice. But to me, it's just the beginning of the arc, right? Because the arc is, in my head, like that was just finding the arc, was oathing to the Raven Queen and taking on that role, but that hasn't really been tested yet, right? The arc that he was essentially accepting was, am I going to put your precepts over my instincts? Right? He was in search of morality and a compass and a code. And when that code is actually tested, what does he do? I think that's like that would be the true climax of Vax's arc. Otherwise, I think you can maybe pick out a few possible arcs here and there. But I think they're pretty, shallow in comparison. Or maybe not shallow, but not as big, I would say. And I think that this one has clearly been building. Vax has known for a while that the Raven Queen was going to ask something of him, and he was worried about it. I see that as the rising action towards him being worried about what he would be asked to do and whether or not he would agree with it, because he has put his faith in the decision-making of this extraplanar entity kind of on a whim, if we're, like, being real. Like, not like a whim, but, like, not without a lot of thought. And so that morality being tested is, I think, the real where the rubber hits the road for Vax. And this scenario just escalates it. Now, not only has he chosen her and pledged himself to her, probably his eternal soul. I mean, actually, definitely his eternal soul, if we are taking the Raven Queen at her word. He's going to go be with her for all of eternity. And maybe she won't be lonely anymore. Ooh. And the, ultimate question is, was that the right decision? And now he's putting even more trust into her, right? He trusted that she had the right decision-making capabilities, that her code was correct, and that he should act to enact her will. And now she's brought him back, and he had trust and faith that the thing that she asks in return will be just. Yeah, for now, she's giving him the things that he wants. She gave him Vex back. She gave him new life right now. She gave him Smite. But what happens when she asks for something in return that he may be unwilling to give? And I think that will be the real juice of the arc. Now, I'm slightly worried that there won't be anything that she asks him to do that he doesn't really want to already. Besides die later. But I think that'll be, I don't know, maybe a little bit too late for the climax. I don't know, we'll see. But I hope that there's something she asks him to do before then that he also doesn't want to do. And that ideally he even argues with Vox Machina about. Hey, I have to do this. And they're like, you should not do that. And he's like, no. You don't understand. It's not a question. I have to do this. And that could be a fun scene. That would be like the kind of false peak before the real climax to me. Yeah. That's what you meant by that? In that case, I agree. He had a few very mini arcs that he mostly completed, but he hasn't had a big one. Yeah. He had kind of a little bit with, Scanlan, but yeah. This is actually him finding the arc and the resolution for his character. His old character has been Vex's brother and Keyleth's lover. Yeah. Yeah. And even right now, he's still kind of being cast in that role. They are saying, wow, you came back just for us to lose you? And it's yeah, that is, I think, a fair way to interpret him so far. And I think the question is, does he remain that? Or does he say, no, I came back for the entire world. I came back for all of you. I came back because I knew you would need me to do this. Yes, maybe I offered my eternal soul, but it was worth it. You don't get to decide whether that was worth it for me or not. It was. I think so. Or will he not say that? Will he back down? I think that is getting more into the meat of what I would consider for Vax. His first arc is learning he can trust anyone else in addition to his sister. She was the only person he allowed to trust before. That's true. That's fair. That's fair. But yeah. It automatically pulls Vex and Keyleth into aligning their final arcs and facing Vecna in a very personal way. True. Also. Yeah. So, I'm stoked. I don't remember how I started this diatribe. But I'm very stoked about all of this. There's a couple of little weirdnesses. There's a couple of awkwardnesses. But you know, with like the micro detail of how all this went down, but in the macro, in the general, I think a lot of really cool and fun decisions. And like, you know, trying some shit. Shit's gonna happen. Yeah.
Own?
I've lived a very good life.
She's not my favorite anymore.
It's not just us. The dragons were a test. This fucking lunatic, this dead thing. He's not setting up a theme park, guys.
We need to get back.
We need to talk to the Raven Queen.
We need a plan.
We need help.
We do need help.
Well, we have Vax now. No matter what happens later, this was a brave choice. And I'm not sure I would have made the same. But we're stronger together. And thank you for coming back. It's a harder choice to come back. It's easier to walk away. I know this. Thank you for coming back.
Yeah, it's not like we have no agency, right? We've been hit with bigger problems. We'll work this one until we can't anymore.
And we'll just all try and keep each other alive.
Yeah.
I don't accept this as a closed contract.
Yeah, me neither.
Accept it.
And maybe this will...
Wait. What did Percy say?
Contract.
Yeah, me neither.
Accept it.
You need to accept it? Ooh. Oh. That is what Percy would say, huh?
And maybe this will make you more fun to be around too. I mean, because you used to just have like this death wish, but now it's like it's done. So now you just like pop a beer and
Don't set your expectations too
I
high.
was about to say, we can give him that pouch and then we can have like just perfect proof.
Yeah, if you wear clothes, is like the deal like null and void?
No, I have
Is
to
it
be
just
naked
like
all the
dark
time.
out all the
I have to be
time?
naked.
It's
It's
interesting.
like the Terminator.
Yeah.
It's interesting, Vex. As Scanlan says those words, you realize.
I have to be naked.
No.
It's
It's part of your new multi-class.
Does he get a bonus to AC?
Level 5 Paladin.
Go on, Commander.
Level 12 Rogue. Level 1 Nudist.
Wait. Okay, I should just look up divine boons. Let me see some. Divine boons? What are they called? Boons? Secondary table boons. No. Cults and supernatural boons? Epic boons. Epic boons. Epic boon. Epic boon. Epic boon. You gain an epic boon feat. Well, yeah, I would love that. I would love to gain an epic boon feat. What does it look like? Epic boon feat. Let's see. Boon of Blazing Dawn. Okay. Maybe let's look at only PHB 2014. Let's just take all of these off of here. Just dink, 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 dink. Ba 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 ba. Where is that? Fafro? ABH? Oh, there's none in PHP 2014? Oh no! I got rid of the thing that actually had them. Shit. Okay, reset. Epic boon feat. Go back. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll through them. Boon of what do I think she would have given Vax? And I'm only what happens if I get rid of reprinted? Nothing? Where were they originally? GH? I don't know what all these what all these symbols mean. I mean, I know in general. Combat prowess, probably not. Dimensional travel. Oh. Oh wait, he already has that. Energy resistance also already has that. Okay. I didn't realize that so much of his gear was based on epic boons. Okay. Fate. Oh, probably that one. What is this? When you or another creature within 60 feet of you succeeds or fails a d20 test, you can roll 2d4 and apply the total rolled as a bonus or penalty to the d20. Once you use this benefit, you can't use it again until you roll initiative or finish a short or long rest. I think he's going to have the Boon of Fate. That's a prediction for me, fellas. That's a prediction for me. This is still from 2024, though. Yeah, I'm kind of assuming that the 2014 has it already like that. Where are they normally? Epic boons under 2014 DMG. All right, let's see here. Books. DMG. Let's see. Do we know where they are? Probably DM's Workshop? Creating new character options? 2014 didn't have epic boons, to my recollection. It definitely had epic boons somewhere. I don't know where, but I've been aware of epic boons from far before 2024. I used epic boons in one of my previous campaigns. Supernatural gifts and rewards. Oh, where's that? Okay. Page 232. Oh. Supernatural gifts and rewards. Hello. Oh, this is from VRGR, Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft? Oh, no. DMG. DMG 2014. Look at that. Boon of High Magic. That'd be kind of crazy. If he had that. Boon of Immortality. Oh! I mean, it could also be that one. It could be that one. Let's see. Definitely not invincibility. Well, it could be invincibility, I guess. Luck. D10. For sure. It could be that. Peerless aim. No. Magic resistance. No. Perfect health. No. Planar travel. Could be planar travel. Quick casting could be. Spell mastery. Oh, wait, that you can cast. So, probably not. Fire Soul, no. Stormborn, no. Unfettered? No. Undetectability? I mean, maybe undetectability. That, I could see that. Let me just sort by source really quick. Zoop. Let's see. DMG 14. Is that all of them? That's all of them. Yeah. I'm going to say my prediction is Boon of High Magic, Boon of Luck, or Boon of Immortality, or Planar Travel. I'm narrowing it down by a third in terms of what I think it is. And the reason I paused right now is I think that Scanlan might be getting a clue at the moment as to what it is. So I could absolutely see it being that she gave him the Boon of Immortality, and then she will take it back later. Or maybe not. I could see that being the resolution. Is she like sees like a need for him to stick around, but he remains immortal because he's actually dead. That could be kind of wacky. Yeah. Yeah. Classic mega pause 15 seconds before break. Absolutely. Half the time, Vax stealths out of the entire game. He doesn't need undetectability, but it does work. A Green Knight-like ending? Yeah! A Green Knight-like ending. Yeah. All right. Let's see it.
Yeah, exactly. It's unarmored defense. You had it? No, he has it too.
What's weird? What's weird?
Yeah, I was gonna say streaker sprint.
Yeah.
What's weird, Matt?
But no, the words you said about always having a death wish, no. The death wish is over. There's a strength in you, a confidence, an assurance that wasn't there before. That fear of death is gone.
Oh.
And he says that for the first time, while you raced towards death previously, it was out of fear and out of martyr-like purpose. It's just confidence now.
Okay, never mind.
And that's where we're going to take a break.
All right.
We'll be back here in just a minute.
All right. Hello. My mic shut off for a second when I switched scenes. Yeah. That was fun. I mean, definitely more interesting than I was worried it would be. I definitely thought that the free resurrection was going to require them or involve them still like doing the ritual, or that the Raven Queen was like gonna come to the other players. I liked the like I was a little caught off guard at first, but I liked the just like appearing from the brush. And like the confusion and the paranoia that instilled. I thought that was fun. I'm a little bit nervous, we might say, about, hey, go seek out a bunch of other gods and get their boons or whatever. I think that could feel a little vestige-like. But, you know, even if it is aesthetically similar, I think there's a lot that Matt could do to make it very distinct. So I'm going to hope that even if it does bear a resemblance to the Vestige Hunt, that he puts in some work to make it distinct enough. There's room there, to be sure. And that's about it. I think the Risden might just exit my theory altogether. Except for, you know, how Ioun got wounded. I think I am now becoming more confident that something's going on between Raven Queen, Vecna, and the previous god of death. The unnamed god of death. And I've made a small connection between Vecna and the previous god of death before. But I sort of left that connection by the wayside because we learned about, you know, Vecna's lab, and we learned about, you know, all this stuff that mortal Vecna ostensibly did. But he seems to be very confident that he can ascend. He seems to not have any question about how to do it. He seems confident. And we've gotten it several times. People saying very confidently that the Raven Queen is the only mortal that has ever ascended to deity. but also the other gods don't trust her. Probably related. And there's a big hole around Vecna. And I've obviously drawn a huge connection between Vecna and the Raven Queen at length. I think there's a decent shot that the Raven Queen was a vampire. And I think my current sort of out there theory is that Vecna was never mortal. Yeah, I think Vecna was never mortal. Vecna was the original god of death. And the Raven Queen, everything that we know or that we've heard about the mortal Raven Queen, about the mortal Vecna, is actually information about the Raven Queen. Interesting that we don't know Raven Queen's original name. It's probably not Vecna. But it's like, we don't know Raven Queen's original mortal name. We don't know the old god of death's name. The information about Vecna has been wiped from the history books, but there's rumors that he had a lab in Wildmount, and he still has followers, and he's this, like, demigod of secrets and undeath. He's the undying king, but the Raven Queen seems completely unaware of who he is. It all just doesn't quite slot together. It doesn't quite slot together. And it seems the Raven Queen and Vecna are the only two people we've ever heard of that have attempted to ascend to deity. And we hear, like, vaguenesses about whether or not Vecna was successful. It's like, well, he was a god, but he's not a god. He's powerful. He tried to ascend, but he failed. But he failed because he was scattered. There's just a lot of wiped history. Explicitly wiped. And for the only mortal that has ever ascended to deity, you would think that there would be more knowledge about Sad Queen. Because it doesn't even seem like she ascended that long ago, relatively speaking, right? It's not like she ascended during the founding, right? In what is basically prehistory. She ascended, in broad terms, relatively recently. Since around, it seems, the time of the penance or divergence or calamity or whatever, and we have plenty of information from that era. We have information about the Age of Arcanum. And yet, the equivalent of Sigmar from 40K, or not 40K, sorry, from Warhammer Fantasy, the equivalent of Talos or Mana Marco from Elder Scrolls, or Vivek, even, somewhat. That person has no legends about their mortal life. Nothing is known about before they achieved deity. No one brings it up when they're asking into the nature of the Raven Queen. They bring up that her domain is winter and not the legend of how she achieved ascension. Convenient. Convenient. I don't know. I don't know about it. It all just feels a little convenient. She controls the information. She controls the main library in Vasselheim, which is the only place in Exandria, at least, according to Vordian theology. It's the only place in Exandria that has survived between the sparks. Or at least, he would like to claim that. I don't think that's probably true. I think there's probably other places that did as well. But it seems likely that it did, just might not be the only one. So it's at least the only confirmed it's probably the oldest library in Exandria. There's a good shot. And the Raven Queen manages it. In conjunction with Ioun, sure. But the god of death? The god of winter? The god of fate? Maybe? Why does she control the library? Raven Queen. I'm just making sure that I have her portfolio right. Death? Oh. Okay, I will say I opened up my article on the Raven Queen, and I literally have her portfolio listed at the top, which is God of Death and then God of History right after. So, okay, maybe her controlling the library isn't that crazy, but still. And I mean, if anyone was going to, I've always kind of assumed that the Raven Queen, at the very least, worked in conjunction with Ioun to erase the previous death god's name from history. This is just even more evidence of that. But I don't know, man. I don't know. And her big no-nos being obviously so related to Vecna's. So related to Vecna's. I don't know, man. Sad Queen. Sunless skin. She masks up. Is there anything to do with her masking that could support or contradict this theory? That what we know of the historical mortal Vecna is actually knowledge of of Sad Queen that has been reassigned to Vecna, and that the persona that we identify as Vecna was the original death god, whose actual name has been lost to history. Not lost to history, erased from history. Yeah, I don't know. It's Deathwalker's ward, of course. She's not always been the one who has domain over winter, death, fate. A follower and partner to the previous death god. The only thing that we know that has been erased from the history books is Vecna's past. That's the only thing. And it seems I'm implying the Raven Queen's past. Tyrannical position sounds a whole lot like Vecna. Some have already found secrets. I can only say that the path you walked to the Sphinx gave you what you need. Stay alive. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would not let them turn an elephant into diamonds and for that to work. No, me neither. I kind of wasn't taking that whole conversation seriously, if I'm being honest. I was like, okay, they got to go through all the bad ideas before they get to a good one. If they had actually tried it, I would have evaluated Matt's response, but I kind of didn't think we were legitimately headed towards that. It felt more like a thing that we have to talk about for the sake of talking about it in fiction and establishing that we thought about it in fiction. But it didn't feel like a serious option to me. Maybe it was. I could be totally misreading the cast here. And I guess I'm thankful that I did not need to evaluate that. God of Secrets. I know God of Secrets. But it's weird because Vecna's the God of Secrets, but he's also explicitly not a god. Like, that's the really strange part. Is like, chat loves to spam God of Secrets. I think it's like the most common 3 words across the past like 3 streams. Now, to be fair, there's not a lot of common phrases. I think people type in a lot of unique phrases. But it was probably said like a couple dozen times. God of Secrets. But he's not a god. He's explicitly not a god. Vecna was powerful, was seemingly not considered a god. They were just very powerful. They wanted to become a god, but he was balked and scattered and supposedly destroyed, but the cults still endure and blah, 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 blah. It's like, so he's the God of Secrets, but he's not the God of Secrets. So what the fuck is going on there? Is he a god or isn't he? This confusion around Vecna. And I will also note, the players called him Vecna. Matt, the GM, has referred to him as Vecna. But we did note, or at least I noted, during the Thar and Fala session, the kind of 2 sessions they were in Thar and Fala, I still don't think any cultist has referred to him as Vecna. With maybe the exception being Riskel Daxio. No, when you all die, I will rise again, for I am his blood. I can't remember, but I don't think Riskel ever used the name Vecna. The cultists in Thar and Fala didn't use the word Vecna. They used the Whispered One, the Undying King. Same thing that Raven Queen said. Same thing that Raven Queen said. Dude, I almost don't want to use this because it feels like it was a slip on Matt's part that he shouldn't have said, and thereby like it feels like inappropriate to use it. Like I feel like it's not like valid lore. But the Raven Queen calling him the Undying King, I think the only other person that has called him that was a cultist. And we know the Raven Queen's backstory, that she was a follower of the previous god of death. If the only people that we have heard call Vecna the Undying King are his followers, and the Raven Queen calls him the Undying King, I'm submitting. I'm submitting now. I'm submitting it now. I am officially submitting the theory that Vecna is not Vecna. The individual that they fought on the ritual platform in Thar Amphala, that the cultists were referring to as the Whispered One or the Undying King, that individual, I think, is the former Death God, whose name has been erased from the history books. And I think that anything we know about the mortal Vecna, like the location of their laboratory, or that they're from Wildmount, or anything like that, I think is either just completely fabricated. That's possible. Or it is reassigned history about the individual that I refer to as Sad Queen. The Raven Queen's mortal persona, visage, vessel, whatever we want to say, before she ascended. And that is why there's this weird kind of half lore about Vecna trying to ascend but not ascending, and they're a god but they're not a god. All of that, I think, is muddled Sad Queen history. I think that the attempt to ascend has truly only been performed by one mortal. And that was Sad Queen. And anything that we hear about Vecna's history of trying to do that is either constructed or it is just actually the history of Sad Queen and Vecna's, and the label Vecna has been slapped on top. I mean, fuck. We might just learn that Raven Queen's name is Vecna, but she's forgotten somehow. I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But given her lack of seeming knowledge about an individual named Vecna, I think if that was the name of her mortal persona, she would have reacted bigger. Yeah. I think you mean divinity, not deity. Ascended to divinity, not deity. I think deity can be used as a noun or adjective. I might be wrong, but I feel like I've heard deity used as an adjective. I don't know. It's possible. Anyways, my comment was toward Vecna's past being secretive, BTW, not Raven Queen. I get you. I get you, Saronis. The whole God of Secrets thing. But the thing is still, he's not a god. He wasn't a god. So what's this God of Secrets nonsense? What's this about? He wasn't a god. Right? Unless he was. Unless he was before Raven Queen ascended. And she deposed him. So now he's not a god, but he was a god. Maybe? I don't know. Possibly. I do love to spam God of Secrets. In HP lore, they used you know who and he who shall not be named. Yeah. That kind of epithet. Yeah. To be fair, I do think God of Secrets is a spoiler. Oh, maybe. I think I've heard it in fiction before. It's a big ol' I think. I don't know. I might be wrong. Oh, okay. I think that the term God of Secrets is possibly a spoiler. I won't lie. Unless Setheshel can prove me wrong. Because I do have the patron saint of secrets. And so, maybe people are saying, God of Secrets as shorthand, because patron saint is kind of long to say. But I will admit, I don't think I've ever heard someone call him God of Secrets outside of my chat. The players call him God of Secrets? The players call him God of Secrets. Does Matt ever call him God of Secrets? Interesting. But that makes sense. That makes sense to me that's probably where I've heard it. But fast Googling, I will say. Is Exandria spoilers where we would talk spoilers about this episode? Yes. Yeah, Exandria spoilers in the Discord? Absolutely. That's exactly where you would talk about it. I know that they have some spoiler tagging formatting stuff within that chat. I don't look in that chat. But if you like click the top where you can see like the rules of the thing, or maybe it's in a pinned comment. I don't know. Someone who's in that spoilers chat, where are the formatting rules for that? Or did I put them in the rules glossary? I can never remember. Wait. Let's see. But in general, yes. I think it's just you should tag it if it's like a campaign 2 or a campaign 3 spoiler. I think those are the main rules. Let me confirm. Do I have it in rules? No. Oh, within the Critical Role spoilers chat, please use spoiler tags when discussing any Critical Role spoilers outside of campaign 1. I did put it in the rules chat. Hooray! So yes, that is the chat where you would talk about it in the Discord. And if you're talking about spoilers for outside of campaign 1, use the spoiler tag bars and indicate that. Yeah. Anyways. I do wonder if Matt avoids Vecna as a name for property rights. Well, that's possible. Hey, that's always possible. And you know what? I'll eat, my theory if it's wrong, partially for that reason. That's fine. It's fun. Undying King really sounds like an epithet people would use to not call the name of God in vain, like Persephone in the Odyssey. Yeah, I hear that. Absolutely. Yeah. The goat of secrets, he respects your privacy and never snitches. Vecna is known for lack of a better term, the patron saint, or the lesser god to those who worship, as the deity of secrets. Interesting. Ooh. Still vague. Doesn't help me narrow anything down. Which is good. I wouldn't want it to. If the wait, where was that? Ron Quixote? If the quest for blessings is what you think it will be, how many gods do you think they'll meet, and do you think it'll be less combat focused than the Vestige Hunt? I think it would be less combat focused. I hope it will be as many gods as they have time for. I think one of the issues with the Vestige Hunt was that Matt gave them a list. And it was a list that was relatively completable in the in-game time that they had. And so I think there was very little chance of them not completing the list. And I think that was part of the problem, is that Matt didn't want to stop the vestige hunting with one vestige left on the list. And I think debatably he kind of even tried to. And they did not end up getting one of them. But I think it was only one. It was the staff of like the wave caller or something. I have an article for it. Exandria, items, vestiges. It was the Spire of Conflux? That doesn't sound right. Staff born from Alora's very breath. No. Oh, wait, they did get this. This is the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of Joran the Sea Speaker, hero of the Verdant Expanse, when I said, like, wave caller. So they did get it. Do they have all the vestiges that were on the list? They do. Yeah. So they have every vestige. Yeah. So I think that was kind of part of the problem. And so I think by not giving them a list of gods, Matt, I hope, is essentially saying, go and talk to as many of them as you can, or like as will be reasonable with the existing timer that I have set out. And I hope that he will focus more on the timer. So rather than presenting them with a list, which I think it was fair for him to do for the vestiges, they're these kind of unknown objects. Fair enough to compile a list. But I do think it was one of the things that led to poor pacing. And so rather than handing them a list, again, I hope, he just focuses on the timer, the progression of Vecna's plans, and lets them just offhand determine when they're going to go and fight Vecna again. And I honestly think that it is more viable to do that for this arc than it was for the Chroma Conclave arc. Because while they fought Vorugal, and they did kind of get slapped, they didn't get that slapped. And they were very unprepared. So I think it was somewhat reasonable. Or, how do I say it? I think the differential in their power was much more murky for Chroma Conclave versus Vox at the beginning. The power differential between Vecna and Vox is very clear. From everything, regardless of anything else I said about the Thar and Fala sessions, that combat made the power differential very clear. So I think you can more aggressively progress Vecna's plans and rely on the fact that Vox probably won't, or at least is less likely to rush in there blind before they have enough, before they have at least a few blessings from the gods. And you can be really precise is the wrong word. You can really control that feeling as the GM of like how you're progressing Vecna's plans and use that to push them towards the combat, because they have a natural thing that is holding them back from the combat that is not a feeling of completionism. Because I will be honest, I think most of the reason that they didn't go and fight Thordak earlier was kind of just because they wanted to catch them all. Like, they could have probably gone and contested Thordak earlier. Mythcarver obviously didn't matter, but they didn't have to go off on a separate quest for that. I don't know that Fenthras mattered that much. I don't think that most of their vestiges actually mattered all that much. So they probably could have done the Thordak fight earlier. But I think Matt was probably hesitant to progress Thordak's plans too heavily. Or, I mean, maybe he just didn't know how, and maybe he's thought about it more. But I think he was probably hesitant to do that out of fear that they would continue to unreasonably avoid fighting Thordak. And then as you progress Thordak's plans, suddenly some things happen that are kind of unreversible. And then the players have allowed something unreversible to happen for like a stupid reason. And I think there could be some concern about that. Whereas with this, I don't think that would be nearly as much of the dynamic. I think the dynamic would be very, very different. So my general answer is, how many gods do I think they'll meet? I think as many as they have time for. But I think that they are not going to have a list. It will just be, how much can they get done before Vecna's plans are progressed to the point that they cannot justify leaving them alone. Or until the point that they feel like they are powerful enough and they know that Vecna's plans are progressing substantially, and so they're going to take the risk the moment they think they're powerful enough, right? I think that will be much more of a thing in this arc than the Chroma Conclave. Yeah. Do you think there will be a Monday stream? We're still in the kind of, I'm trying to hit Fridays, but I kind of don't know until day of most of the time. Right now, I think so. I hope so. But a lot of, it's been kind of a day of decision. Yeah. Have we already discussed which gods Mega thinks we will get blessings from? Oh, someone asked how many. Which ones? I think Cord is a really obvious one. Sarenrae is probably an obvious one. Probably Bahamut. I'm thinking of the ones that would be like really easy to get access to. And those are the three that like top of my head come up. Maybe Ioun. I could see Ioun. She's like knowledge. They've had an interaction at the Cobalt Reserve at least. Melora maybe? Or Arathis? Because Melora is like nature oriented, so maybe Keyleth would go and talk to her. And Arathis, I think, has some sort of presence in Whitestone. Although that also maybe got retconned to Paylor. Or maybe they'll get something from Paylor. Maybe they'll get like a mini blessing from the Sun Tree. That could be cool. Boon of coolness from the Sun Tree. I don't know. I don't know a lot about the Pantheon, especially the good-oriented Pantheon. I know a lot more about the evil-oriented Pantheon. And I can't really think of like any explicit hints other than just like the ones that they've interacted with as to like lead me in any given direction. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They will probably be asking the god of shoes before fighting Vecna if they can. I think that's the operative word, if they can. Yeah. He can still provide them a list of the, I guess, known Pantheon, but still have that similar constraint. He definitely could provide them that list, but I think it will somewhat naturally feel different. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. If he does, I'll have to see how that feels. Because he could do that, but he also didn't. So, so we'll see if he does end up doing that. I don't know. Divine gifts can be OP because unlike items, they can be removed after the big fight. Accurate. I mean, that's what I thought about the vestiges, but then the vestiges have hung around. Like, I pictured the vestiges as divine gifts. Like, they're divinely powered. They're divinely crafted. And so I thought that's what was going to happen to the vestiges, is they were going to depower once the Chroma Conclave was over, and then they didn't. So, who knows? The funniest thing is the random fire resistance potions they were given a minute before the fight by Drake Thunderbrand did more to help the team in the Thornak fight than all the vestiges. Yeah, man. That's accurate. I would agree. I think the fire potions, maybe the vestiges collectively were as impactful, but the fire potions were more impactful than any individual vestige, I think by a long shot. Certainly the Hero's Feast was. So I don't know. It's tough to say. It's kind of why I didn't really want anything that even like aesthetically mirrored the vestige hunts, and I'm kind of like about like go and talk to a bunch of the gods. I don't know. I'm normally someone that likes god interactions. They're very similar to visions. I love a good vision. I love a good prophecy. I love when the gods are kind of weird and esoteric. I'm normally very into that shit. here of just like, hey, go and collect a bunch of boons from them or blessings or whatever, I'm kind of like, I don't know. It could be fine. It could be good. But it's not really something that's like getting me real jazzed up, I guess I would say. More just in the sense of the Pantheon is objectively easier knowledge to have than the rare, obscure, legendary weapons from a bygone age. 100% agreed. Yeah. Which is why it's kind of like, I don't think it was inappropriate to give them a list of vestiges. Like, they kind of needed one because they couldn't just, like, Google a list. So I think it was absolutely fair to give them that list. And the real issue with the Chroma Conclave, I think, was either not having a timer for Thordak, like not having like any of his plans progress, or just not communicating that sufficiently. Because it did seem like Thordak had a plan that was progressing, but I still don't really know what it was. Like, I have some guesses, but we knew so little about it that I think it made it difficult to take it serious as a timer with a consequence. I do think that was like the biggest problem with the Chroma Conclave. And I think that Vecna is already better positioned than the Chroma Conclave was. Because Vecna, they already know that there are like rituals going on. He's already accomplished something, and like we saw a build up to him accomplishing that thing. So it has this sense of movement within his plans. Like, one of the, I think, also issues with Chroma Conclave is that I can look back in theory and know that they were planning the fall of Amon. But from the player perspective, it kind of came out of nowhere, which was fun. Like, that was like a cool thing about the fall of Amon, is that it was very surprising. But it doesn't help the feeling that Thordak doesn't have a plan in motion. Right? It feels like that was like a singular event that didn't really have any lead up because we didn't experience the lead up ahead of time. Right? We saw the orbs in Brimscythe's basement, to be sure. But there was a big gap between that and the Chroma Conclave. And it wasn't really clear how one led into the other until much, much later when Raishan established it a little bit more strongly. So the players didn't experience the motion of that plan, if you feel me. And then afterward, it was like the escalations that we got were like Thordak demanding more and more taxes, Umbrasyl starting to take people instead of money. Vorugal was just hunting shit. Like, Raishan seemed like the main entity with a plan. All the others just kind of seemed like they were just like doing their thing. Like, I could easily see the escalations of Umbrasyl and Thordak just being like, yeah, it's just how dragons are. Whatever. And then once we got closer, we got like some information from Braum, from Seeker Assume, that things were changing, that he was kind of going mad, that he was talking to himself, referring to himself in the plural. It felt like something was happening, but I'm so unclear as to what. And I'm so unclear as to, like, I don't know how close Thordak was to accomplishing whatever plan he was doing. I don't know if the Wormlings were a part of it. Were the Wormlings incidental, or were they relevant to any sort of plan or forward motion that Thordak had? I don't know any of that. And I don't think the players knew any of that either. I think that was like the really core issue to the Chroma Conclave, having such the slow pacing. And in comparison, I think Vecna's substantially stronger. We have something reminiscent of like the whole, like, you see the orbs in Brimscythe's basement and then the fall of Amon happens with the seeing the orb underneath Whitestone and then having the teleportation of Thar and Vala. Like, in isolation, those two events are kind of as disconnected as the orbs and the fall of Amon, but they both had massively more context around them. Like, the orb and the ziggurat was at the climax of an entire arc, which like the orbs in Brimside's basement probably were for like one of the pre-stream arcs, but still. Delilah makes very clear reference to some outside force. And then before, after the whole Briarwood arc, they've had this orb in the basement. It hasn't changed at all. But then, rather than slamming us with the fall of Amon, rather than slamming us with the teleportation of Thar Amphala, we get Delilah's active in Marquette. We get a sneak through Thar Amphala. The equivalent would almost be like tracking the movements of the Chroma Conclave. Like, imagine if someone like Seeker Assume hired them and said, hey, we've heard reports of dragons in the northern mountain country. And the players are like, oh, okay. And then, it's like, okay, yeah, we can go and hunt that. Sure, whatever. And then Seeker Assume's like, no, you don't understand. Multiple working together. And they're like, is that weird? And he's like, yeah, it's weird. And then they go to the mountains and they discover evidence of the conclave. They discover, an abandoned, not campsite because it's for dragons, but the equivalent of a dragon campsite, a temporary lodging. They discover some scraps of evidence. They discover a burned out village with a few survivors that describe the terror. But then there's nothing. Poof. And nowhere. No one knows where they went. Vox goes back to Amon to restock, to talk to Allura, to do something there. The what do you call it? The abdication of the emperor is announced, or the big speech is announced, and they go to that, and then the fall of Amon happens. There would be a lot more feeling of movement if that had happened. Now, to be honest, I don't know that would have been better, but I'm saying it would have had more of a feeling of movement. I kind of liked the nearly zero lead up to the fall of Amon, but if you're going to do that, I think you now need substantial movement after the case. There needs to be a clear plan for the long-term occupation, or for the further conquest of further cities, or for just some sort of plan to Vulcanize the entire region, something like that. And there just wasn't. Yeah. It would be cool if every boon cost the life of an ally or friend like Kima in exchange for the help of the Platinum Dragon or something. It would certainly be a way to take some NPCs off the board, that's for sure. I think it can get sticky when you are offering them optional power-ups that have that big of a cost. It's certainly possible, but I think that you have to be delicate with it, because it can, if it doesn't feel worth it, like if it doesn't feel like a worthwhile offer, I don't know. Like I said, it can be sticky. It can feel like wasted time. And in a arc with this huge of a consequence, wasting time is not something you want your players to feel. Wasting time should only be if they make a mistake, right? This isn't, let's explore or let's go through all this effort with a god and then not get a boon. But I will say, it depends, again, it can be sticky. Because if it doesn't take a lot of effort to go to the god, if you can just walk in to the Platinum Sanctuary, talk to Vord, talk to Bahamut, and you just walk up there, it takes a quarter of a session, no obstacles in the way, and then Bahamut says, yeah, I'll just take the life of Kima. I think that can be okay, because specifically, you haven't wasted at least that much time. most of the time spent there would be traveling to Vasselheim, not actually traveling up to talk to Bahamut. So if the access to the gods is relatively easy, then I think that could work. But I think you have to make sure that if there is like a deal that is being offered, especially a simple deal like that, but with a heavy consequence, there's not too much barrier or roadblock or time spent in the way. Like if they did the entire Feywild arc and then they defeated, I can't remember his name, Sahwagen. That's a fish man. Sondor. They defeated Sondor. And then, like, Artagan had Fenthros, and he was like, yeah, for sure. I'll give you Fenthros for Pike. Then it would, and, say they didn't want to do that, or, maybe not Pike, maybe Allura. Maybe they didn't want to do that. Then it's like, oh, shit, we just did the whole, like, Feywild sequence for nothing? Ooh. That's not great. So, sticky is what I would say. I think it would be more dramatic and help differentiate this arc from the Vestige Hunt. It would certainly differentiate it. I full on agree with that. Especially if access to the gods is fairly quick and easy. I think that would be it would definitely differentiate it quite a lot. And it definitely could be dramatic, depending on what the trade is. But you gotta use caution, I suppose. Yeah. Also, trading lives for power thing doesn't sound like a thing the heroes trying to save the world should do, or a good god should offer. There's definitely there is a verisimilitude thing there. Yeah. The, like, trade-in? It's interesting, because I think it's hitting on an interesting fiction of what is the hero willing to sacrifice, right? It sounds a little bit more like a devil deal, right? I love me a good devil deal, obviously. So I guess it would kind of depend on which gods they were going to. If they go to Dispater, seems like a perfectly reasonable deal. Which, to be fair, Ron Quixote said, or a good god, right? But it is a question of like, okay, if it is a trade, what would a good god offer in trade? I don't know. What would a good god even want? Hard to say. Does she need to go out? That's good. The stream should be over by now. Anyways, I've just been yapping and yapping and yapping. So I'm going to call it there. Hopefully I will be back on Monday and we will see how all this shakes out. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I'm really glad that the internet fucking worked itself out. And I'll see y'all next time. Goodbye.